Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. It's Wednesday. It's the 23rd of June, and I don't know where we are with the weather. I'm all over the place. In fact, actually, yesterday I was quite good. I have to sort of psych myself up for watering the plants because I've got 6 hanging baskets and about 30 pots and loads of other things to fill up. So I had to get the hose out, or I sort of stagger backwards and forwards with the watering cans. So I fill up one watering can, start watering, then put another one underneath. So I've always got one ready to go. And I did the Tomorite and I did all of that. And about sort of 4 o'clock yesterday evening, I was out there because everybody had sort of disappeared. I'm sort of watering. And you have to wait with hanging baskets. No good just going like that, piddling over it. You have to wait till the water drips through the bottom of the basket, and then you know it's been soaked through. And they are taking shape, slowly but surely, because water them thoroughly, then you do the splurge of Tomorite, and then you'll have bigger baskets than anybody else. And it's so cheap, Tomorite. You can get all sorts of good deals on it. You know, you can buy a big gallon can of the stuff, or plastic container, or bottles. But my brother found a really good discounted place a while ago, in fact, last year, and bought me loads. And I said, get more. And so he then got more and everything else, which is very good. Right. What have we got on the programme this morning? You. For those people who wake up in the early hours going, I wonder what's on the radio. Oh, God, he's back. I love it. I absolutely love it. I came in yesterday. Well, I didn't come. I was here already, wasn't I? And saw my boss for a cup of coffee. Although I completely forgot to get my cup of coffee. And he said to me, he said, you like cooking with gas? He said, I mean, yesterday we were rocketing through the programme. I mean, I've never rocketed through a programme so fast. And the people say, what are you on? And you go, happiness. You know, I can't think of any other reason where you would come into work and you'd be happy. And then I bumped into Mr. Moyles later on. So he was chatting to some people. So we had a chat and he said, when are we going out for lunch? And I said, well, I'll try and fit it in. But I've got a big thing coming up in July, which I'll tell you about at another time. So I'm going to be away for a few days on the programme. And then what else did I do yesterday? I was chatting away to my boss. He was in a very good mood. His PA was everybody was in a good mood yesterday. James O'Brien came over. Oh God, here we go. And he said he was in a good mood as well. And he said, I was down in Fleet Street. Merci bien, thank you. Down in Fleet Street, he said, and with his daughter over the weekend. And of course, Fleet Street is empty over the weekend, so they were doing, sightseeing. He said, we wanted to go to the Cheshire Cheese. He said, we went to Gough Square to see where LBC was. I said, well, the building's gone. They took the building down ages ago. I said, studio's down in the basement, which they didn't used to be. But then they opened up the basement, put the newsroom in down there, and studios and booths and everything else. And he said, we went there. He said, and I said, Steve Allen knows all about this area because Steve Allen knows all about London, which actually is not strictly true, but if ever I'm out in town, I will take people to various places, so that you then remember where you've been to, and I've imparted my knowledge, which is good because I'm fascinated by the history of London, and there's so much of it. But, that's why the Americans come here, please soon, because then you can go around town, and we've still got the original stuff. The Americans are sort of young compared to what we've got. If he went round St Paul's Cathedral up near there, and of course there's bits of the old Roman wall. There's all sorts of things around. He said they wanted to go to the Barbican, to the London Museum of London, and I said you should go. I said it's fabulous. It's a really good Museum of London. Well, it's got London history, and I went there for an exhibition, and it was called. In my mind, I'm seeing the Cheapside Hall. Cheapside is an area of London. And they were doing some digging for another building, and they found a chest. And when they opened up the chest, it was full of jewellery. And they assumed that it was a jeweller who'd lived in the area. And it was a bit like Gemporia, only better quality. And they found all this jewellery, and they put it on display, and they think it was a jeweller who'd stored everything in there, and then something had happened, or he was either hiding it or something like that. And so they put it on display, which was, went back, like the 1600s, I think, or something like that. I can't remember. Whatever it was, they had different jewellery in those days. There weren't lots of diamonds. It was just lots of cut bits and pieces. And I queued up with everybody else to go and see it because I like that. But then my father years ago had queued to see the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls, they uncovered, I think, around the Dead Sea in a cave. And it's the earliest form of writing of the sort of, it's like the Rosetta Stone. If you go to the British Museum, the one thing that all the kids will be standing around is the Rosetta Stone. It's and you can get as close to it as your nose can hit the glass. And it's the most photographed item, I think, in there. I went there to see the mummies, which was very interesting. They've still got a mummy room, which is good. And in fact, one of the mummies is still growing. Well, they say still growing. It's got ginger hair. A mummy with ginger hair. Because what they do, to be honest with you, I felt a bit odd about it. Because poor old Tutankhamun, once they dug him up, they then unwrapped him. And so he is residing in a glass box. The poor soul, yeah. He was admittedly, Tutankhamun was only 18 when he died. He was very young. I just imagined he'd be very, very old. And so he's lying there just wrapped in a sheet at the moment. And you think, for goodness sake, put him back in the ground. That's where he was intended to be. If I was one of his relatives, I'd be up in arms over it. But then I'm fascinated by the story of that. The teenage shepherds were the people who stumbled across the first set of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think it was about, I don't know, certainly a long time, about 1946. And they'd never toured. And so they then, somebody bought, they reckon they were 2,000 years old. Normally treasure hunters had broken into places and got hold of all these things. But these young shepherds threw a rock into an opening in the side of the cliff, so the story goes, and they heard a shattering sound. And then there were large clay jars which contained leather and papyrus scrolls. And I think there's about 800 or 900 of these manuscripts. And my father queued up to go and see them because we used to live in Egypt a long time ago. Yeah, I lived for 2 years in Egypt. Yeah, look at me. Do you not see there's a little bit of the Egyptian about me? You know, oh yeah, definitely, yeah. 2 years. I was very young, actually, but I do have pictures of me playing in the dirt. Because everywhere we went, yes, they gave me the scrolls. I was scribbling on them, colouring in and all that kind of stuff, as you do at the time. But in those days, the pyramids, there's a lovely picture of me in our back garden, or yard, as I think we called it. And in the distance, you can see the pyramids. But then, of course, now the city has moved out. And so the outskirts of the city, you're at the pyramids. You don't have to drive very far. They're there. Everything has expanded hugely, hugely. What else we got this morning? I was trying to think. Oh, yes, the Meghan and Harry thing. More economics with the truth, I'm afraid. Honestly, do they really think that we are so dumb that somebody's not going to check? You know, all this, we kind of like phoned Queenie and told her about we're going to use Lilibet. Unfortunately, before they even got to that, they'd registered the name Lilibet Diana, I think before the Sprog was born. And then after the Sprog was born, a couple of days later, they did lilydiana.com because they didn't want somebody else using it. You selfish pair of baggages, honestly. What do you mean you don't want somebody else using it? What, do you think you got the monopoly on the names? I mean, really? The trouble is, you see, because nobody's ever told Harry off, he just thinks you go ahead and do it. They were saying in the papers he'll be arriving in the country very shortly. I couldn't care less. I'm not remotely interested in seeing him, hearing anything about him, but he features in the paper. Somebody wrote to me the other day, and they said, oh, it's nice to know that you're keeping their sort of publicity going, because you don't like them. Well, it's not a case of I don't like them. I'm just bored with them. I'm bored with them. It's not a case I don't like them. How can you not like somebody you don't know? But I'm bored with them. I don't want to hear about them. But they feature in the papers every day. So, you have to feature something. If it's in the papers, we have to feature it. It's like, you get stupid people going, oh, why is it always bad news in the newspapers? And you go, well, what's the point of putting in, oh, the sun came out today? Nobody's interested in good news. People are interested in bad news. Bad news gets people talking. Bad news gets people fired up. Bad news gets people going, well, I don't like that, and you shouldn't have said this, or, this isn't right. And you think, yeah, but that's what life is all about. It would be so boring if we were all the same. Can you imagine how dull it would be if we all agreed on just about everything? Well, we don't. But of course, people who don't agree with anything I say or what Nick says or James O'Brien or Eddie Mayer or Ian Dale or Sheila, any one of a number of presenters on LBC, all with their own agendas, all with their own interests, all with their own, way of looking at things. I mean, I might not agree with some of them, but, it doesn't make any difference to me. You get people writing in, oh dear, they get themselves in such a little twist, their poor little knickers, and you know that they don't have any friends. They've got nobody else to talk to. They've got nothing else at all. And so they write in. They're basically woke. Woke snowflakes. That's what they are, I'm afraid. Cara Delevingne today on her boring sex life. I mean, I'm sorry, darling, we were doing quite nicely not hearing about you. And the most hilarious story I read in the paper is that Amy Winehouse apparently was a big fan of Countdown and was always getting the word right and the complicated mathematical problems. Jackanory. This is some ex-boyfriend or driver or somebody who's trying to flog it. And of course, you can say anything you like about her. I mean, did you know she was very good at origami? I'm just sort of mentioning that now because you can't prove she wasn't. I can't prove she did. Des O'Connor was doing it when she was alive. Really? Yeah. We love Des O'Connor. He was fab. He was showbiz legend. Definitely showbiz legend. But, fancy saying she was good at the words. She was barely compos mentis most of the time. How on earth could she have done the words and the mathematical problems and things like that? It's just a load of old rubbish, but they'll say anything now, won't they? Oh, Diana did this, Diana did that. Nobody knows. She's not with us to answer back. So the idea that Amy Winehouse loved Countdown, yeah, bright colours, flashing, it must have been really wonderful for her. Honestly. You do give up, do you, half the time? Dawn Neeson, talking about wokes today. She thinks they're pants. I agree with them as well. And then yesterday they got, it's a public gift. It's a publicity gift. On This Morning, they do a competition where people have written in and you pay whatever it is. It's a premium rate thing. And then your name goes into a barrel or something. And then they pick a name out and then you can come on the line. But you have to answer the phone with something like, Steve Allen is marvellous. And if you answer the phone and go, hello, they hang up on you. You've got to come up with the phrase or saying. So, I'm campaigning for Steve Allen on LBC is the bestest ever. Anyway, this particular woman does it, and then you can spin the wheel, and so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And she got £1,000, which is very nice. She was very happy. Unfortunately, she's been given 3 months to live, and so Alison Hammond turns up with how they worked that out, I've got no idea. How do they know she was going to win down there? But anyway. So she did. So Alison Hammond goes down and goes, oh, you've won! Because she's sort of bigger than life, certainly larger than life. And then she sort of says, I've got 3 months to live, so I'm going to put this into a party. So, quite rightly so, the two presenters who were on a small fortune say, we'll add another £1,000 to it. Now, whether it's them or whether it's the programme, I don't know. Either way, it was a nice gesture. So she's now got £2,000. That is a lot of stuff at Iceland, I'm telling you. You can get platters and trays of sandwiches and prawns and everything at Iceland. 60 pieces for a £5. I mean, that's one hell of a party. So she's got £2,000, but she's only got 3 months to live. I don't know how any of us would ever cope with sort of things like that. If somebody said to you, if you went to the doctor or you go for a CT scan or whatever it is, it's a case of, how would you cope if somebody said, listen, you have this or you have that and you've only got 3 months to live? I would be ripping my clothes off and going out there and causing absolute mayhem. What have you got to lose, for goodness sake? What have you got to lose? You get arrested. Yes, indecent exposure. And I go, it doesn't really qualify as indecent, does it? Just sad and tragic.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Be caring, my producer said to me. Be caring in the morning, Steve. I said, well, I love being caring. Oh, Jeremy Clarkson has apologised after his farm shop's local jam. And the Daily Star page 3 girl, you know the one we told you about the other day, who has one name in real life and then another name when she's modelling. And her mum told her to be page 3 girl because she's got talent, which is marvellous. And she has sex 8 times a day. And they're now pumping out all the usual gurge and dirge and bilge and all the rest of it. Jim says Alan, because he's obviously a bit... You're fairly old, aren't you, Jim? I didn't realise how old you were, actually. But it's Steve. You know, perhaps you're a bit... Get some new batteries and then you can hear properly. If you're bored with Harry and Meghan, why do you keep banging on about them? Because they're in the papers every day, darling. Are you the sort of person who would go, OK, we're in the middle of World War II. Why are you talking about World War II all the time? You know, because it's in the papers every day. I appreciate, Jim, that you're fairly ancient and, you know, and you don't really understand how things work. But if it's in the newspapers, it's in the contract, I have to mention it. But it's Steve, by the way. So, you know, an old man of your age should certainly know how to address people. You not think so? But he says, why don't you leave them alone? Ooh. You like them, do you? How lovely. Steve, are you still off the Prosecco? Yeah. I might change, actually. I might... it's been a little while. I did have some champagne, actually. When did I have champagne? Afternoon tea. Yeah, we had 2. I only had a couple of glasses. My former groovy gang... I call them my former groovy gang, but we're still in contact, which is, as you know, in this business, it's fantastic and very nice. So I did have about a glass and a half of champagne, mainly because that was the first time I'd had it. And then we had to walk to Hyde Park because we were meeting, some other people. And then we just sat down and we just gossiped for a couple of hours. It was lovely, actually. If somebody had gone past with an ice cream cart, you know, ting, 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 I'd have bought an ice cream or a cup of tea or something like that. It was fantastic. But it's nice, Jim, when you can do that, isn't it? Go out with friends. Sorry. See, BBC 4. I don't think I get BBC 4. Do I? Oh, I do, apparently. Showing old episodes of The Cruise with Jane McDonald. Oh, I thought that was great. Do you remember Paddington Green? Paddington Green was hilarious. Hilarious. They had a hooker on there who worked Paddington Green. It was a docu-soap based around Paddington. They had a locksmith. They had all sorts of different people. And I thought it was great. But I loved The Cruise with Jane McDonald. I thought that was really, really nice. There you go, Paddington Green. They did 53 episodes. So Harry, I think passed on now, he had the wig maker shop. We used to call him Mr. Wiggy. Mr. Wiggy. Jackie was the transsexual woman working the streets of Sussex Gardens. And as far as I know, she could still be out there working the streets. And she also played the piano. Claudia worked in her father's scooter business. Jason was the one working as the locksmith. Danny was the bus conductor for London Transport. And there were various other people who worked there. Dave, of course, you remember, who was the wheeler dealer. Neil was the estate agent. Kelly. Helen was the taxi driver. But the ones that they concentrated on was Jackie, Harry the wig maker, and the bloke who did the keys. And it was fascinating. It was really fascinating because we saw Jackie going out to work because Sussex Gardens is notorious for hookers. I mean, whether it still is, I've got no idea. And people would cruise around and around. It must be a nightmare for people who live in the area. And she was one of those. And then she came in here because she brought out a CD. She plays the piano, apparently. Very useful. Very, very useful. But interesting. Very interesting. And I wish they'd bring it back again, you know, and have something else. You know, just to sort of take our mind off it. Because to be honest with you, I did watch, I'm afraid, The Only Way is Essex. And it must be the only time I've ever seen Bobby Cole Norris, you know, because he's like really successful, sitting in a sauna with 2 of the other hunky blokes in the series. I say hunky blokes, they can't all talk like that. I don't know if she's going to go out with me or she ain't going to go out with me. And then we had little Chloe Sims proving once again she's struggling with the English language. Gemma, actually must have been an old one because Gemma was enormous, the size of 2 small beach huts, and still working in her shop, which didn't have any customers. I'm not even sure if if the shop is still there, or whether she just sells online. But Doesn't really quite work, does it? Steve, I bought a lovely canal boat watering can with flowers on, says Jackie. They're nice, aren't they? I like stuff like that. Steve, away in July for a few days sounds suspiciously like a quick getaway to Vegas. No. Shop is still there, opens at 10 a.m. It's still there, is it? God in heaven. Who goes there? Who goes there? Because it was for the plus-size girls. Now, of course, she's not the same. Well, I mean, that's, what's the point of having it? But I suppose people are there. Whether or not it's working, I don't know. Lawrence says flat white or latte. Neither. I don't even know what a flat white is. I know it's a coffee, but I mean, I'm not remotely interested. And a latte. No, because that's all milk, isn't it? I do cappuccino, extra dry. Just it, which is just the coffee with a little bit of foam on the top of it, just to sort of dilute it a little bit. But that's a flat white, is it? Don't you hate those stupid patterns they do on the top? Oh, look, we've done your name. Here's a flower. I mean, put it this way, if you're that stupid to pay that sort of money for a cup of coffee, I mean, I'm always horrified. It's just basically fluffy milk. A little piddly bit of coffee in the bottom. We have the little sort of glass jar. I'll tell you, I remember seeing a film called Broadcast News years ago, and they were ordering these double decaf, so-and-so, and I was laughing, thinking, that'll never arrive over here. And blow me down, what do we get over here? Blooming coffee shops. Steve, love Paddington Green. My God, a blast from the past. And adore Jane McDonald too. Love the new shows Cruising with Jane and modern-day Judith Chalmers. And by the way, says Paul, I'm bored with Harry and her too. Well, they can't tell the truth. Jim loves them, though. He's probably got pictures up on his walls. Love you, Harry. Love you, that kind of... I love it when people say, love you, and you think to yourself, you really are mad, aren't you? But isn't it funny how you could tell somebody's age by their name? Jim is an old name. You're not going to find anybody nowadays, really, if they're under the age of 60 or 70, called Jim. It's even Jimmy doesn't work anymore. It's like somebody called Arnold. That's going to be an old person. Or Sue. You think Sue? Oh, right, you think Sue? That's strange, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose we go for more modern names. I remember somebody complained once because they were called Joan. They didn't complain they were called Joan, but they were complaining about the presenter who'd said that's obviously a very old person's name. And of course, it is, and she was. You don't get Baby Joan. Oh, look, here's Joan. No, Joan is an old name. I had an Auntie Joan. Sadly not with us, but she was lovely. But it was an age thing. My mother was a Jean. Well, you don't find people called Jean nowadays, do you? There are certain names. And when you get sort of Jim, you know that he's basically, sitting there in an old armchair with some cushions staring out the window with his little computer on, which is lovely. But Paddington Green, why don't they bring out those things on DVD box sets? I would buy Paddington Green and I would buy The Cruise with Jane McDonald. I would have no hesitation in that whatsoever. I don't want to sit there watching on YouTube. I want to sit there and watch them at my leisure. At the moment, I'm watching Yes, Prime Minister. My God, they were good programmes. When you think all of the main characters are all dead. All the three main characters are dead in it now, which is a shame. Sir Humphrey Appleby, he died. The other one, Sir Arnold still alive? Who's that? The guy with the big glasses. Never even heard of him. Who is it? What, is he in Yes, Prime Minister? Is he? Why do you pick on the characters nobody's ever heard of? Yeah, Derek, who was outside, he died. He went into Heartbeat. And Paul Eddington died as well some time ago. Oh, blimey. He's still alive. Yeah, but not much point of him being alive if all the others aren't with us. He's very old now, though. I know they feel. Steve, Sussex Garden says, most still full of vice girls and guys. I only know that because I drop a lot of people off of my taxi there. Oh, interesting. I mean, I always knew it. It's one of those areas that's always been, particularly popular, I think. Reggie says, extra dry cappuccino for me too, Steve, but must be in a takeaway cup. Yeah, I mean, it's just very expensive. It's just very expensive to buy a cup of coffee. That's what I think. Whereas I can make myself a cup of coffee in the morning, a little sachet of coffee, pour it in the thing, push my little hot water machine, boiling hot water, cold milk in the fridge. I mean, coffee marked up. Having told you the other day that we can make a pizza that sells to you for 18 quid for under £2, Coffee is marked up at around 800% in coffee shops. And don't give me this cobblers about, oh, well, they've got to pay overhead rents and everything else. In Twickenham, we've got an old phone box, an old red phone box. It's been converted into a coffee shop. Yeah. The bloke obviously rents it from whoever owns the blooming thing. And he said, and there's always quite a number of people queuing outside to get a cup of coffee. Because they go, oh, you're having to pay for staff costs. Well, I tell you what, that's like tipping people in restaurants. Tell me when my food is ready and I'll go and collect it. I've only got to go in the kitchen and go, table 30, and they go, yeah, it's there on the side. You just pick it up and go back to the table again. Janet says, I've got a hospital appointment later and I'm worried. Why? Listen, I've been in hospital, believe you me, more times than most people, and I get a bit worried. Then after I've been through the procedures, I'm okay. I don't necessarily like the procedures, but, I'm supposed to be the sort of person, if you listen to on the radio, you're thinking, if I sit here and go, oh, my God, I've got to have this procedure done or that, and I'm absolutely terrified, and then I come back and I go, it was awful. Other people are going, oh, my godfathers. I don't want to do that. Other old names, Edna, Doris, Ronald, Roger and Bernard. Bernard's an old name, isn't it? Well, definitely Doris and definitely Edna. Definitely. But, and so we've now added Jim to that list as well. Poor old Jim, honestly.
This is where we come to get away, to think, to feel, to breathe. Where we can be together, or be alone. Just us, our thoughts, and the trees. Standing tall, always there. Will you be there for them? Join the Woodland Trust for £4 a month to help protect and restore our woodland havens, and create new ones too. For our well-being, for our wildlife. Join today at woodlandtrust.org.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. It's Wednesday, and we like Wednesday. We like Wednesday a lot because it's halfway through the week. And if you get paid monthly, you get paid Friday. You should get paid Friday this week. Steve, don't forget Enid. I know my Auntie Enid is old, I'm afraid. Is old. She can't help it. Mind you, I think she was born old. I don't think she ever thought she was young, but that was good. Steve, pleasure to be joining you this morning. And after a bad trip all night, sitting in my van eating porridge, and you're making me laugh. My mum's new husband is called Jim. Old. Because if it's your mum's going to be obviously older than you, so Jim is going to be fairly ancient as well. But I love it. Poor old Jim, honestly. It's his only little bit of fame he's had, but nobody knows it. Somebody else was saying, have you ever tried a Turkish coffee? No, that's quite strong Turkish coffee, isn't it? I seem to remember little tiny cups. And it's quite sort of, isn't it quite a thick coffee? Oddly, I'm not a huge coffee fan. I've had a few, I used to fall into that trap of going, I'll have a coffee in the morning, that'll wake me up, and doesn't actually work like that at all. So I drink coffee at home. I have one in the morning or two if I'm pushing it. And then from then on, when I come into work, it's tea all the way through. And I don't have another coffee in the day, well, not as far as I remember. No, I mean, occasionally I might have had a coffee, but I can't really I'd rather have a hot chocolate. Hot chocolate's a bit sort of nice, and especially if it's got cream on it. That's really quite nice, actually. I don't know, I don't think I've ever had a mocha. I just have a normal coffee, but it's got to be a little tiny bit of milk. I don't want anything that's full of loads of milk and everything else. I like an Irish coffee, but it looks so chav, doesn't it? When you're sitting in a place. Where's that place that we all used to go to years ago? Harvesters. You'd go in there, and when I was younger, and they had all these different places you could go to. There was a big one in Staines, the Crooked Billet it was. And was that a Beefeater? And you'd go in there, and it had red carpeting, and it was all wooden beams and everything else. And it was a big treat for us to eat out, because we didn't go out to eat very often because it was an expensive thing to do. And we would go to the Crooked Billet if we were, I don't know why we'd be passing. I suppose my dad got lost or something. But anyway, we would go there and they'd go, what would you like for your starter? And a starter could be either an orange juice, pate, or a prawn cocktail. I mean, a prawn cocktail was considered the height of decadence. Seriously, we're having a prawn, and then for your mains, you used to say the waitress, and you'd go, I think I'll have the steak. And they used to do the smallest steak ever. They go, how would you like that cooked? Well, I didn't know. So for my entire life, I've always ordered steaks medium. Always ordered. I think it's gone now, the crooked billet. It's all... Are they rebuilding it or something? Is that... I mean, I thought they were pulling it down, but it looks as though it might still be there. I think it's gone. Bit of a shame. And then for pudding... For pudding, it would be, okay, we'd bring the sweet trolley round. Ooh, yeah, woo, and they'd have strawberries on it, profiteroles, fruit salad, or the ultimate favourite, Black Forest Gatto. And that, I mean, what this thing cost, I don't know. It was so 70s. It was so 70s. It really was. But we liked it because it was a bit posh. And then you go out and there'd be other people waiting for their tables in there. It was the fact the whole place was carpeted. And it was this red with a pattern on it. And I used to think, well, I thought it was quite... And I used to dress for it. You know, we wouldn't have dreamed of going out in a pair of... In fact, I don't think I even possessed a pair of jeans when I was younger. I don't think jeans existed, just in cowboy films. But I don't think we ever had jeans. I had tracksuit bottoms and a little pair of shorts. I was 36. 36. You make up your own stories. But no, we didn't have... I didn't get jeans till much further down the line. I just don't remember them because I tell you for why. They didn't have jean shops or these sort of big supermarkets and the big stores and the shopping. We didn't have anything like that. It didn't exist. Shane says, what about Cyril / Shane in Sydney? Well, Shane, I mean, I would have thought could be a younger person's name quite easily. Cyril might be pushing it a little bit. Cyril could be pushing it a little bit. Jim short for James. No, it's not. No, Jim short for Jimmy. See you, Jimmy. Remember that one? See you, Jimmy. And so, no, definitely not short for James. We've got loads of other abbreviations for James. Steve, listened to you for years but never been in contact. Up at 4 for a 5-hour drive down to Plymouth, says Ashley. Oh, God. 5-hour drive to Plymouth. What a ghastly... What a horrible thing. That's... I mean, the nice thing is you've got the radio. Like, you know, and you've got to have somebody to keep you awake. You know, it'll keep you awake. I mean, LBC all the way down, actually, which is very, very good indeed. Very good. But I couldn't cope with a 4-hour... And do you have to work after that? Oh, dear, that would really... That would send me off my trolley. Is the motorway lit all the way down? Because if it's not lit, you end up watching the white line. That's all you'd see is the white lines, and it becomes quite mesmerising. They always say, pretty light outside now, is it? Oh, wow. Yeah, but he's in Lincoln. They don't get it till later. They haven't paid. They have to pay to get the light. But he's also, you know, he's also got a long time to go. 5-hour drive down to Plymouth. Mind you, I mean, I suppose you could all stop on the way and have breakfast. But then the trouble is, after you've eaten breakfast, you just want to go to sleep, don't you? Go all the way to Plymouth and then have breakfast. So if it's 5 hours, 5, 6... Oh, nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, my Godfathers. Practically on to lunchtime, aren't you? Practically on to lunchtime. Another civil servant making a fool of herself on Love Island. Oh, my God, there's some right old drearies on it. And they were dropping a hint in the paper. They were saying, oh, we think that Gordon Ramsay's daughter, Holly, is it? Could be going on to Love Island. Her sister dropped a hint. And they think, well, she's not been announced. We've already seen the people who are on it. And a bigger bunch of Z-listers you'd be hard-pushed to find. Steve, sorry? Megan Ramsay. Megan Ramsay. Steve, Jim is short for James. Many a boy called James has been called Jim, and I've taught a lot of Jims. Yeah, whatever. Steve, can you tell the difference between Prosecco and Champagne? Of course. It's so ridiculous. The one, the Crooked Billet is gone, but there's a Harvester up the road in Ashford. I live without it. I've been to Ashford once. Woo. There's the place you keep your doors locked and keep driving through. And Steve, do you shout? Do I shout? I don't think so, no. I've never shouted. I could actually, Declan. I could. He says, I broke my Groovy Gang glass. Did you really break it, or was that in a dream? Honestly, wasn't that a record? Who did that? Was it John Lennon? Sometimes in a dream. Number 9, Dream. George Harrison. Just remembered. Sorry, I had to think about these things. Lee says, you never hear of an Audrey now. No, you don't. Again, these are generational names. Nowadays, you're more likely to find somebody with stupid spelling. You know, sort of Amy. Aymeeeh. H. And, you know, silent H. basically silent, full stop. We will go through the papers. There's lots of interesting stories. Not really. The main one being, of course, just for you, Jim. It's the story of Harry and Meghan and how they'd registered as domain names. I'll have to explain to you what a domain name is, because I've got a sneaking feeling you might not know what it is. It's where you take your own name, like steveallen.com. It's mine. I own it. OK? So it means that nobody else could be steveallen.com. You know, that's how it works. And so they've actually got Meghan. No, sorry, they've got Meghan's babies. They were saying that Harry's coming over here, like anybody cares. Well, Jim will be there waving his little flag, you know, if you can get the bus. And actually, somebody asked me about a bus this morning. Anyway, so I was sort of thinking, yeah, they registered the domain names of Lilibet, Diana, and LilyDiana.com. So that nobody can sort of copyright them and sell. I mean, they really are peculiar, very peculiar. Yeah, so I'm waiting for the car this morning, of which we later went on a tour of Richmond. I don't know, it's such a straight road for me. It's Twickenham, 316, straight into town. Nope, we did the lower road through Richmond town centre. Then we had to go down the Kew road because they were digging up the other road. Council, they were sometimes sat-navs. One of them, I said, he sort of, after he picked me up, he started to go round the back streets of Twickenham. I thought, no, we just do a U-turn in the road. Are you allowed to do that? Yes, that's why I'm telling you. You know, I wouldn't be sort of doing something if it was illegal. And so he said, well, it's saying going up here. I said, listen, I've lived here for 30 years. I know every road. You know, listen, pal, I said. He said, my name's not Pal. And I said, well, it is as far as I'm concerned. John says, how about Percy? I don't know Percy. I always think of Percy Sugden. But the old-fashioned boy's name, Arthur, was a firm fixture in the top 10 names for boys in the 1900s. But then it sort of dropped. It dropped. And then it sort of came back in. Ada was another one. Made a comeback, rose up the list to 47. So it's interesting, isn't it? But I think also the characters in Peaky Blinders, Tommy and Esme, have also, because people go and tell me and go, should we call Kiddie Tommy? Should we do that? You know, that's a nice name, isn't it? Should we spell it Tomeee? Because believe you me, there'll be somebody in the country who spells it like that. Simon in Essex says, I had an aunt Elsie. My gran was Olive and her sister was Dolly. I think Dolly is such a good name. I really do. Yeah. Goodbye, Dolly, I must leave you. Mark says, you superstitious? No, fingers crossed. No, I'm not superstitious. No, I don't believe in any of that gubbins. But I mean, touch wood, not in the studio. Wish I could find some. But I don't walk under ladders. And, you know, because that's supposed to be bad luck, isn't it? And black cats as well, all that sort of thing. But it doesn't, no. So definitely not superstitious. Steve, my parents' names are real old-fashioned, Ivan and Carmen. Carmen. You see, now Carmen, she's got to be Italian, hasn't she? Carmen, come on. Or Spanish, no, Spanish. Spanish or Italian, I suppose. Lucinda's a nice name, says Lawrence. It is, actually, yes. You see, Lucinda could be a younger person's name nowadays, because we've got Lucinda Horsley out there as well, and she's not an old person at all. In fact, she's half my age. Anya, heard people call it. Yeah, I know. I don't know, but I've heard of it. Callum, we've got a couple of Callums in this building. Very young, very young. Bear, yes, Bear seems to be very popular, doesn't it? Bear is, hasn't old Cheryl, YA, her sprog's called Bear, isn't he? Bear Payne. Bear Payne. It just doesn't sound right, does it? Perhaps they never think about that. Perhaps they sit there going, what should we call it, Cheryl? I don't know. Let's call it Bear. I mean, Bear Grylls we accept, but not Bear Payne. I mean, that just sounds ludicrous. Poor soul, honestly. It's got to live with that for the rest of its life.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, Simon says in the 60s we had a cleaner called Ethel. God, you're posh, aren't you? We've never met anybody with a cleaner. What, you actually knew their first name? I thought it'd just be Oi You. And Brian in Bromley, my granddaughters are called Florence and Mabel. You see, I think Florence and Mabel's okay. I think they're sort of fairly adaptable names. You don't find people called Steve nowadays. You really don't. I had a cousin who was called Julian, and he wanted to change his name, so he changed his name because he hated the name Julian, and he's called Barry now because he liked the name Barry better. And I've not seen him for donkeys yet. He used to come round to my place when I lived in Isleworth some years ago. He used to have a motorbike. And I went on the back of it down the motorway once, down the M4, frightened the light. I thought I was dying. I sat on the back of this motorbike and we bombed it down the motorway. And then I was talking to Joanne Webb the other day. You know, she does art. She's had her hair all done, actually. Very, very glamour at the moment. But anyway, she was back in and she said, you have a new fan. And I said, how did you know that? I ordered it from JML. I said, it's only very small. She said, no, my father listens. She said, for some reason, he started listening some while ago. She said, and now he's hooked on the programme. And the one question he asked of her is, how old is Steve Allen? Because he sounds so young. Doop-doop-doop-doop. And she said, well, he's older than I am. He said, is he? And I tell you what it is. It's because I don't smoke. I think if you smoke, it makes you... I can listen to people on LBC, people phoning up, I've said this a million times before, and I can tell whether they're a smoker or not, because you can just hear it in somebody's voice. Well, I've not smoked for donkey's shit, but I was very, very heavy smoker, so I never condemn it, because I loved it. I mean, I could sit doing a programme, 60 a day. 60 a day. From the moment I got... Even before I left for work in the morning, I could have had 10. Never thought anything about it at all. Loved it. I mean, I couldn't afford to do it now. I seriously couldn't afford to smoke. About £13 a packet. £13. Good grief. Steve, we had a cat called Cooking Fat. Yeah, what was there was a joke about cats. I'm trying to remember what it was, actually. It was told by... who told the joke? I can't remember who told it. It's a very funny one, actually. And my father was Clarence Ninian Octavius when he married. Even the vicar commented on it. Have you watched the YouTube thing? I hope you've taken my advice on the YouTube thing, which is a vicar who appeared on Britain's Got Talent, and he sings, the Irish one. He sings Hallelujah to this couple, and he's so good. I clapped at the end, and I wasn't even there. He sings this thing, and he just brings... It really is the best thing I've ever seen. Perhaps you have to pay extra. And Stella says, some years ago I used to drive my daughter to junior school. On 2 occasions I forgot my car at the school and would walk home. I'd then get to the driveway and panic. The car's been nicked. The singing vicar is Father Ray Kelly. Well, I tell you, if you find him on YouTube, but find him singing at this wedding, because it's so good. It really is. You know, and for those people, maybe you're getting married this year, hoping to get married this year, hoping to have a few people in. And, you know, I tell you, all I'm looking forward to is going out to restaurants and not having to be socially distanced. I don't want to be socially distanced anymore. You know, I want to be able to go to the theatre and not be socially distanced. Wendy's is returning to the UK, says Matt. What do you mean return? Where have you been? They're back already. They've been in Reading for the last 2 weeks, for God's sake. God, blimey, honestly. You need to listen to LBC more, Matt. Obviously a very, very young person's name, Matt. I used to have a producer called Matt years ago. First name, Door. It's 6 minutes to 5. So Clarkson says sorry after the farm shop's local jam. The mum who got sent into labour. No, that's not like the John Burko story. Got sent into labour with the shock of £1 million lottery win. She won £1 million, went, birth, and all the rest of it. And I thought, it's only £1 million. You can tell they don't live in London. People going, oh, look, we want £1 million. We can buy that parking space now we were looking at the other year. Because you're not going to get anywhere to live, are you? I mean, that's just nothing at all. And then people go, oh, I got £1 million. I can live like a millionaire for the rest of my life. No, you won't. You blooming well won't, I tell you. By the time you bought a house, you know, 400,000, 500, you don't want to buy some pokey little place, do you? I mean, around, well, in our area, 700,000 for a flat. 700,000. That's what they're putting them up in Twickenham. 700,000, and there's no parking space. You've got to purchase a parking space. I mean, it's just blooming ridiculous. But anyway, so imagine if you win that. By the time you'd furnished the place, you've spent your money. It's gone. It's all right. If you live in, say, Birkenhead, and somebody's got to, it's a case of you can probably get cheaper property up there. But even so, £1 million is not like years ago when you could buy a house for, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. I mean, if you were spending £50,000, you could get a hell of a place. Hell, nobody wanted big houses. Nobody wanted big houses. People wanted, sort of the sort of things that they could afford. But nowadays, £1 million. When we had our first £1 million property in Twickenham, I remember going to have a look at it. And I remember thinking, where do people get £1 million from nowadays? So it was then I put myself forward for Love Island as Samantha. And, I'm still waiting to hear. I sent in a photo and everything. Admitted it was sepia. But I sent in the picture and I was still waiting for the response back. I've got all my answers lined up, Yes, I want to be on here because I want to meet people and find a relationship, As if. Steve, it's from the old Carry On film. Do you know, everything's from an old Carry On film. But at the moment I'm currently watching Yes, Prime Minister because the scripts are so good and the acting is so good. I can watch them time and time again. It was said to be Margaret Thatcher's favourite programme because it was so near the truth. So near the truth. In fact, it was almost so near the truth they began to wonder if they had hidden microphones. Steve, so right about smokers. Dale, Brucey and Tommy Cooper all sounded like they smoked. I don't think Bruce... I can't remember if Bruce did. Tommy Cooper... I think he might have done. Dale definitely did. He actually went on a TV programme to try and give up smoking, and he couldn't. He just found it impossible to give up smoking. So when he used to film The Lottery at the BBC, he was the only one there who was smoking. They would bring an ashtray onto it because it's totally forbidden to smoke on sets. And it's like smoking in here. I can't smoke in here unless I'm on fire. But he used to smoke in the studio. And then they go, Dale, we need you now. And you go... And he put the cigarette out, rush onto the set, do the little bit, back, light up the cigarette again. Because he was what they call an addict, but he liked smoking. And as far as I remember, I don't ever remember hearing him with a cough or anything like that. Whether or not it was the smoking that got him in the end, I'm not sure. I think he'd been ill for some time, and it just sort of escalated, as it does for a lot of people. They had a woman on the television yesterday. I think she was on that. I can't remember the name. Steph's programme, Packed Lunch. Oh, God, it is the dreariest programme on the television. It really is. They had 2 cooking segments on it. 2 cooking segments. Somebody down by a lock cooking fish. And somebody in the studio, Jean-Claude Novelli, is it? Or that one. He talks like this. And I'd seen him on a Noel's Christmas present programme some years ago. He don't look any different. Looks exactly the same. And it does go on an awful long time, that programme. If it was cut down to like 3 minutes, I think that would be enough. You could just have her going, hello, John Christophe Novelli. Yeah. He seemed quite sweet. He was doing food on a budget. He was cooking chicken. And Steph goes, how much does that cost? She's a bit like that. And he went, it is £4.50. And I thought, oh... And I looked at it, I thought, it's only chicken drumsticks. It's not that exciting, is it, really? And they're actually quite cheap. I could eat a pack of chicken drumsticks now. But if they were cooked and they've got the Kentucky Fried Chicken stuff all over them. Steve, I loved my smoke too, says Kim, but it didn't love me. I'm never sanctimonious either. No, I mean, I can't be, because people could then go, oh, but you used to smoke cigarettes. So I'm never anti somebody who wants to smoke. If you want to smoke, smoke. It never affects me. I don't sort of get near a smoker and go, start coughing and wheezing, because I'm not. But I never developed a cough. In fact, actually, I've not had a cold for 2 years now. Sometimes I suffer in the winter. Being diabetic, we're a bit sort of susceptible. But I have my jabs and I have all my other bits and pieces. And so far, I've been exempt from it. You watch this year; it'll be the year I go down with the blooming cough and the cold and all the other stupid things. So what are we going to do now? Oh, I know what we'll do. I'll tell you what we'll do. Here is the scenario as it plays out. We're going to have the news at 5 o'clock. I know I'm spoiling you, but it's the best way to get you up, or if you're on a car drive at the moment, or you're lorry driving or bus driving or tube driving. I wonder if you could hear the programme if you're driving a tube. You probably could, or trains or something like that, because they're all automatic. You've just got to be there and steer the thing, I realise. And so I think what we'll do, we'll take a short break for the news at 5, and in 3 minutes' time we'll come back. We've got a poem for you, very apropos this morning. We take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Much like you, I've got a lot to complain about. Like open-toe sandals. Who thought that was a good idea? Who wants to look at toes? Adults who drink squash. Listen, you're a fully grown person. But I just got my Sky broadband and I've got no complaints.
Once again, Sky had the lowest number of complaints made to Ofcom for fixed-line broadband. To find out more, visit ofcom.org.uk. We're happy because you're happy.
Oh, hang on though. Noisy eaters. They're annoying.
Sky. Believe in better.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you're well. This is LBC. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast with you till 7, Monday through Friday. And it's the 23rd of June. So as I say, if you get paid monthly, you'll be paid this coming Friday. So just in time for the weekend and not a day too soon, as they say. The amount of people that I sort of bump into and they go, oh, I can't wait to be paid. Can't wait to be paid. You know, if it's been a particularly bad month with bills coming in and then this, and if you live in a flat, you've got service charges to pay, and then petrol, the ridiculous price, or the car. I mean, my car's got to go in for a service. God knows what it's going to cost. I'm hoping not very much. I've said just do a small service. That'll cover it. That'll cover it. Depends what they find. I mean, normally my car goes through quite easily. I saw something the other day. It was one of these. Now, what was the programme? It must have been like a watchdog, and it was a bloke. And I forget what his name was, but he was of the older generation. And with his bank account, he had platinum something, came free AA membership. Free AA membership. And so he thought, that's good. And he got it for a reduced price. It was 26 quid a month, and that covered him. So when you can imagine, he goes out one day and all of a sudden the car starts making this horrible noise. So he stops the car, pulls into a lay-by, has a look underneath it, and something that goes underneath the engine had fallen off. It needed replacing. So what does he do? He calls the AA, which you would do. I mean, I've got RAC membership, but believe you me, if you take out the cheapest membership, you're going to get no service whatsoever. You're going to get one call out or something like that. You just think you can call them out as often as you like for 20 quid a month. Think again. But anyway, so he calls out the AA and they go through it and they go, no, I'm sorry, we can't actually come out to you. Your car's not legal. And he said, yes, it is. They went, no, it's got no MOT. And he said, no, it has got an MOT. It has. Anyway, cut a long story short, the AA argue with him backwards and forwards. You don't have an MOT. He said, no, I've got an MOT. I promise you, I've only had it for the last 3 months. So he then, no, and they go, no, well, you haven't. So we won't be coming out to you. Click. Down goes the phone. So he thinks, wait a minute, this isn't right. So he goes on to because you can go onto the government website, and there is a website where you put your car number in, and it will tell you whether it's got MOT and blah, 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 and when it runs out. The DVLA website. And it shows he had an MOT. So he prints it off and he takes a photograph to send to the AA. They're still not having it. So he writes to their complaints department. He's really fed up, like really, really fed up. And he writes to the complaints department. He gets a really snooty letter back from the AA going, we have checked our figures and they were quite right not to come out to you. Your car's not legal. It has no MOT. And he said, I've just shown you on the government's website. What are you, dumb? In the end, he has to get a friend of his to use his RAC membership to get the car sorted out. And it was done very, very quickly. So, of course, the moment a television programme gets involved, back come the AA. Oh, we're so sorry. We're so sorry about this. You know, this was the information that we were just going for on the website, and that's all we had to go on at the time. We appreciate the fact it was wrong, but at the time we thought that was right, so here's £200 to basically make you go away and stop bothering us. And I remember thinking, do you know, if I had AA membership, I'd be going somewhere else. Because imagine if he'd been stuck in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a downpour or snowstorm or something like that, and he was elderly. You know, that's really appalling service and shame on them. But then they did say, of course, we've learnt by our mistakes. You think, wait a minute, we're in the year 2021. What do you mean you're still learning by your mistakes? What, that you get something wrong and basically say, we're not coming out, your car's illegal. You know, that's what you pay for. You pay for peace of mind. They always sell it to you, don't they, at all these different sort of places. I mean, I love it, but it's only because if I might get a flat tyre. And I have changed one of my tyres. Seriously, you've got to have the strength of Job. I mean, absolutely. Samson and Delilah were nothing on me. Steve, my grandparents were called Georgina and Sylvanus. Before the meeting, before the marriage, the priest says, it's such a name of a good saint. And my dad said he was no saint, earning him a kick under the table from my mum, says Winnie. Exactly. Winnie's an old name. But there was did you see the advert on the television for the postcode lottery? And the bloke goes, we're very lucky to have won this because we're pensioners. And the woman goes, what'd you tell them that for? I bet she was old. Julie says, I've just heard Father Ray sing at the wedding. Very good, isn't it? Paul says, as Noel Edmonds stepped away from television. Don't know why. Because they dropped his programme, didn't they? I don't think he bothers about money. He's done very well financially over the years. Very well. And somebody says, Steve, I'd love to see you on Love Island. Yes, I'd love to go there as well. And dismantle it. That would make me feel very, very happy. Very, very happy. And missed you a lot recently, says Phil in Bournemouth. Speaking of Yes, Prime Minister, can I recommend Veep, an American comedy about the US Vice President with Julia Louis-Dreyfus, an American comedy. I'm not big on American comedies, but this one's written by Armando Iannucci, among others, who's very good indeed. But the American comedies are so more sophisticated. But Yes, Prime Minister is fab. And Yes, Minister, I mean, it's so good, so good. I got a poem for you this morning by Jennifer Bates. Okay, probably know her younger... No, it doesn't matter. And this one is called I Love a Cup of Coffee. I love a cup of coffee. I like a brew or two, a mocha or a latte. Either one will do. I love a cup of coffee. A cappuccino hits the spot. Sprinkle it with chocolate and serve it piping hot. I love a cup of coffee, a short black or a long. Just push that little button and make it nice and strong. I love a cup of coffee, espresso or flat white. But don't add any sugar as the taste is always right. I love a cup of coffee. A macchiato is just fine. I'd rather have a coffee than a glass of wine. I love that little coffee bean, dark or mild or light, no matter what time of day, morning, noon or night. So if I haven't made it clear, I'll say it one more time. I love a cup of coffee. Is it your shout or is it mine? There you go. It's lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed. That was from Jennifer Bates. I love a cup of coffee. We do like coffee, but I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, is it, when they say, oh, you need it to keep you awake? Some people say, I mean, have you ever had a double espresso? Well, that knocks you back, doesn't it, really? It's a bit, yeah, you feel, I know, I mean, it's, yes, I feel awful even as I'm drinking the blooming thing. But I feel I should have it if I want to be a bit perky. But yesterday I was very perky. In fact, I've been quite perky for a while now, which worries me. They would say, but he sounded so perky, I know. And then he went. At least he went with a smile on his face, which is quite nice. Phil Vickery is with us this morning. So he must be doing this morning. He's up if he's up at this time, he's either heading back from somewhere filming or he's doing this morning. And I suspect he's probably doing this morning. And normally he lets us in on what he's actually cooking. Because I don't know what I'd want at the moment. I tell you what, what time do they get in? Yeah, what time do you get in, Phil? We don't know. I mean, what would you be in for? 6:30, 7 o'clock. We used to have to be for Channel 5. We were in for 8 in the morning for a script reading through. But I mean, I don't... Oh, we weren't on till lunchtime. It seemed to go on for ages and ages, I promise you. Phil says yesterday. Oh, you did it yesterday? Right. I didn't see it yesterday. It was all about sex. I can't watch something that depresses me, Phil. There's no point in doing any programmes on the television about sex. About, I just get very, very depressed about that. 7:30 is the time they normally get in. Because presumably you have to go there and they're going to go, what do you get? Because they have to have the cameras who will know he'll have a dish here, so then the camera can hold. You can't have cameras whizzing about all over the place. They've got to have it predetermined. So you basically do a run through, and then you'll have to do the other meal that's already sitting in the oven, so that you've made one earlier. They can go, it takes about 20 minutes, but here's one I did earlier, and they drag it out the oven. By which time Phil is shoving it down. He just doesn't put on any weight, does he, Philip, at all? But no, it was sex the other day in different positions. And frankly, I get very fed up with things like that, Phil, as you can imagine. Yeah, 8 times a day, some girl on Love Island. 8 times a day. Sorry, I just thought of something else which I can't talk about. But yes, so Phil in Bournemouth, thank you. I mean, you'll be quite glad to see people back down there, won't you? That'll be nice, see people back down in Bournemouth. Rehearsal, pack shot, coffee, then cook live. What did you do yesterday? Was it Was it something I would go, I don't know what I'm really wanting at the moment. I'm trying to think, because this weather is all over the place. I've started having, and I had it yesterday and the day before, in Marks and Spencer, because I can't cook, as you know, they do little sort of round things of vegetables. They do mushrooms in like a sauce, and then they do broccoli in like a sauce and cabbage in a sauce. And I just tip it all into the same frying pan, stick in a couple of little miniature sausages, well, like 6 or 7, and just let it steam away for about 15 minutes and have that. And there was so much of it yesterday, I had to leave a bit. My mother would have saved it and then dug it up the next day. Yeah, there you go. Broccoli is so fattening. Broccoli cheese bake is unbelievable. Unbelievable. See, I've had the sliced white mushrooms. I do like tender stem broccoli, but it's a bit wimpy, isn't it? Look at the fat there on that. The broccoli cheese bake, 18 grams of fat, 26%. It's like cauliflower cheese. Yeah, that's half of it. Cauliflower cheese is delicious. I love cauliflower cheese. In fact, actually, I could live, if I think about it, on cauliflower cheese and crispy roast potatoes. About 10 of them. Not huge ones, but little ones, but with cauliflower cheese. Phil has shared a picture with me, you know, because we're like that. We share pictures, and it's pasta bolognese cake. And where's it gone to? Oh, there it. Oh my goodness, oh, blimey, that's interesting, isn't it? So when you say pasta bolognese cake, is it? It is bolognese. It's shaped like a cake. It's very, very glamorous, Phil. Honestly. The trouble is, that's the sort of person to go out with, isn't it? If you're going to go out with somebody who can cook. Or failing that, somebody who can cut your hair. Either, I wouldn't be that fussy at all. We were saying the other day, we thought that would be the best person to have. Somebody who would actually sort of, you know, actually cook you meals every day. So you don't have to go anywhere near the kitchen. They go, I'm doing, oh, blimey. Oh, it's lovely. It looks quite nice. And I'm not even a fan of pasta. So in other words, you'd have to do it twice. You've got to make the thing, put it in the oven, so it's all ready for when you do the reveal. Yeah, it does. I mean, do you do it all yourself, Phil? Or you... When we I'm only going to tell you this now, I'll probably get to dread for it, but Ken Hom, you know, the Chinese cook, chef, he when he comes in, he has people who arrive in advance and cut all the vegetables up and everything else. So all he's got to do is put it into the wok and stir it round. Because we used to have people who used to come in and cook for us on LBC. I would have people coming in, chefs and restaurants and everything else. But it was lovely, because when somebody cooks you the food, you're duty bound to eat it. I mean, it was really delicious. I wouldn't have done it at home. I really wouldn't. Right, what do we got? Thank you, Phil, for that. So 7:30 they get in there. And then, of course, you've got to go to hair and makeup and all the stuff.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Shane says, I've just had my first jab. I've got to wait for 15 minutes before I can go. Really? Why'd you have to wait 15 minutes? I went in there, I rolled up my sleeve, they gave me the injection, I put my coat on and I walked straight out the door. I didn't have any of this waiting around for 15 minutes. None of that kind of thing. Thank you very much indeed. I know other people do. Pfizer, you have to wait for... Oh, really? I said I didn't have that. I had AstraZeneca, which I think is the more popular one. And obviously for expensive people, I think. I suppose if you're sort of at the slightly cheaper end of the market, you have that one, don't you? But you have Pfizer. Pfizer's more expensive, you see. We don't need that. Kim says, is Phil single? Well, I don't inquire about things like that. I think that's far too rude to try and work out if somebody he has been married. And, I mean, he might be single at the moment. The trouble is, if you're working all the time, anybody will tell you in the business, it's quite stressful to keep a relationship going for the simple reason you just don't have enough time to get everything in. You know, and whilst people are trying to earn a living... And that's the big problem nowadays. That's what Denise Welsh was saying. You know, a lot of her actor friends have not been in work for ages and ages and ages. And when you think some of these people, I mean, if you're cooking on the television, and cooking seems to be the new sex, and well, we wish, and that seems to work. And then people go off and make different programmes about, you know, cooking abroad or going round, you know, Ireland or Wales or wherever it happens to be, doing local food. People like things like that. You know, because we want to see something. I mean, I can't cook for toffee and I have no interest at all in cooking, but I don't mind watching somebody else doing it. I don't like the baking programmes. I'm fed up with these non-existent so-called celebrities. I mean, I don't do Bake Off. I don't do anything like that at all. I think it's very lovely and very wonderful, but a few of them on there, you think, God, you've really scraped the barrel for this person. So I prefer a proper meal. How to get the best roast potatoes, how to get the best this, meal on a budget, how to, somebody gives you, a packet of mince or something like that and a tin of beans. I can do a wonderful thing with it. Just throw it all in the same fry. I'm very much a one frying pan person. If I'm cooking anything, it all goes in the frying pan. So if I'm doing a stir fry, I'll sort of cut up some bacon, always scissors in the kitchen. Never use a knife. Don't possess any kitchen knives at all. Always scissors, cut it all up, throw it in the frying pan, let that cook off a bit, and then start adding bits and pieces over the top, and then chucking on a packet of Uncle Ben's rice. And that for me is a meal. So, there's no point. I couldn't be bothered to learn. I really can't. I'm far too impatient. So what I do is I time everything to fit in. So whilst I was cooking my tea yesterday, I had the hose on and I was ready to do the thing. So and I knew I was coming back to make a phone call, and then I just turned. And so it all fits in. Because I couldn't possibly have something to eat and then go, I've got to go and water the plants. That's 20 minutes I'm never going to get back out of my life. So 15 minutes you've got to wait if you do the Astra, the Pfizer one. Okay. But in my one, I was just in and out, which was very good. The row over whether Harry and Meghan asked the Queen if they could use the private nickname Lilibet for their baby girl was reignited yesterday. They just can't tell the truth. I just don't... It's really bizarre. Harry and Meghan insisted they snapped them up to stop profiteers cashing in. Oh, you're selfish as well, then. Selfish. We don't want anybody else to have that name, do we? Well, nobody had up until that time. Perhaps they'll just do it to wind you up. Because apparently there is a new rumour that Harry is going to come back for this thing. He won't be talking to his brother. They've got nothing to say to each other at all. And he's going to bring back the Sprog so that the Queen can be pictured with her grandchild. But they've got two, haven't they, now? So, could you really trust Harry with a child on a plane? Or would he have to bring a nanny with him? Because, I don't suspect he could probably do anything at all. He could change nappies, push a pram. No, absolutely not. As in the case of all the royal family children, somebody else looks after them. It's as simple as that. They have nannies and they have people do the washing, and they don't have to do anything at all. Harry, of course, doesn't even have his own security now, because why should we pay for that? I don't want to pay for it. Couldn't care less. You think he does his bit? Can you just seriously see him arriving, walking down a plane, holding a baby? That would be hilarious. Yeah, one of those little papooses, like a papoose. Hello, mate. What you got? You got a baby? Lovely. Do you think that she's going to let him bring one of the kids over here? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think so. English Heritage have updated its online biography of Enid Blyton to state that her work has been criticised for racism, xenophobia, and lack of literary merit. Jane Moore, in her column today, says the first two accusations are fair enough, but the snobbishness of the third, condemning, is something I take issue with. Writing a book that engages a child's imagination isn't easy. If it was, we'd all be multi-million selling authors. I think she's sold something like 600 million books, Enid Blyton. But she came from another era. I read Enid Blyton. We all did. She said, at my state primary school in the 60s, we were forced to read tomes like Jules Verne's Journey to the Centre of the Earth, Snore, but at home we were all avidly reading Blyton's page-turning adventures about the Secret Seven, the Famous Five, or the exploits of the boarders at St Clair's and Mallory Towers. Yeah, I nearly bought that. Enid Blyton only sold 500 million. I know. Obviously not doing as well as we thought, which is good. Simon in Doncaster says, I had AstraZeneca on both jabs and had to wait 10 minutes as I was driving to the vaccination centre. Really? Well, we didn't have any problems with that. In case you faint. Honestly, what sort of wusses have we got in this country? Oh, an injection. Oh. I said, nurse, another one. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Coming up 25 minutes past 5, just in case you're clock watching this morning and you need to get off to catch a bus and go to work and be happy. I brought another coat again today. I refuse to catch pneumonia. Here she is, Daily Star page 3 girl Shannon. All right, Shannon, how you doing, bird? How you doing, love? She hasn't even entered the Love Island villa and already she's telling how many men she's slept with in a day. She's sex mad. Just the thing you want to read, isn't it, in the paper? I mean, dear God in heaven. She says, I've got quite a lot of people who've been in my DMs. Some I can't even say, a few footballers. Jackanory. Because if they know you're going to sing like a canary, dear, they won't touch you with a barge pole. She rakes in thousands on OnlyFans, has boasted about having sex 8 times a day. She says, I quite like a bit of rough and tough, and I love a bit of morning sex. You really do know how to set the women's movement back about 500 years, don't you? But Shannon says she's completely body confident and doesn't mind stripping off. Well, that's a lie straight away, because here she is, who's stripped off, she's kept her bottom half on and she's covering her boobies with her hands. That's not stripping off, dear. Might as well be in a shroud. What are you, stupid? She says, I used to have topless pictures with censored nipples. I think sexy content is empowering. She wants to find somebody who's willing to settle down because she's a woman with a plan. Shannon is 22, going on 15. I mean, honestly, you really think you're something special, don't you? But apparently, she looks to have caught the eye of a Hollywood actor who's commented on her posts. Of course he has, dear. If you're going to write garbage like I like sex 8 times a day, what sort of people do you think you're going to attract? You know, Love Island starts at 9 p.m. on Monday, June the 28th. I think I'm busy, actually. I think I'm washing next door's cat. Can't think of anything worse, honestly. You really have cheapened yourself, haven't you? And it's such a shame, really. She says, I've really been confident. Have you, really? What a shame you come over as shallow, exhibitionist and desperate. But actually, that really covers the whole of Love Island. It really is dreadful. Mind you, the men do it, but it's sort of, you know, if you come up with something like that, you do yourself no favours. So let's wait and see what you sound like, shall we? Gordon Ramsay's daughter Megan has dropped a huge hint. Her sister Holly will be... No, I was right. Holly will be checking into the Love Island, but yeah, sorry, write a letter. Dear Steve, I'm sorry. 50 times. 50. I mean, we used to get that at school. If you did something wrong, they'd go, Stephen, write out 40 times, I must not be naughty. And you go, what's the point of that? What's the point of, I mean, what did that ever achieve? So you'd write out. So what we used to do, we would stick all our pencils together with elastic bands, and so you could write 4 lines at the same time. Did you ever do that? No, just me again. Always. But anyway, a source said, of course, it's very common, for a family member to take over a housemate's socials. And they say Holly is set to join him in the villa. This is housemate Hugo, she's added. Well, then we would have been told about it. You see, Gordon letting his daughter go in that shallow programme. God, no, but you might as well have her in the kitchen and start swearing at her. Make it an awful lot easier. Apparently, ITV bosses were desperate to bag a big-name signing for the show. Oh dear, poor old Shannon Singh. You're obviously not a big-name signing, dear, are you? If they were looking for Gordon Ramsay's daughter. Love it. Celebrity links have included Danny Dyson's daughter Danny, Tyson's Fury brother Tommy, and Paige Turley, the former girlfriend of Lewis Capaldi. And that is her claim to fame. That is it. Steve. Another one here, which says, I've lost it now. The person you mentioned that has to do it 8 times a day, is it with the same person? I don't think so, no. No, I think she's just she's just desperate to tell people she's basically sex mad at the age of 22. So, you know, when you're stuck on an island with a load of other girls, you can imagine they're going to annihilate her. Because she's going to be, obviously, because she's so confident. She's so confident, but I've got this sneaking feeling she's going to open her mouth and within 5 minutes we're all going to be going, get rid very quickly. Because, listen, when you go into Love Island, you have to sort of make all these claims like, oh, I love sex all the time. No good going in there going, first person who touches me, I'll deck 'em. You know? And Ant as well. That would be me. I was like, you come any closer, pal, you're in big trouble. And so the next thing is, if she can't get on with doing I have sex 8 times a day, she'll have to be kicked out first to try and get the publicity. Because further down the line, you'll realise just really not so good. Steve, here in Australia, Pfizer for those under 60s. The 15 minutes is to ensure you don't have any allergies, says Moffy. Or any allergic reaction, I suppose. But I don't. But the person you mentioned doing 8 times a day, is that with the same person? If so, must be having his 3 shredded wheat, says Sarah. No, it's the girl. It's the girl. I mean, you know, honestly, how embarrassing. What's your claim to fame, love? My mother wanted me to be a page 3 girl and my dad was a stripper. God in heaven. Really. Gets worse and worse. Lorraine Kelly says Kate Garraway's COVID heartbreak hit the whole ITV hard show. I'm watching her on Celebrity Gogglebox. Now, is that Lorraine Kelly or is she acting Celebrity Gogglebox? Because I don't know. You think she's acting Gogglebox? Because the daughter seems to have grown up from like being tiddly down here to like sort of up here somewhere. Happens a lot, I know. People grow. Don't feed them. Don't feed them. It's a complete and utter waste of time. Oh, we've got you some biscuits. Look at that I found the other day. These are Biscoff biscuits with cream. With cream. I've never seen them before. Biscoff cream biscuits. Have you heard of those? No. Yeah, time for the news. Might keep them myself. I haven't decided yet. I might sell them to them. £1 in Iceland. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Somebody says more regular posts on your Instagram page would be nice. I don't have an Instagram page. Not the brightest penny in the box. Beverly says, Steve, listening to the podcast of today's show, and you were talking about the new hotel due to open. This is the Londoner, just here in Leicester Square. I can recommend the new Nomad Hotel in Bow Street, opposite the Opera House. Now, that was Bow Street Nick. And they've converted it, and it's a transformation. So it's the Magistrates' Court and the police station. My husband and I used to work there, says Bev, and there's a fascinating museum of Bow Street Police Station attached, which I'm sure you would enjoy. Well, that's very interesting. There's also another hotel, which is off, is it Oxford Circus? And it used to be a police station, and when you go into the hotel, you go to the back, and they've got the cells, the original cells, which you can book out and have your drinks in the cells. We went there one evening after we'd all been out. There was me and Jordan and Danny Milo and Mr. Moyles, I think. Did Mr. Moyles come to it on that one? And so we had a couple of drinks there, and then we went into one of the cells. There was nobody else in there. It was quite good, actually. But no, this London hotel looks quite nice. I say, we'll wait and see what the breakfast is like. I'm a bit an aficionado. Opens in the summer, does it? We're in the summer. What do you mean? We're into June. What do they mean? July, August, September? A couple of things from Noreen. Couple of things. She says, you mentioned Davy Jones. His daughters run a horse sanctuary in California. We're kept up to date by Peter Noon. You also mentioned the Queen and traffic lights. In the mid-80s, I was working at the post office in the main road in St Albans. The Queen was visiting. We hoped to be able to look out from an upstairs window. Sadly, her security people checked the building, then locked all the doors so we couldn't see her. Later that day, I took Mum in her wheelchair to the traffic lights at the end of the road to see her. The Queen's car went straight through the lights, and Mum said, isn't it a shame the lights hadn't been red so we could have seen more of her? I said, I don't think, Mum, that Queen's ever seen red lights. She did look stunning at Ascot the other day. Concerts, we really don't know what's happening, because you know Noreen and Brian go to all these concerts. The Gold Tour in the autumn here has had 7 dates postponed or cancelled. So it wouldn't be a surprise if lots more are cancelled. We have concerts in Liverpool, Skegness, High Wycombe, the Radlett Centre, where we first met, along with John, Alan and Paul, Chris and Steve. That was the very first show that we ever did. The very first show we did at the Radlett Centre. Only a little theatre. Only a little theatre holds about, I think it was about 400 people. Packed it out, we did. Packed it out. Packed it out. And then we sort of moved up. And the average one we were doing was 6 to 800s. 6 to 800s, which we liked. The 400 one, it was nice, but that was the very first theatre that we'd ever done. I couldn't believe that everybody turned up for it. And every single show that we did, and in the end, well, Noreen will have to tell you, I can't remember, or Jan, but we sold out. We sold out every single show. Next one, the O2. Ha-ha, Royal Albert Hall, here we come. It'll be lovely. What else we got? Oh, dear. Here we go. A prison officer smuggled drugs, phones and steroids into a jail. I said that the other day. Somebody was talking about prisoners getting access. I said, but mainly it's bent prison officers. It is. And this particular one had the help of a girlfriend. That's how they get the stuff in there. It's either that or drones. At Leeds Crown Court, he admitted conspiracy to commit misconduct in a public office, conspiracy to supply cannabis, and this is a prison officer. He's been jailed for 3 years and 9 months. Won't be doing that again, will you? Not very good. And police are hunting at the moment a man after an officer had his throat cut in an alleged bungled drugs deal. The officer tried to make an arrest at about 8:30 on Saturday, was punched to the ground. He was pinned down by 2 men while the man who had punched him held a knife to his throat and cut it while making threats. Thankfully, he wasn't seriously physically injured. However, he remains very shaken. I'm not at all surprised. But they will find these people. They will find them. This is in Cleveland. The police are already looking for one particular person believed to be from the Middlesbrough area, called Aaron Gray. I mean, I've never heard of that ever happening to a police. Why would you want to be a police officer? Why would you ever want to do it? All he was doing was carrying out policing duties. But he's got loads of messages of support. We send ours as well. But they need to locate and speak to Aaron Gray soon. OK? So there you go. What else we got here? This is Lana Del Rey, Taylor Swift, Pink. Blimey, I didn't know Pink was still going. And George Michael's estate is to make a mint from a new range of merchandise. For George Michael's estate? A global deal has been struck with Sony Music's Contraband to create bespoke products including flasks, stationery, apparel and limited edition figurines along special items by guest fashion designers. Blimey. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Very interesting. We shall follow that one with great interest. And a high-tech bed is said to make people healthier. The new design uses sound healing to blast low-frequency sounds into your body. 1,500 quid for this bed. I mean, I'll stand there and shout things at you. It'll probably work just the same. And former EastEnders actress Jacqueline Josser has built her own Queen Vic pub, complete with bust in the back garden. Lovely. She played Laura Branning, but she's not in it now, is renovating her new dream home with husband Dan Osborne. She moved into the home in March and said it's cool. Former Towie star Dan bought her the Queen Vic bust as a present. Riveting. Lose the will to live, don't you, really? Dawn Neesom's column today talking about knickers to M&S, because there was a feature in the papers the other day, which you probably read, and she says it had to happen. After an endless woke litany of things that are racist and need cancelling, we finally got to knickers. Yes, girls, your thong is wrong and your briefs cause grief. Get them off now. Don't just take my word for it, though. She said it isn't just any virtue signalling, it's Marks and Spencer's virtue signalling, no less. Inspired by George Floyd, the high street giant is launching an inclusive range of underwear in 5 shades designed for different skin tones. So you can shout about how in touch you are with the global conversation on racial inequality. Or as Bart Simpson would say, eat my shorts. It's all very confusing. She says, we are talking about pieces of material designed to keep our lady bits in place. Just love it. Love it, love it, love it. But she says, in fact, it's a long piece. I'm not going to read it all out because otherwise it'd be pointless. You have to buy the newspaper and catch up with it. She talks about the undoubted star of Jeremy Clarkson's Fly on the Wall farm documentary, his farmhand Caleb Cooper, a fun, feisty 21-year-old who's not afraid to tell the grumpy old git petrolhead where to go. I love it. I love it. And she talks about latest thing to shout about today, biscuits. We've already had tea bags. Fox's Biscuits were forced to delete a tweet about their pride in having the PM visit their factory. The permanently offended mob naturally had a meltdown and a boycott was suggested. The world has truly gone mad. Ginger nut mad. Experts are working on printing artificial organs so humans can be treated on Mars. Because, you know, it's all out there, isn't it? Can't move. Can't move. And here's Annie Goodwin showing off twins while paying £20,000 for IVF treatment. They did that 3 years ago, and now they've got twins, which is lovely. I still can't believe a word of that the Amy Winehouse Love Countdown. I mean, it really is. It's almost too bad. But apparently the star died 2011 battling drug and booze. Her parents, Janice and Mitch, are said to have felt betrayed by Tyler's book. Well, it's a load of old cobble, isn't it, really? I mean, to be honest with you. 10 years ago, yes. Yes, I remember. A spokesman said it's been published without consulting them and added they dispute many of the claims. Well, he's just trying to make a name for himself. Tyler James, his name is. He was supposedly a friend. Never heard of you, love. Never heard of you. And, of course, it's a load of old codswallop. You got any proof of the fact that she was a TV brain box? No, of course you haven't. Because she's not here, so you can basically say anything you like. But, listen, if you've upset the parents, bad news for you. Bad news. Chris says, why would anybody want to know about hotels in London? Dear, you are a grouchy old person today, aren't you? What's the matter? Has it all gone wrong? I bet it has, actually. He said London's a terrible place. I know. That's why half of Scotland arrived with us the other day, and it's the most popular. Where do you live, Chris? Where do you live, Poppet? You living in a Wendy house or something? Do you have a... Can you see it? 0538. Not London. Oh, he lives in Whitby. Oh, God. What do you do for a living, Chris? Is it something really exciting? What do you do in Whitby? Or do you just sort of sit there staring out of the window? Great show. Bow Street Police Station was the only station that had white lamps at the front door rather than blue. Because apparently Queen Victoria didn't like to see blue lights when she came out of the Opera House. She went to the Opera House? When did Queen Victoria go to the Opera House? I don't remember that one at all. Stuart in Norfolk says, I had my second AstraZeneca jab on Saturday. Was all asked to wait 15 minutes afterwards. So I didn't get that. I was in and straight. Perhaps that's why I didn't get any side effects. Yeah, they probably said, Steve, would you... No, let him go, let him go. So would you like to sit down for 10... No, I wouldn't, thank you. I want to get to the KFC before it closes. Shane says, everything's good. After the AstraZeneca jab, I'm going shopping now. You see, I always think you can go shopping when you've had it. Tilly Ramsey is currently in Australia taking part in Celebrity MasterChef filming, says Sharon. And Stella says, I can't stand Love Island. As for their clothes, I wear more than that in bed. Well, they don't wear clothes very often, do they? But it's their conversations. They're so vacuous and so empty-headed. Because, you know, what do you talk about if you're sort of page-free stunner? What do you talk about? Yeah, so I went to this studio today and a bloke said, get your boobs out, and they took a photograph. That's the extent of your life. Very sad. Dawn Neeson tells you what the definition of happiness is. Happiness is reading your Daily Star column out live on LBC, which we like doing, whilst you're watching the actual sun rise. She says, thanks, Steve. There you go. That's your Wednesday motivation. And the sun is rising. Mind you, I saw the pictures of those people at Stonehenge the other day. They were a bit unhinged, some of them. I don't think they were Druids, because the Druids wear these outfits. I think they're just peculiar. There was one girl with her daughter there and sort of holding it, and I'm thinking, what are you doing? They're not normal. They were told to stay away. They totally ignored the police. They're just these sort of people who go around irritating everybody, probably including themselves.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC until 7, and it's coming up 10 to 6 in the morning. Trucker Phil says, when I had my jabs, I had the Pfizer. I had to wait 15 minutes before I could leave. Somebody said if you weren't told to wait, you'd had the placebo. I hope it wasn't true. See, you mustn't read anything that comes from other people because they basically feel a bit thick. OK, I can tell you the batch number, everything. Why would they bother giving you a placebo? What would be the point of that? There'd be no point in it whatsoever. But of course, nobody had to wait 15 minutes in our place. Nobody. We all went in, and it was about the fastest thing I've ever had done. Very fast, very nice, very good, very good. Also, the genius that is Alan Turing. Alan Turing, hounded to his death for being gay. He only got an apology some years ago. It was a very slow process. During his lifetime, the scientist, Alan Turing, wasn't publicly praised for his work at Bletchley Park and was even punished for the government for being gay before taking his own life. He features on the £50 note. This is 67 years after his death. He will be commemorated. He beat a shortlist of 12 figures, including Stephen Hawking and the chemist Rosalind Franklin, to replace manufacturers Matthew Boulton and James Watt. It would have been Turing's 109th birthday. And in fact, if you go to Bletchley Park, you can see his office. You can see everything to do with him. He's now hailed an absolute hero, the code cracker, the wonderful, wonderful Alan Turing. And they made the film, The Imitation Game, with Benedict Cumberbatch, which was made back in 2014. Born in Maida Vale, and his father Julius was on leave from his position with the Indian Civil Service. At the age of 13, he went to boarding school, and he had to ride 60 miles to get to his boarding school. It was all a bit... but he admitted he was gay, something when he actually talked to a colleague, Joan Clark, and they ended up, I think that they were actually going to get married, but they then split up and all the rest of it. But unfortunately, he admitted he was in a sexual relationship during an investigation with a 19-year-old, and his house was burgled. And that was back in 1952. Now, at the time, being gay was illegal. Although, strange enough, I read a piece the other day on how many members of royal families around the world have been gay. And the answer is quite a number of royal families. But anyway, at the time, being gay was illegal, and both Turing and his lover were charged with gross indecency. He was given a choice of imprisonment or being chemically castrated. Despite going through a year of this punishing treatment, his promising career as a consultant for GCHQ was ended. 1954, his housekeeper found him dead just 2 weeks before his 42nd birthday. Tests on his body found he'd been poisoned by cyanide, with an inquest ruling it was suicide. But there is a conspiracy theory that he was assassinated by the British authorities, as it was believed communists were looking to recruit gay people to gather intelligence against the UK's Secret Service. And it's only, Gordon Brown who described his ordeal as utterly unfair, saying, "We're sorry, you deserved so much better." I mean, because it was illegal, they picked on people like that, and yet, you could wander out on the streets and see sort of overtly gay people all over the place, but it was illegal to actually indulge in anything at all. And so he took his own life. I mean, I don't believe in the conspiracy theory. I believe that he did take his own life, but he's now been honoured. He'd be thrilled. I mean, sex between men over the age of 21 was decriminalised in England in 1967. That was England and Wales. But however, the law wasn't changed in Scotland till 1980. And in Northern Ireland, 1982, all very backwards. Nowadays, it's almost compulsory. Can't get away, can you? Because, it doesn't make any difference. And, in the case of Alan Turing, he thought that was the best way out. And it was a shame. So I'm glad he features on the £50 note for today. But if you've never been, go to Bletchley Park. You'll love it. You'll see the Enigma machines. You'll see everything. It's really they've kept a lot of the offices in these sort of Nissen hut type things as they were in those days. So you must go. You must definitely go. Steve says, Roger, there's only 2 jobs in Whitby. This is poor Chris, lonely Chris. Fisherman or taxi driver. I suspect he's not working. I suspect he doesn't work. I can always tell, actually. Donna says, I had both my AstraZeneca jabs at home, no side effects at all. When I went for my jab, Steve, those that were driving had to wait 15 minutes. Blimey. I mean, did you have to drive to get to the thing? You could walk to all of ours. We had 4 different places in Twickenham. Doctor surgeries were doing it. The stadium was doing it. Everyone was doing it. Nobody had to drive anywhere at all. I mean, I suppose if you live in the back and beyond, you might have to, but no. Robbie says, has Anne Robinson had a face transplant? Well, I don't think she's had a face transplant, but I suspect that you might notice a slight change in her. But that's always the interesting thing, isn't it? Apparently the travel industry is holding a day of action to pressure the government into reopening the holiday sector. Wow. My friend John Warrington will be quite glad when we're over and done with this thing. You may be asked to wait for 15 minutes after having the vaccination. This is in the unlikely event you have a serious reaction. Researchers found it's very rare to have a serious allergic reaction. If it does happen, it's usually within minutes, and teams are trained to deal with the reactions and treat them immediately. The most I've ever heard is somebody didn't feel very well for 2 days and they're fine. I say fine. Me, nothing. Not a stiff arm, not nothing. You got the headache. No, yeah. I didn't get headaches. I got nothing at all. Some people do, but because people keep saying to me, even Corey said he was going in to get it the other day. And nothing at all. He was fine, absolutely fine. I think you psych yourself up for getting something like that. It's but seconds, isn't it? You go in, roll up sleeve, into the arm, without a by your leave, kiss my what, anyway. And then you pull the sleeve down and off I went. My little bit of paper that said what the batch number was so they can trace it back. But no, anybody who tells you there are placebos out there are the sort of people who probably believe in crop circles and little green men coming from another planet because the universe is so big. And of course, as we all know, aliens built the pyramids. I mean, seriously, honestly, some of these, but what sort of lives do they live in? I mean, are they in some permanent hallucinogenic bubble? It's the only way, actually. God bless Alan Turing. He saved us all. He did. But he ended his life at the age of, early 40s. And that was purely down to the government and their backward stance. I mean, I can understand how people said, oh, no, we don't want that, we'll make something... As if people seriously... When it was legalised, it was 21. Do you really think that people went, I shall wait till I'm 21 before I go and have sex with the same-sex thing, as if it's going to go like that? But, it was either a case of, do you want to go to prison or chemical castration? Luckily, years ago, quite a number of years ago, the Science Museum did a whole exhibition on Alan Turing and his contribution. He was a fantastic person, absolutely fantastic, but felt so shamed by the government at the time, who were absolutely riddled with gay people, and yet, of course, couldn't come out. Oh, no, definitely not. We've just sort of watched somebody take their own life, and it was then that Gordon Brown had to apologise and say he didn't deserve that, which he absolutely didn't. Scientists can predict, 43,148,843 people have been vaccinated in the UK. We're doing very well. Very, very well indeed. Martin Roberts, Martin Roberts. You might not know the name. No, he's not Cash in the Attic. He's the house buying person in the morning, where they go to auction, Homes Under the Hammer. He's the one who's had the hair transplant at the front. Always looks slightly peculiar. But anyway, he's desperate to appear on Strictly. Strictly have told him basically they're not interested. Thank God. Because I think didn't he do I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here? And he was very bad-tempered in that one. That's the programme that shows you all of them in their full rage. And he didn't look as though he was having a good time at all. But he must need the money, I suppose. Can't survive on that Homes Under the Hammer all the time. Yeah, that one there, look at him. You can tell that... very, very unhappy. But the hair is a delight in itself. It was like I was watching an old programme of David Beckham the other day and looking at his hair. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I find it absolutely fascinating. It's a bit like Joe Swash's hair. Which bit comes out of a tin and which bit is his. Difficult to tell, I suppose. Divers have solved a 100-year-old mystery. They've identified a sunken German U-boat. They must be all over the place, mustn't they, these U-boats? I think that's... I'd love to go diving, but I wouldn't be very good, just in case I encountered a shark or a whale or something like that. I just don't fancy the idea at all. Steve, you're lucky to have no side effects from the jab. I had the first full-blown fever, aches and pains, last only a day, and I'd take that over COVID. Very proud to be double jabbed, says Sabrina. See, only lasts a day. A day. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. For saving your life, absolutely. Steve, I live in Hyde Town Centre, Greater Manchester. There's a drive-through, jabbed while sitting in your car. There's a walk-through for those of us who don't drive, but nowhere near as many use it. Oh. Well, if it doesn't, you're just showing your arm, aren't you? That's all it is. There you go, done, and off you go again. So it doesn't make any difference. Right. We're going to take a very short break for the news at 6 o'clock this Wednesday morning. If you have joined us, it's nice to have your company. I trust you are well. If you celebrated your birthday yesterday, you're probably still suffering. And if you're one of those people who's got to go, I really don't want to go to work today, you get into that mindset, don't you? A mindset of going, I think I'll just take it. When I didn't have a job years and years ago, as you can well imagine, many, many years ago, I found it very difficult to get up in the morning and motivate myself. The girls I lived with, who were going off to do their jobs, would say, are you going to look for a job today, Steve? And I go, yeah. The moment the front door shut, bang, back in bed again. Terrible, isn't it? I'm so much better now, so much better. Here's the news at 6. I'm back with you in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to... Oh, gosh, it's cold, isn't it? Can't make up its mind. Are we going to get sunshine today? And I need the sunshine to charge up my solar lights in the garden. One of them is looking a bit lacklustre, so we might have to change it. But today I can tell you sunny with a gentle breeze and 21 degrees, so double it and add 30, which is not, it's not too bad. It's okay, I suppose. Thursday tomorrow, cloudy with sunshine. Today is going to be more sunshine. Tomorrow, cloudy with sunshine, 21 degrees again. Friday, it's rain and it's 21 degrees. In fact, there's not even a picture of sunshine. You'll be very depressed when I tell you that Saturday, the 26th, is cloudy with rain. Sunday, the 27th, is cloudy with rain at 21 degrees. Monday, the 28th, is cloudy with rain and 22 degrees. So you've got 4 days. 4 days of rain. I mean, it doesn't sound very promising, does it? I'm so sorry. I wish I could sort of fib to you, but then people only write in and go, "You told us it was going to be sunny today," and unfortunately, it tipped down. But today it's going to be sunny. There's no hint of cloud or anything else. I'm looking out of the window. They keep putting these decals, I think that's what they're called, on the window, and I can't see straight the way through. I have to sort of peer through little bits and pieces, so I can just about see Leicester Square from here. I can see the generators that they're putting in downstairs in the electricity substation, which I have visited. And yes, it was very nice indeed. Very nice. Gary Lineker looked better as he used to, says Jackie. Do you not just think that he's just sort of aged? Like everybody ages. You can't always look at the same. And the people who want to hang on to the way that they looked are the people who are going to end up looking absolutely dreadful after cosmetic surgery. Because it can go so wrong. You know, you're actually allowing somebody with a knife to cut into your skin, take out sections of it and pull it. No. I mean, the more you have, the more you need. And once you've gone so far down, the more stupid you look, the more ridiculous. You know, it's very dangerous. And especially people go to all sorts of... They won't have it done here because it's so expensive. They always say you should have cosmetic surgery done if it's done for medical reasons. If you've got something that is upsetting or whatever, you have it. If you're just having something, you know, because you want your boobs bigger or you want sort of more hips or you want filler and all that kind of stuff, you're doing it for vanity. And it's not a good thing to have done. You know, normally people who have cosmetic surgery done in hospitals have been referred by doctors because there's something that's affected them greatly. But if you tootle off to Turkey or something like that, you're doing it for vain reasons. You know, and it can go so wrong. It really can. Steve, we live in Surrey and was offered our second jab in Nottingham, Bournemouth and Harrow, says David. Really? I just went to the doctor's surgery, which is about 1 minute away from me, and met our two lovely ladies. And then I walked in, didn't have to wait, 2 minutes, in, injection, walk out. It was as simple as that. You feel like saying to all the people queuing outside, it's really quick. Helen says it's sunny on Hayling Island. She also wants to know about the hanging baskets. A couple more weeks and I'll then start taking photographs and posting them up on my Twitter feed. It's only poor Chris who thinks I've got Instagram, which of course I've never had in my entire life, or would want it, thank you. Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, put your sunglasses on when you leave the building. The West End is looking fantastic, bathed in morning sunshine. Almost poetic, Kev, isn't it? Almost poetic. I mean, I love London any time. Even when it's raining, I like London. Even when it's snowing. I don't like it when we've got fans down who trample on all our flowers. It's like people who graffitiise buildings, stuff like that. I really have no time for people like that. I want them all to be arrested and thrown in prison. Steve says, Philip, the MHRA says there's no need for patients who take the AstraZeneca jab to wait 15 minutes after it's been administered because it's got no record of causing an anaphylactic reaction. However, well, it might. See, the trouble is, just because it hasn't done up until now does not mean that it won't. You know, Pfizer is the one that you wait afterwards because there might be. I mean, there could be rare examples, but listen, a rare example is an example, whether it's rare or not. I mean, it's very, very rare to get any sort of thing, but there might be somebody who's got something, could be an allergic reaction. But listen, 43 million people cannot be wrong. You should be one of them. If you're not, this is not the programme for you. Not the programme for you. Steve, I had my first Pfizer vaccine. I had to wait 15 minutes. It was all right, though, because I got a lady's number in the meantime, says Cameron in Chelmsford. Oh, God, it's now a pulling place. According to the Weather Channel, says Roger, sunny and warm from July the 5th to the 19th. Lovely. See, I'm not bothered about sunny and warm. I'm just sort of watering my little plants and pootling about, which is quite nice. That's just a simple pleasure in life. You know, the simple pleasure of flowers that are growing is quite nice. I like that idea. So, we've already been very happy this morning. We've had Phil Vickery and chatted to him, so now we know what time he gets into the studio when he's doing things. And we've had a look at Dawn Neeson's column, which is very entertaining, about the wokes being just pants, because I think Anne Robinson's gonna kick bottom, as they say. And I'm sure it should do quite. It's next Monday, isn't it, that it starts? So we'll be. I'll watch it. I'll have to because I'll be talking about it. So if you're going to talk about something, you've got to have seen it. Can't comment otherwise, can you? After Steph at 2:10, I shan't be watching that ever again. It really is the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. I think they've overstepped the mark with. I don't know what they're going to do when they finish with the series. What they're going to do, I've got no idea. No idea. The travel industry holding day of action and marches because, first of all, you can book holidays, then you can't book holidays, then you can book holidays, then you can't book holidays. Then we say you can go to Portugal, then we say you can't go to Portugal. Then we say, you can't, and yet they're allowing people to go back into football. They're going to allow people to go back into to tennis, to Wimbledon, to the finals. And you think to yourself, so why can't we open a nightclub? I don't quite understand it, but, listen, what do I know about these things? I feel a bit sorry for an elephant which died in a zoo attack by another elephant. Yeah, I've never heard of elephants. And this was down at Wraxall in Somerset. Machanga was the elephant, Machanga, and who was 12, was found with fatal injuries. Another bull elephant went into the area where Machanga was asleep in the early hours and basically killed it. I mean, I don't know whether or not it's territory. I mean, I don't know enough about elephants. I just think they're fab. I think elephants are great. We saw pictures of them the other week, didn't we, where they were all lying around on the ground. We thought that they'd all gone to sleep, gone to sort of elephant heaven, and it turned out they were just lying down. We've got loads of elephants in our parks at the moment in London. Wooden elephants. I forget how many there are. There's quite a number, and you can see them. Plus, Romesh Ranganathan is got a new show out. It's a new series looking at high-profile celebrity deaths. It's called The Misinvestigations of Romesh Ranganathan, and it will look at people like Jimi Hendrix, Tupac Shakur, and everything else. It should be quite interesting, actually, to see how... Because didn't they used to say that the people who died who are well-known, 27 appears to be the magic number, because they listed all these people who died at the age of 27. I thought, thank God I've got past 27. 27 Club. Oh, is that what it's called? The 27 Club? Right. Gosh. Steve says, Paul in Canning Town had both my jabs. Oh, is there a list of people who've all died at the age of 27? Oh, interesting enough. Here we are. Jimi Hendrix, Brian Jones from the Stones, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Jean Michel Basquiat. I don't know who that is. Basquiat. Kurt Cobain I've heard of, and Amy Winehouse. They were all 27. Well, there's probably loads more as well. I mean, I don't know whether it means anything or whether they're just trying to make something out of nothing at all. But they did die very early. Brian Jones, I think, was in a swimming pool, wasn't it? I seem to remember that was a swimming pool death. And when you actually look, and it seems to be in the musical industry. For some reason, people burn themselves out because I suppose there are drugs around and alcohol and stuff. I don't know why it's that particular industry, far more than any other. Bev says the football and tennis venues are outside, nightclubs are inside. Well, let's have a nightclub outside then. I mean, I just think it's ridiculous. You have to start letting more people go into things. If we're going to go back to normal, and I don't think we're going to go completely back to normal. I don't know whether or not in a year's time we're still going to be wearing masks. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would feel comfortable. I mean, I don't mind wearing it on the bus or the train. It doesn't make any difference at all to me now. I couldn't care less. It's the people who get on there now who don't have it. And I always think to myself, oh dear, you need to put a mask on. I don't believe all these people. I've seen them in America. I have a medical condition. And you think, well, you're shouting away, so it's obviously not asthma. And then they sort of produce all these things. My doctor said, and then the poor girl behind the counter in one of them, she said, listen, she said, I've told you before, we're not serving you without wearing a mask. This is this shop's policy. I'm merely passing it on. Well, I have a medical condition. She said, I don't care. She said, I'm 17, you're shouting at me and you're an old woman. She said, and you keep arguing with me. And I'm telling you, I'm not serving you. That is, Arthur, it's a private shop. I want the managing director's name and phone number on a card here. Go away, you stupid person. How these people never lose their temper, I've got no idea. I find it amazing to watch. And these people, and there's that classic one, isn't there? I told you before, the girl, the woman, and she says, I have a document. This is the law. I can sue you and your company if you don't serve me. He said, I'm not serving you. Are you telling me you are ignoring the law, the figure of the law? No, I'm not serving you. Is that your final word? Yep, I'm not serving you. Yeah, so she has to walk out. And then she uses a rude word. And then there's another woman. I mean, there's loads of these people who see people on private estates in America. Excuse me, what are you doing here? What's it got to do with you? Oh, well, I've never seen you before. Who are you? And it turns out most of the time, this is middle-aged white women shouting at black kids and stuff. One bloke trying to get kids, normal kids, off the pavement because they were on their little skateboards. And he went, this is my pavement. And the kids are going, this is a public sidewalk, and he wasn't having anything to do with it. He said, I'm going to call the cops. He said, well, call the cops. We're on the pavement. Can't win, can you?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. The women that complain and moan are called Karens. Yes, I know. And of course, that winds them up even more. If people go, okay, Karen, and the person will go, that's not my name. They go, thank you, Karen. That's okay, Karen. I don't know. I can't remember why they're called Karens, but they just are, which is interesting. Steve, I'm going to keep wearing my mask in public regardless. I've not had a cold for 15 months, says Graham. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with wearing masks at all. But somebody said, I didn't know till the other day you can sit next to somebody on the bus. They're not sitting next to me. No chance. Absolutely no chance. But there is standing allowed. Our buses absolutely packed solid. Loads of buses with people standing on them. Yeah, definitely. But I don't want anybody sitting next to me. No limits at all on the buses. They've taken away all the signs and the school buses. And then the other day, some bloke got on. You knew damn well he was lying through his teeth. He gets on. He's got 2 bags. He's got a booze thing. He's drinking wine. And he goes to the bloke, sorry, Gov, I've lost my wallet. And the bus driver lets him on. I felt like saying, he's lying to you. Lying to you, like that woman using her, freedom pass, 8 o'clock in the morning. Another one. All these people, they need to sort out bus drivers now. They're just letting anybody on the bus. And yet sometimes they stop the kids getting on. The same kids who'd be skateboarding up and down the sidewalks in America. In America, it's fatal. The amount of people go, get off, you're on my drive. And you go, we've got to cross your drive to get to the path the other side. They're so precious. So precious. Steve, if you're double jabbed and wearing a mask, why would you be worried about somebody without if the vaccines work? Oh, you're a woke snowflake. You automatically worry. I'm not worried because they might end up taking a hospital bed. And I'm afraid, it's I don't like people doing things like that. I'm really not happy with that kind of thing at all. Because I think personally, people should not take up should take up a hospital bed when they've gone, oh, I don't think I'm going to get vaccinated. Well, if you don't get vaccinated, you go and do it privately. But no, you can't sit next to somebody on the bus. We're still doing social distancing. I am. I put a bag on the seat and I'm not moving it for anybody. You could stand there and stamp your little foot till the cows came home. Steve, I'm making Phil Vickery's pasta cake today, doing an afternoon tea for our friends. Off to M&S to get that strawberry clotted cream that you recommended, says P and Laura in Narnia. Yes, that strawberry clotted cream is very nice. It is very nice, actually. It's almost it's a lot heavier than you think it is. It's not sort of drippy cream, as I say. It's almost clotted. Don't know why I thought that. I mean, you could just have it on scones. Oh yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't need to worry about cream, jam, cream, jam, cream, jam, cream. Yeah, just go and buy it. And I think they do a chocolate version as well, which actually doesn't appeal to me because I don't do chocolate very much. But the strawberry one's very nice. Very nice. I like that today. So, well, good luck with making that. I'm sure you listen. If he made it, it works. It's as simple as that. Nige says bright blue sky here in sunny Pontyclun. Windows open. One heron's flown past my window. It's on its way to somebody's garden. They've got a pond, and it's got fish in there that they're going to eat. Not in our place. Definitely not. Another one here. This is from Michael. He says he's a recent widower, often not sleeping well, waking up early, alone. I put on LBC and I listen to you, and I don't feel alone anymore. There you go. He says, because your non-stop chatting makes me feel alive. They always talk about that, Michael. They say to me, that's Steve Allen. He talks for how long? 3 hours? Every day? Yes. Really? Yes. Does he have guests? No. I mean, put it this way, if something occurs, we've always been there to cover it. We've always been at the forefront. LBC's always done that because we can literally turn our complete programme around in a heartbeat. Takes about but 5 seconds, and we can turn it around. So that's always good news. But nice to have your company, Michael. Thank you very much indeed. But I get a lot of people who've been recently bereaved, and this time of the morning or overnight is the worst time, isn't it? When you wake up and nothing is the same, and you feel a bit down. But if you've got somebody talking in the background, no matter how good or bad you think they might be, at least it's something that gets your blood coursing through the veins. Steve, all those football VIPs flying in for the Euro should at least have a COVID test. Oh, I agree. I don't know how they work it all out half the time. But a lot of people telling me about, football and tennis venues and everything else. But then, I think that the next group, because we have got an increase in people going down with COVID. I saw the numbers the other day, definitely increasing. So don't think that you can take your mask off now. If you're sitting on the bus and somebody's there going, you want to steer well clear of them. There's a very good chance they've come down with something and you don't want to go near them. And then you get all the school kids sitting on the bus or standing on the bus and making a racket. Some being very good and wearing masks, some not wearing masks. Listen, I don't think the risk is worth taking. I really don't think the risk is worth it. Some people think it is, but I'm not one of them. I think that, if you can, actually put a mask on. James says, I'm exempt from wearing a mask owing to the fact I've got 36% of lung function, but I still wear one on public transport. Absolutely. But also, you don't have to wear a mask. You can put a visor on. You can put a visor on, which can help. They're selling them all over the place. They sell them in Costco, visors. But he says, I believe if I'm exempt, I'm at more risk if I catch COVID. Absolutely. Absolutely you are, because your susceptibility to picking up things is, you're low. It's like, diabetic. I'm at risk of catching colds and all sorts of things, but not if I have the vaccines. Number of cases going up, hospitalisation and deaths going up much less slowly thanks to the vaccine. So the idea is have the vaccine. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I couldn't care less what I've seen. Did you see the other day, was it Piers Corbyn going around taking stickers off the train? What a buffoon. What an idiot you are, mate. Must be sad to be that past it, mustn't it, really? Another one here, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Diane, nice to have your company as well. And somebody says, I'm done with all the ongoing restrictions, especially when thousands pour into football stadiums, cricket stadiums in a few weeks' time. See, I don't mind the cricket stadiums because you're sitting outside on those sort of things. So my mask will not be worn on tubes any longer. Well, that's you. He says, I've been double jabbed and most sane people would have at least one, most my age too, says Scott. Yeah, but you might be sitting next to somebody who's riddled. So, cases going up. So not good news. A busy mum I am, Steve, and I rarely get a chance for any self-care. That's Lisa in Potter's Bar. I've never been to Potter's Bar. Perhaps I should go there one day out of all the different places. And says, busy. So 30 minutes uninterrupted every morning whilst the kids are still asleep is my self-care. Best time. Shane says, I put my bag on the seat on the train or on the bus. I do. I don't want anybody sitting next to me. Listen, even if they pushed it, no chance. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, still be socially distancing. You should, and if it's all these people go, oh, I can't do this and can't do that. Do you want to be in Brazil? How many deaths did they have in one day in Brazil? 500,000 overall in Brazil. You still think it's gone away? These stupid people, But the trouble is, you cannot educate somebody who is terminally stupid. It's not their fault. But as I say, you find loads of them, the Karens on YouTube, shouting and screaming, and it's hilarious to watch. You know, you can't believe somebody has actually reached adulthood and they're still that stupid.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love it when people on the television make some pronouncement about, I'm going to be leaving. So, you know, I turn on the television and there's Louise Minchin still there. And then the producer said to me, she's not going till September. And I said, well, why didn't she tell us the day before she was leaving? By the way, tomorrow's my last show. Goodbye. You know, as opposed to telling us in June. Really, talk about egg in the pudding. Dreadful, dreadful. Steve, listened to your show yesterday on Catch Up. Heard you saying men can't dance. Well, most men can't dance, actually. A little tip to dancing is to spell out your full name using your bottom. Make anybody look like a good dancer, says David. Yes, I just think you'd be arrested, actually, for something like that, Dave. Somebody says, I know you don't like the Housewives of Cheshire. Oh, dear, what a horrible bunch of people. They really are. Do you know why Dawn Ward is no longer in it? Well, she was rubbish. She was absolute rubbish. Nice house, but they're all a bit ghastly. It's a bit like, the Housewives of Cheshire is a bit like watching the makeup counter of Boots come to life. It's as bad as that, I'm afraid. And, Steve, I do wear my mask, but recently had a paramedic in. What does that mean? Work for a slip and... I don't know. But some people wear them, some people don't. But listen, want to stay alive? Don't want to stay alive. It's a no-brainer. If you don't want to do it, don't bother. But we're not really particularly interested. And another one which says, I'm done with all the ongoing restrictions. When are you going to, somebody says, I'm not sure what the subject is this morning. You're obviously not bright, are you, really? As I usually tune in at 6:45. I can't help but continue to wonder about COVID and the stats and the messages. Well, listen, the stats they can only tell you about, and we just pass them on to you. You know, there isn't a particular topic this morning. We don't do that. And, Steve, could we introduce a new daily game called Steve Bingo? We text in 3 words or names and see if you can weave them into the conversation. Oh, I can do that very, very easily. First 3, Katie Price Award Universe. Yeah. You see, the trouble is that's a bit old-fashioned now for me. Katie Price, past it, bankrupt, failure, going to get married again, and then she'll have to get rid of him because she'll need to find something to do to earn a bit more money. OK, dealt with that one. Harry's coming over here. He'll be self-isolating. Do you really think in Frogmore Cottage he's not going to be bumping into Eugenie, who's going to be in the other half of the house? They've apparently built a wall down the middle of it to keep him all by himself. And so, presumably, Harry will be travelling with an entourage. Because if they're dropping hints like he's going to bring one of the kids over with him, do you think Harry's going to... looking after himself and looking after a baby? I don't think so. I don't think so. Will he be talking to his brother? Well, he didn't wish him a happy birthday, did he? Which is a shame. You thought you would, no matter how much you didn't like somebody. And I don't know why. William's been nothing but nice to him. He's never been horrible to him. They're sort of brothers. In fact, if anything, William put up with a lot with Harry trailing round behind them, until Harry found a girlfriend. And then that was it. So whether or not they talk at the unveiling of this statue, I've got no idea. But before, Harry was a fun person. He was laughing and joking and getting drunk and dressing up and all the rest of it. And now he's just dull and boring. Very dull and boring. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. My wife told me, Steve, to be in touch with my feminine side. So I crashed the car. And then ignored her all day for no reason. I like that idea. What do you say? Women can't drive? What are you saying? Women cannot drive? I love it. Greetings from sunny Singapore, says Mark. Very efficient vaccination programme over here. You sign up for a 15-minute time slot, had Pfizer and second jab 3 weeks later. Very happy with how they've handled the pandemic. Yeah, we're way ahead of everybody. We are definitely way ahead of everybody, which is fantastic. Angie in Croydon says, why can't we see your lovely face in all its glory? Have you heard of the internet? Obviously something that's defeated you in Croydon, I should imagine. Not much going on in Croydon, is there really? And Graham said, going to make up for all my late starts and be first on the show tomorrow. Well, we do need people here from 4. I don't accept any, barring sort of death or, some hospitalisation plan. No, we expect people to be here. I'm here at 4. I don't want any stragglers or people go, oh, I'm terribly sorry, I've only just woken up. We're not interested. If you can't control your drinking, then, we have to sort of pull you into line and say we start at 4. How would you feel if you tuned in at 4 on the radio and they said, Steve's not just here yet, actually. He'll be here shortly. And we all sat here whistling like that. You know, if it says it starts at 4, it starts at 4. Have I ever been late? Of course not. I'm far too professional. 42 years? Late? You're joking. Can you imagine how little faith they would have in me if they went, you know, Steve's here from 4 till 7, but he'll be here about 5 to 5. You know, if you don't mind. I mean, I have heard people in the past, not on this station, who've done their programme from a car because they've been stuck in a traffic jam. Well, at the time of the morning that I come in here, there are no traffic jams, just a few half-hearted workmen faffing around on the roads. They've been doing it round our way for a couple of days now. I've never seen anybody actually working. They're just anybody sitting there with a fag on, you know. Perhaps we do it later. I think they do it to annoy people. Scott says, Housewives of Cheshire, watching the makeup counter at Boots come to. Have you ever seen so many ancient people on the Housewives of Cheshire? Nobody knows what they actually do. A couple of those sort of failed page 3 girls. One of them, I don't know what they do, but they all hate each other. That's all they do is argue on the programme of who's got the biggest house, you know, who's got the most this, who can do this. And then there's 2 gay guys in it. Well, I think people in Cheshire, there must be, have you seen them? I don't know what they do for a living. I can't really imagine, but they wear sort of matching, it's like stepping back into the 50s. Seriously, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to tell what they do and what they ever did. I've got no idea, but they seem to turn up and they're just friends with Dawn Ward, I think, or something. But I really couldn't tell you what their names were. Nick and Royston. Good Lord, we've got somebody called Royston here. It's definitely not him. You've got a picture of them. Their clothing is hilarious. They are the worst dressed people you've ever seen. Have you seen? Yeah. Have you ever seen? I mean, seriously, is this the case of cosmetic surgery gone horribly bad? Because I can't work out what they do. I mean, when it says, who are they in The Real Housewives of Cheshire, I thought they were The Real Housewives of Cheshire. But they're not. Their sense of fashion is so dated. It's like, it's the sort of thing, if you haven't got any sense of style or fashion, that's what you wear. You wear things like that. I mean, really. And this is a tame outfit. I think they're friends with Dawn Ward. You know, they sort of turn up and they sort of, you know, drift their way through the programme, actually. Boris is always late, Steve, says Jackie. Oh, I'll tell you who else was always late. Elizabeth Taylor. Elizabeth Taylor was fashionably late. I just thought she was rude. And sorry? No, I never interviewed her, actually. I'd love to have met her, just out of curiosity. But I tell you somebody else who was always late. That fashion model. What's her name? The one who... Naomi Campbell. Always late. Rude, ignorant, late. Seriously, you've never met anything like it. They did a feature on her in one of the colour-sups, and they waited for 3 hours before she deigned to turn up. They were booked into Claridge's or something, and she turned up, and then she proceeded to tell people, I'm just going shopping, I'll come back. I'd have packed everybody up and gone, I tell you what, darling, whistle. You know, rudeness like that. Oh, ghastly person. And Chris Lowry tells me a certain presenter at LBC years ago never turned up on time for his breakfast show, always overslept. And it wasn't Nick, no. I can't tell you who it is, because I don't know who it is either. Must have been many years, it must be over 35 years ago. I know who it is. I've just worked out, because it was a double-headed programme, I seem to remember. And this particular presenter, to make up for the fact that they didn't put any effort into the programme, they used to bring the co-presenter in big bunches of flowers. So, and I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. And then somebody said, it's because they didn't turn up for this particular meeting or whatever it was. I think that's who it was. They used to be on television. I don't know. I love stuff like that. Steve, Mr. Moyles has been known to dial in from the car. Oh, that's always wind-up material. He doesn't. It's wind-up stuff. That's what he does. And somebody says they're hairdressers from Wolverhampton. Is that what they are? Well, I tell you, you've such bad clothing, really embarrassing to watch. Perhaps they think people look up to them. I just think they look dated, very peculiar. And they live in Wolverhampton. Oh, must be really rich. Joseph in Bethlehem says the Christmas countdown. How long? 6 months and 2... He is actually called Joseph and he does live in Bethlehem. Yeah, it's 6 months and 2 days. Yeah, I mean, he really exists. 185 days to go. I mean, I'm so exciting. So excited by this. 6 months and 2 days to go. So it's 100 and what days? How many days? 185 days. It's not long, is it? Better start planning. Gosh, I mean, I don't know. I think definitely an 8-foot tree this year. I think definitely 10,000 lights on it. Yeah, I normally have between 6 and 8,000. I think this year we might go a little bit more. It's a competition between me and Mr. Neil. He always has loads, because I do like a well-drenched tree with lights. I really do. I'm very big into that. And just remember, if you don't want the tree in the house shedding its needles all over the place, which most of them do, I do coloured lights. But I have lights which change, the bulbs change colour. So the tree can be all red, then it goes to all blue, then it goes to all green, then it goes to white, then it's all multicoloured. Do you not have those lights? Very expensive, very expensive. Only available to early breakfast show presenters. But if you keep your tree outside with the lights, which should be prepared for outside, it'll last you the whole of Christmas without shedding a needle. It's as simple as that. So, and then you can look at it through your window and pretend it's growing in the garden.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 7. So the new £50 note enters circulation today. I wonder how long it takes before it actually filters through. Do you think if I went into the bank today and ordered a £50 note, so the old one goes out of circulation next year? What, the old £50? I don't know there was such a thing as an old £50 note. Oh, the current £50 note goes out next year, does it? Oh, Lord, I don't... Because what I do, oh, blimey, I could be in trouble with this one, is at the beginning of each month, I go and take £50 notes out and I save them so that when I get to Christmas, I've got my money for Christmas. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it even sounds ridiculous to me. You can do that. So September 2022, the current one, go out. Right. Oh, blimey. They'll be replaced. But yeah. So I could take my old ones into the bank. I don't think... So the ones that we're using at the moment are going to go... Why do they keep changing these things? I wish they'd get rid of pennies and stuff like that. Oh, so I've got... So show me a... Oh. Show me a £50 note. The £50 note there. No, down the other way. There, that... Oh. I don't know if mine looks like that or not. That's the new... Oh, that's the new one, is it? Polymer. Are they all plastic? I wish they'd get rid of... pennies and 10p pieces and stuff like that. I wish that would be better. So these are all... Oh, so the 20, the 10 and the 5. Do we need £5 notes anymore? Does anybody use £5 notes? I mean, even if you're giving somebody a birthday card, you don't put a £5 note in, do you? That's very cheap. I don't know. We had this big discussion some time ago on... Just supposing you have a goddaughter or a godson or something like that and they reach 16 or 17... How much money do you put in their birthday card? What would be acceptable an amount of money in this day and age? And, years ago, when I was growing up, it would be £1 or a 10-shilling note. We would think that was good. You can't put £1 in a Christmas card now or a birthday card. So what would you put in? Would you put in a £5? No, you can't put a £5 in. I would think it depends on how close you are. Well, I mean, if you're somebody's godfather, which I am to 3... At least it's at least 50, isn't it? See, Christmas starts becoming a bit expensive. I think I'm sure I've done 100 before now. But we think we might have to cut back a little bit this year. Because the trouble is, it's because once they start driving, they don't want a present, they want money for Christmas, because then they can spend it on petrol or insurance or, MOTs or stuff like that. To actually physically go out and buy a 17-year-old a present now just doesn't happen. Gone are the days of my youngest saying, she's gone through the Argos catalogue and she's marked all the pages of all the items she wants. Well, she doesn't do that now because she's grown up and she's into makeup and hair and so. Well, I can't go buy makeup and hair, but I can give her money. I mean, the Argos catalogue, has it gone as well? Good grief, honestly. You'll be telling me the Titanic's not coming back. I'm looking forward to seeing the Glenn Miller Orchestra. Worrying. Steve, all my loose change goes into a huge jar every night. Collected over £300 for Christmas last year, says Graham. I do that every day. I empty my pockets out, and at the end of them, because it's amazing, because I don't like standing there counting out money. If they say, oh, it's £13.60 or whatever, get on with it, for God's sake. So you automatically give a note, which makes it a lot easier. So Argos, stopping printing the catalogue of almost 50 years. I feel quite physically ill. How dreadful. Steve, my son Brandon's 18 today. I put £200 in his card. Well, that's for, see, 18 is key of the door now. It used to be 21, but now it's 8. You're right, £200. God, you're mean, aren't you? £200. But it's true. I mean, I put all my change in. I tell you, I did it the other day. I pour it into a couple of bags and I stagger down to Sainsbury's and I had £260 in change, which, I mean, they make money out of it because I've used the Coinstar machine. So that was about a couple of months or something like that. I just look at it as a little bit of a bonus, and it's quite nice. And I spend 10 minutes sitting in the car making sure that all the notes, because I'm a bit anal on this, all the notes face the right way. The Queen's Head is always I don't like notes backwards or upside down or things like that. That annoys me. If ever I get that in a bank machine, I generally write and complain. Somebody's a bit bone idle in your bank. But I mean, £300. I mean, if you saved all your change every day or every week, by the time you get to Christmas, you'd be able to afford Christmas quite easily. Because you tend, and I tend not to think about it. Apart from that, I've got a very good woman what looks after my account. She's very good at spiriting money away. It's to put this bit in here, put that bit in there, and I go, can I afford to do this? She goes, yes, you can. But Christmas time, I don't like to be caught out at Christmas. So I think if you start saving now, by the time you actually get to Christmas, it would be you'd be quids in, or join a Christmas club or something like that. Much easier, isn't it? But I've never actually done that. So here's this lady, we mentioned her at the beginning of the programme, Heather Bone, and she's got 3 months to live, and she got £1,000 off this morning the other day. She said she's going to spend the winnings on a party, and Holly and Phil said, we're going to chuck in another £1,000. So she got £2,000, which is great. And I think that's nice. That's nice. She says, I'm having a wake me up before I go party before my passing. Oh, bless her. But she's got £2,000. We've already said Iceland. I mean, to be honest with you, I reckon she'll be inundated with companies offering to give her all the free food and booze. What's the betting? Phil and Holly will go on air and they'll go, listen, do you remember we talked the other day to Heather Bone? Well, Iceland have said they'll supply all the food and drink for you for your party. And then you can spend the £2,000. I bet you anything. You can always guarantee once these things hit the newspapers and people, like us start talking about it, somebody will go, listen, that's a nice thing to do. What's it going to cost you to feed her or Waitrose or Marks and Spencer or something like that, so that she's got that £2,000 to save? That can be, part of her estate. I think that would be a nice thing to do, and I'm sure some companies are even thinking about it at the moment. I bet she'll be inundated. I hope so. Scientists have worked out how to better predict when a volcano will blow. Yeah, the clue is... that's the clue. When they stand there, people go, oh, are you getting this on camera? Run for your life. It's Mount St. Helens. Go. Have you ever seen pyroclastic clouds? Goodness sake, honestly. Researchers studying the sequence of events before a blow found runny magma rises quickly, but thicker magma is slower. Well, there you go. Bet you never knew that, or even thought about it at this time of the morning. I'm fascinated by volcanoes, but it's the people who go right to the edge as this molten lava is coming close, and I'm thinking, hello. Is it my favourites? Is it Urta Ali? Urta Ali, I think that's the one in the middle of Ethiopia or something, and it's a 24-hour a day. Every day of your life, magma lake. It bubbles and it's just white hot. It's unbelievable to watch. You'll find it on YouTube and it will cheat. I mean, look at it. At night time, it's even more spectacular, but it's permanently molten. You wouldn't last less than a second, would you? I've got to go. Thank you very much indeed for your company today. I do have a little bit extra podcast as well as the normal programme podcast. It is available to you for free. Peter Andre says sorry for letting his daughter swim with dolphins. He didn't know it was cruel, but there again, he's not very bright. RuPaul's Drag Race and Emmerdale collide for Pride. and find out which loose woman's been making a fool of herself again. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Thursday. I knew it was Thursday. I managed to make it all the way through yesterday. Yesterday was actually quite pleasant as days go. I was telling a friend of mine in M&S, I said, we've got rain coming around the coast. We've got about 4 days of incessant rain where it doesn't look at all promising. And we'll tell you what it's like a little bit later on. More rubbish from Love Island. I mean, the programme hasn't even started and already, meow, out they all come, all the old moggies telling you things that you don't really want to know. 2 of them already, sad, tragic people, have said they are prepared to have sex on television and turn it X-rated. And I thought, do you know, you really are the saddest people I've ever known. Next to Prince Harry, who's bent the truth again. Do they know? I mean, when I was younger, we were told, do not tell lies. Harry has just been caught out yet again. The tree cut in half in a row with neighbours. I only talked about neighbours' arguments the other day, and this was a tree that overhung, and it attracts birds. And so the house next door, who don't own the tree, but they've got half of it, the birds sit there and they poo all over this bloke's car, and he's had enough. He's had enough, so he called in a tree surgeon, and they've cut the tree in half, vertically. Vertically, not like sort of chopped it off, they've cut it vertically, which is good, so it means that the birds can't poo on his car. And Graham and Irene Lee, both in their 70s, decided they called in a tree surgeon. They've had it done professionally. It's quite nice. Bharat Mystery said they called in because they complained birds in the trees were making too much noise and causing a mess. Well, I think it looks fantastic. You know, I mean, you don't want birds sitting in a tree because they do, and they make messes because they have to go to the toilet. And unfortunately, they'll do it over somebody's car. Don't ever go to Brighton and park your car in a side street. Every seagull in the area will use it as a toilet. I promise you that. The more, you lovingly polish the car and it's all wonderful and it's all brilliant and it's all lovely. And then you come back and it looks like somebody's designed new wallpaper called poo. Gemma Collins wants to be Dora the Explorer. It's finished, love. Okay, get over it. Go and get yourself a job. Go back to trying to sell cars. Do something, because it's not working for you anymore. It's all finished. It's all a bit sad, really. Plus, the last supermoon of the year takes place this evening. A strawberry moon. That sounds nice. There used to be a place in London, because I know my friend Chris Jarvis went there and he had a few parties. It was off Oxford Street, called Strawberry Moon. And I always thought it sounded quite nice. I didn't realise it actually existed. Liberty Pool. I know it does sound like a bit of a made-up name, doesn't it? She's on Love Island. You're going to be hearing about all these people. And she's packed 50 bikinis. Nando's must be paying really well at the moment, because that's where she works. She's a waitress with delusions, and that's about as far as it'll go. Elton John and this farewell tour that's gone on longer than... I mean, he's so old now. He's so old. I mean, even he must be thinking... But then what would he do when he stops singing? I mean, what does he do? I'm not aware of anything he can do. Poor soul. Spider-Man meets the Pope. I know he's got young children, but he can't do anything with young children. He's way too old. Way too old. He's 74. But the trouble is, he is looking a bit old now, isn't he, really? But there you go. So Spider-Man meets the Pope, which is lovely. And a Jane Austen poem set to fetch £90,000. A Love Island contestant. I mean, it's obviously a competition with the Love Island contestants' agents to sort of portray them as real cheap, naff people who'll just sleep with just about anybody, because that's the impression that they're giving out. We had that poor one the other day, Shannon. Shannon's page 3 stunner, and she wants to sleep with 8 men in a day, and you think to yourself, your life is just one giant embarrassment for everybody, and you seem to think that you're going to be attracting the right people. Want to meet footballer, she goes. Want to meet footballer. Lovely, because your level of conversation must be about 0. The pasty makers, Ginsters. Years ago, I used to have a Ginsters pasty. I haven't had one for years and years. How to recall their steak slices. It may contain plastic. I don't know whether that enhances the flavour or not. Actually, I had a very nice roll the other day from Greggs, and it was bacon with salad and tomato and some sort of mayonnaise type. It was really nice. Greggs, I know. Bacon. Cold bacon, obviously not hot bacon. In fact, I might go back today and go and buy, if they got, because a long sort of roll, like a sort of sort of like a baguette, not as big as a baguette, but kind of, like a sub roll, yeah. And I thought, when I got back to Twickenham, because I bought it in Richmond, merci, I thought I'll go to the Greggs in Twickenham, because they do a nice roll in there. And I thought, if they've got these rolls, it's obviously stock. It's obviously a standard roll that they do there, a sub roll. And they didn't have any sub rolls at all. I'm assuming they were either too bone idle to make the blooming things, or they'd not been delivered. Honey roast ham and egg salad, they never look like that. They never look like that. That's like when you look at McDonald's and you look at the burgers. Which one is it? Let's have a look. Honey roast ham. No, it's definitely got bacon in it. Definitely got bacon. Isn't that funny? Are these all the ones that they do? Oh, right. And didn't include my one. Well, I think it's roast chicken and bacon club. No. Oh, actually, I don't know. What if it had roast chicken in it? If it did, I obviously didn't get to that bit. It was quite nice. Whatever it was, I'm going back today. Definitely, and I'll have to tell you tomorrow. I'll have to read the blooming things on it. Matt on the Isle of Wight. Always look forward to your show. Thank you for the early morning entertainment. We haven't started yet. And somebody says, Steve, be happy. I bet if I go to any parks, I'll see naked breasts and certain disarray. Says Suat. Really? Naked breasts in parks? Oh, dear, honestly. That sounds a bit chav, doesn't it? Who does things like that? They go naked in parks. Oh, goodness, I feel quite queasy. It was bad enough the other day where we had to suffer with, who was it? Oh, Kerry Coke-Toner. And she's joined this, get your boobs out, provided you pay money. It's a form of prostitution. Somebody's giving you money and you're exposing yourself. I mean, to be honest with you, it was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's how bad it gets. I felt like saying to sort of some of these on Love Island, that's your claim to fame, is that your life is sorted out now. And forever you will be known as trash. It's a bit Dolly Parton, but without the talent. Even the Shannon, they're putting out all sorts of stories. She must have a new agent or somebody who sort of believes in that kind of thing. And she was going to go on Britain's Got Talent. And then she sort of bottled it at the last minute. Yeah, well, oh, I'll tell you. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have rejected a name for Archie. And the name was the Earl of Dumbarton. And they decided that they didn't want that. You know why? It's got the word dumb in it. Which kind of summed them up quite well, I thought. But anyway, yeah, because it had the word dumb in it and they thought that people would be taking the mickey. Yeah, well, you guessed correctly. More lies, I'm afraid, from Harry. Saying that basically he was sort of, out the royal family with nothing at all. Whereas it emerges that Charles, because it's all well documented, has given him loads of money. What an ungrateful little child he must be. What an ungrateful little child. The skin cancer rates rising among men, because nobody bothers, do they, going out there and looking after themselves. And what was the other one as well that I quite... Oh, the full English is the best hangover cure. People like the full English, the bacon, egg, sausage, beans, hash browns. Although, to be honest with you, I wish we could get rid of hash browns and just have chips. Chips is much nicer with bacon. No, bacon and chips and then you could put it into the bread and then fold it. Oh, yeah, lovely. The Queen meets Boris for the first time since last March. Nobody wearing a mask. And they're now saying in the newspapers that masks could be with us for some time. And I'm delighted to report that most people on buses are wearing their masks because it's the younger people who need to wear their masks. If they don't, they come down with coronavirus and you're in big trouble. Big trouble. So a lot of people are heeding the advice and thinking, I don't want to be ill. I don't want to be that ill, because if you've got a weak immune system, that might be it for you. So better to wear a mask to protect yourself. There are stupid people who get on buses without them. All this loads of codswallop that they come up with, that they don't have to do this and that. And then you see them standing at the bus stop with a cigarette on. And you think, well, kind of defeat the object, really. Steve, why is there so much rubbish? Reality shows on television, Love Island, Naked Attraction. Naked Attraction is sort of like I was going to say it is like the down market version of Love Island, because they all stand there naked. And God knows, I didn't realise this country had so many ugly people. I had no idea. There's people standing on there, with sort of tattoos and piercings. And I'm looking at them thinking, and you want to go on television and show people your bibbly-bobbly bits? Very unnecessary. I mean, some of them. I mean, if I watch the programme on a regular basis, I've been writing out sympathy cards to the blokes saying, I'm so sorry, you've only got the tiniest willy we've ever seen. Fancy going on television. People are going to be laughing at you, pointing as you go down the road. And then you get people, they go, and of course, based on what you've said you're attracted to, we've assembled these 5 degenerates on the television, and you can decide whether or not you want to sort of go out with one of them. The whole idea is, it's called naked attraction. You only want to go out with them because they're naked and have sex. When they put their clothes on, they're boring. They're very dull because most of them have got no idea of what to wear. So they're obviously more... So it's easier to wear nothing at all. But it is just down to sex. That's all it is. And then the host of it, who's gay, is sort of saying, oh, so what do you think about this? And then the camera does a close. Imagine the cameramen there. What a peculiar bunch they must be. Not normal, is it? Not normal at all. Steve, I'm not a veggie, but I treated myself to a Greg's veggie sausage roll yesterday. Pleasantly surprised, says Kim. I'm told they're okay. I mean, I'm not... it's vegan. Yeah. I just want to... I mean, I did have 2 of their sausage rolls yesterday. But it was the roll that they taste the same, don't they? It's because it's just the... I mean, when you look at their sausage roll, is that sausage meat in there? I don't know. Why can't they just put a sausage? Why can't they just put a sausage in the sausage roll? And then it would be a sausage roll. I mean, as opposed to some squeezed out meat out of a yes, it's sort of grey colour. It's a bit peculiar, isn't it? 84850. And then somebody says, why do you always assume that when the Buckingham Palace press office refute claim... They haven't. You need to get your head in gear. I'm sorry you're a bit thick. But this didn't come from the Buckingham Palace press office. This came from Prince Charles. So why do you, when they refute claims made by Harry, that they're telling the truth? You really are thick, aren't you? I didn't realise, actually, that you could be that stupid. We've already told you that it's all documented. Charles cannot give away money without it going down into the annals of history. It's all put down there. So it didn't come from the press office, Sweet Pea. God, honestly, you must be a thicko, mustn't you? Do they have a name? I bet they blooming do. But anyway, we won't hear from you ever again because don't make things up. It makes you as bad as them. 4:15.
Burrito, please.
Go large free of charge.
Go on then.
Complimentary extra beef.
Brilliant.
Chips and guac, footlong churros and a serenade from a mariachi band on the house.
Thanks.
Everyone loves an upgrade. And when you buy the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 now, you can claim Galaxy Buds 2 Pro, an S Pen, slim case and a super fast charger on us. Together worth £318. We call it the ultimate upgrade. Buy before 31st of October from a participating retailer. Claim on website within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, furious pilots marched on Westminster yesterday. You know, they want to get back to work, and they want to do it. They want to be flying the skies. They want to bring the tourists in, and they want to take them out, and it's all got to be wonderful. The Nepal variant is now called Delta Plus, by the way, of coronavirus, and already we've got 45 cases of that. And you know what happens? 45 cases 1 minute, the next time 3,000, and so it goes on. Earl Spencer says give Henry I a proper burial. He's apparently under a school extension in Berkshire somewhere, and he says give him a proper burial. I mean, what are they going to do? Knock down half the school buildings? Because they found... Which one did they find in a car park? Richard III, we think, and they buried it. Well, there can't have been much to bury, can there? I mean, really, it just must be a little pile of bones, and I should imagine Henry the first, how he ended up under a school, I've got no idea. Isn't that very odd? I mean, you would have thought with all the... Yeah, but I mean, even so, I mean, was there some sort of church or something like that you could actually sort of bury somebody in? I want to go to Frogmore. I want to go to make sure that Harry is definitely isolating and not sort of next door with Eugene and her husband. Because you bet your bottom dollar, you think he's going to be sitting all by himself there? No, I didn't think so either. But no, I want to go to Frogmore because that's the royal burial place. And it looks quite lovely. It's a big mausoleum. And Philip, I think, showed us. He didn't show us around it. They drove past it. Oh, all the relatives are buried there, kind of thing. He was more interested in being a ranger in the Windsor Great Park. And now he's not. But he's still in Windsor Castle. He's still in Windsor Castle. So... who are all these people? These are burials. People buried there. So you've got Princess Alice. Her coffin is in the same grave as her husband. These are the people who are buried there. Duchess of Windsor. Wallis Simpson is there, is she? Blimey, that's just a big surprise, because the Queen Mother hated her. Absolutely hated her completely. Sir Henry Abel Smith and Lady May Abel Smith, both are buried in the same grave. That was from 1994. Princess Alice, Duchess of Gloucester. Sir Angus Ogilvy. Remember Angus Ogilvy? Husband of Princess Alexandra of Kent. And also Prince Edward, Duke of Windsor, eldest son of King George V and formerly King Edward VIII. And he's at the Royal Burial Ground. There's loads of them. Seriously, it must be really busy in there. Every year they've been doing them, and they've got Prince Christian of Schleswig-Holstein, Lord Leopold Mountbatten, Princess Helena of the United Kingdom. Some of them you won't have heard of, but there's loads of these people, isn't it? It must be very busy. Oh, these are people who'd previously been interred at St George's Chapel, which is where Philip is. And he will stay there until the Queen dies, and then they'll both be put together into the Royal Mausoleum. It's a cemetery as well, the Royal Burial Ground at Frogmore. And it's on the Frogmore estate. It was built in 1862 to house the tomb of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. And her tomb's right in the middle of it, I seem to remember. It's quite an elaborate thing. Because if there's one thing I love doing, it's going round places like Westminster Abbey, and you look at these beautiful elaborate tombs where the person is sort of lying there with their eyes closed and their arms folded, but all made out of marble. Have you ever seen any of the elaborate tombs? Oh, some of them are phenomenal. The Victorians, really, if it was somebody who'd done something marvellous, I mean, you could spend, I should imagine, thousands on having, your image carved out of marble, and then if your husband had died as well, you were both put together, and it was like formed like a lid, I think, on the actual burial place. And some of them, you slide the lid off, and then you could sort of look down into it. You see it in cemeteries as well. There's a cemetery at Teddington where they're sort of built up, and people pay for a burial plot, but you can bury quite a few people in it. Because depending on how sort of long somebody's been dead, determines on because the ground sinks. Whenever you get buried, they'll bury you. You sort of don't see that bit. You see them putting the coffin into the ground, and you do a bit of earth on it. But then they have to go back, I think, 6 months to a year later, as the ground will have dropped, and then they just fill in the top bit. Because the heat is intense, I'm told. The heat, once you're buried, that's why you're buried at a certain depth. Well, no fresh air down there whatsoever. But the heat, it's like the interior of one of those things you have in the garden with compost on it in the middle of summer or winter. In the middle, it's just baking hot, absolutely boiling, and that's why it takes so long for your sort of body to go back to the dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Charlie Girling, of course, huge fan of Love Island, but way too old for it now. And she says it's the best thing on TV. You should give it a chance. I don't mind giving it a chance. I just think it's sad, Charlie, that the three people who we're sort of hearing about at the moment are talking about how much sex they want to have. They can have sex on television. I think, God, how tragic. Go and work in Amsterdam, and then you can talk about it till the cows come home. You don't find hookers going on chat shows in Amsterdam going, oh, today I slept with 30 men. 30 men. It's beginning to sound like that for Love Island. Steve. Carol says, I usually wish that our public broadcasting TV station, PBS, would bring over more Brit shows, but after hearing you talk about some of those trashy shows, do people really watch them? They do. They have. I mean, mainly the sort of people who watch Love Island are the sort of people that, they go, oh, she's a bit tasty, isn't she? And they all talk about them as if they're little bits of meat, which I don't go. Steve, good thing about wearing masks, fewer people around spreading common cold viruses, yes. Somebody says, do we need more fun comedy, especially on Saturday night? I don't think we have much on a Saturday night, do we? Ant and Dec seem to have given up. And the next time you see them on television, I couldn't tell you what's on a Saturday night on the television. The Masked Singer. And the best thing about that is you've never heard of any of them. Even the celebrity version. They always have celebrity versions. I have to sit there wondering who in God's name these people are. Because I don't know, and I'm in the business. I'm in Light Ent. And I should know who everybody is, but I don't. Oh, there was such a row yesterday on what used to be the Matthew Wright programme. It's now hosted by Mr. Vine. And it was with, I think, Mirabar Hillel and Carol Malone. Oh, my God, was that a row? Oh, my goodness me. They were going hammer and tongs. And Carol saying to her, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about this and that, and you just don't know. You've not got it right. And they were, oh, it was a fabulous argument. Fabulous. I was hoping they were going to start throwing things at each other. I can't remember what they were arguing about. I can't remember. It was whatever it was. Carol Malone was just seething. And Mirabar Hillel was not happy with it. Oh, it was awful. It was a major row. I've never seen anything like it. Then they have that other girl there from Scotland. You're gorgeous, you're marvellous. And she's called Storm, which would be so appropriate. Storm somebody. I don't know why, because he's the presenter of the programme. But Mirabar Hillel, and I'm pretty certain it was her. And it was Yasmin Alabar. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Mirabar Hillel does houses, doesn't she? Jasmine Alibi Brand. It was awful. I mean, it was the argument of all arguments. That's right. They clashed over... oh, no, this wasn't yesterday. This must be another one. I've never heard an argument like it. That was yesterday as well. Oh, right, they were clashing over... In fact, to be honest with you, I don't think that Carol Malone liked Jasmine Alibi Brown at all. I could sort of tell. Oh, that's right. It started when Carol Malone was talking about Harry and Meghan. And Yasmin Alibi Brown was sort of saying, don't talk about the baby. Don't talk about the baby. And she went, I didn't talk about the baby. It was basically saying, why don't you wash your ears out, you old woman? You don't know what you're on. And this thing built up. And I'm sitting there thinking, love this. Love this. Oh, I tell you, I rushed into the kitchen, turned off the oven, rushed back into the sitting room. I'm not missing any of this. It was a real goodie. When we actually got something the other day nearly on Loose Women. Good news is Ruth is leaving the programme. Bad news is it's only for the summer. Her and the old man are going to be doing this morning because Pip goes off on holiday with God knows who. And Holly as well. Charlie Girling says, how dare you? I'm a mere slip of a thing. You're not going on Love Island, OK? It's as simple as that. I don't think the management here would like you going on Love Island. Don't want to see things like that. We could put Roman Kemp on Love Island, couldn't we? Although, actually, I have a sneaking feeling. I saw him on the television the other day. I think he's put a bit of weight on. It always pleases me when that happens, because I always think, well, thank God for that, because I saw a picture of him a while ago, and he had, no fat on his body whatsoever. He was really... not skinny, it was all sort of the sort of body that I wish I had, but I'm way too old for that kind of thing. But, I think we should definitely put him on Love Island, or Naked Attraction, just to add to the interest. You could pop him on with Sonny J. They could both do the same programme. That'll separate the men from the boys, won't it? James says, I love your Scottish impression. It wasn't an impression. I don't do impressions. I'm not a very bit trouble. I don't do things like that. I'm not that kind of person at all. Or, the meerkats. No, I do accurate representations of people. So Storm on Mr. Vine's programme, she sort of said, I never understand why they needed two people on it. Matthew Wright seemed to cope quite well by himself until he went round the bend. And they have callers, yes. They have callers. Yes, they have callers, yes. Sometimes it's quite funny, actually, because I'm not sure whether the callers are actually watching. Do you remember that thing years ago? They used to have a programme on the television, and it was called The Golden Shot. And the end thing was, the man was there, blindfolded, and the person on the phone would go right, down a little bit, and if you hit the golden thread, then it would spill all this money out of a chest. And they had a bloke, and he came on the programme, and they said, next we got Brian from Welsh Wales. And Brian said, hello, and because he travelled. And they said, you ready? He went, yep, OK. So we blindfolded the thing, and he went, right. And the camera was on the actual crossbow, and he went so far past it, and you begin to think, and they said, should you not bring it back and do left? He went, oh, OK, left, no, right. And so they said, and then he went, fire. And of course, they're firing, but they didn't hit the what, because it wasn't even aimed at the board. And they said, where are you? He said, I'm standing outside Radio Rentals on the high street. And he was watching it on the television. So, as the camera moved, it's going on each different television in the window. He didn't win. That's a little bit like sort of going on, what was the other one? Bullseye. or Super Smashing. He used to go, and do you want to gamble that for what is behind Bully's big screen? And we'd all go, you've won, you've turned down, okay, £16. It'll take me the whole of the break, and I'll count it out for you. And you get the Bully mug and a set of darts, and that means that the people who came second, who are even more stupid than you, are going to have a go for Bully's big main prize. Okay, you give me that money. How much you got there? £6.50. Okay, give us the money. Okay, you're now going. So it's 2 darts for the non-dart player and 1 dart for the other one. And you get, you didn't win it. Let's have a look at what it is. Oh, a speedboat. And you think, they live on a council estate in Rotherham. What in God's name would they do with a speedboat? Or, failing that, a caravan, if you please. They'd never seen caravan. Our own caravan. No, we didn't win it, did you? You're not going away with anything at all, but that's the gamble. That's the gamble.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Somebody says, did you say accurate impersonations? Are you sure, says Andrew? Yes. Have you had your ears syringed out recently? Of course they are accurate. Definitely. Carol Malone apparently always argues with Yasmin Alibi-Brown and Aisha Hazarika because of their woke lefty views, says Roger. Oh, is that what? It was so funny. I'd never seen it before. I thought it was wonderful. Jackie says, how are you? Didn't she mean she'd like sex 8 times a day with one man, not 8 different men? She didn't specify. She just said she wanted sex 8 times a day. Her parents must be so proud of the way she's turned out. But there again, good wee Scottish accent there, Steve. Do you remember the Seaside Special? They were good. They were good. I liked Seaside Special. And the other one was High Summer. And it started off with dancers. They would always do it from a well-known British seaside resort. And they would do it in a big tent. And it was sometimes hosted by Rolf Harris. And so, not anymore. And sometimes hosted by different people. And the young generation dancers would go, High Summer, and they would all be wearing tight white trousers. That was just the boys. And the girls would be in their little rah-rah skirts, and their sort of hair was all, and you'd see them on the big wheel going round and round. Oh, we're all happy, happy, happy. It was like going to basically an audition for the musical Annie. Everybody was terribly happy about the whole thing, and it was all lovely. And they got used to get all sorts of artists going on there doing their acts. It's just that they were doing it in a tent. And so you used to get Seaside Special, which again had a lovely tune that went with it. Seaside Special, high stuff. I can't remember exactly how it went. They were whatever they were very bouncy, and it never rained. Never rained, but they were always in a tent, and all the dancers would come towards the camera and go like that. Useless unless you're listening in stereo, in which case you'd have got that. And they would go like that into the camera, and then veer off to the left, and one would veer to the right, and then it was all sort of, here we are on the big wheel going around going, miming along to the record. And then, I loved all that sort of stuff. I thought it was a good... you can buy them. I think they're available. Somebody sent me in... So I think it was Ray, actually, sent me in loads of Seaside Specials and High Summers, and they were fun. They were fun. We seem to have missed it. The only thing we've got is 2 aged juveniles from Baker Grove YI, doing their, let's get ready to rumble. I mean, they're like coming up 50. Very embarrassing, isn't it? There you are. Seaside Special, 4 DVD set. Is this on Amazon? See, I wouldn't buy off eBay. I really wouldn't. 4 DVD set. Ken Dodd, Dick Emery, Cilla Black. There was. I wonder if there's anything on Amazon. Is there anything on Amazon? I wouldn't buy on eBay. Oh, you checked? Nothing. Yeah. I only like Amazon because then I know it's genuine. It's not a copy. I don't. You think eBay sponsored the pod? The pod? No. No, I've never had eBay sponsor me. No, I wouldn't mind, actually. I'm more than happy. But I just, I'm slightly dubious. If I see something there, somebody might have copied it. I would only want something that was genuine. Because let's face it, if it's actually commercially available, then why is it not on Amazon? That's what I have to ask myself the question. You could tell if the sellers are legit. Yeah. But I would say, even so, if it's commercially available and it looked a professional thing, why is it not on Amazon? Is the other one on there? Was that Seaside Special or... No. Isn't that bizarre? Circus Boy was very good, but when you look at these things, all somebody's done is transferred them from video onto a DVD without upscaling the quality of them. So Circus Boy with Mickey Dolenz, and it was set in a circus with, I think, Rory the Clown and everything else. It was really for kids who wanted to run away and join the circus. That was the best programme as far as I was concerned. And you look at them now, and I think somebody sent me a copy of it. Oh, it was so hazy, black and white. I mean, you were struggling through it. It was at that moment I thought I must get the cataracts done, but we sorted it out. Another one here says I was at Hurstville Westfield Shopping Centre, says Shane. This is not here. This is over in Australia. And says, I didn't recognise Mum wearing a mask. I never heard the end of it. She said, you didn't recognise your mother. I get people walk past me if I'm wearing my mask. People walk past. They don't recognise. I know that you don't recognise people. I got recognised by 3 people yesterday, almost on a daily basis. There was one man whose wife works in Stevenson's, which is the sports shop, and then there was another man and his wife going into Lloyd's Bank, and he said, Steve, he said, we saw you sitting here the other day as I'm trying to change the pickup time of my taxi. So we had a long chat about things going on, and he said, you like history, don't you? And I said, yes. And he said, bet you don't know this one. Lloyd's Bank, Kingston. I said, I know what you're going to tell me. Just inside Lloyd's Bank in Kingston, there's a plaque on the wall. Nipper, the HMV dog who sat there, is buried on that site. I don't know why. Because he was dead, I'm assuming. What do you mean, why? Why did they bury him? He was dead. We tried to bury my Auntie Enid, but she's still alive. So that's not working. Alan sent us in the theme to High Summer. It was just... the song was written by Lindsay DePaul. Interesting. So, have you got that? Have you got that one here, the theme to High Summer that Alan sent in? It's obviously on YouTube. And it's just, they're bright young things, the dancers. Bright young things. And it was just fun. It was fun. Admittedly, some of the acts were a bit, way before your time, they wouldn't have... you weren't even thought of. Thank you for that one, actually, Alan. I can't play it because I can't get it up in my... No, we can't play off these things here. Steve and Debbie in Leicester. Oh, here we go. Today's woke. I've just churned you on only to hear you slagging off council estates. Oh, your sense of humour disappeared, Debbie, has it? You poor soul, honestly. She says, of course we know what a caravan is. I don't think you're listening to the right thing, are you, dear? I don't think you're listening properly. Nipper was born in Bristol. There you go. And he was buried in Kingston-on-Thames at Clarence Street in a small park surrounded by magnolia trees. As time progressed, the area was built upon and a branch of Lloyd's Bank now occupies the site. And there is the brass plaque that commemorates the terrier that lies beneath the building. You must be delighted. What's going on? They're burying you underneath a building. So there you go. Yeah, that plaque's there. I knew it. And he said, I knew you'd know. Which is lovely. Apparently Debbie grew up on a council estate. Not the one we were talking about, sweet cheeks. God, blimey, you must be a lonely person, aren't you? Good grief, honestly. Do you not understand the word irony? No, you probably don't. There's no point. No point at all. Steve, should we send in pictures of our bits to you? I think you could be done for that, actually. I think it's illegal. I think it's very, very illegal. Very, very illegal. Somebody else saying, I love your Scottish impressions. Kevin in Luton said, I've just seen the ad for the new presenter of Countdown, Anne Robinson. Well, she's the only woman they've ever had. They've never had a woman on the programme. So now they've got 3 women on it. She does look a bit odd. Yeah, she's had bits done. She's probably had that as well. But no, she's had face done and she's had everything. She had it done ages ago. But this time round, she did look slightly odd. And we can't work out, is it a wig or is it her own hair? I'm not sure. I'm not totally convinced it's her own hair. Or it's undoubtedly dyed. Oh, God, there was no hesitation on that one. But I don't think it was grown on her head. I really don't. And somebody else said they're looking forward to it because it comes up next week on the television. So you get Love Island and Anne Robinson. Try and separate them. The unlawful tunnel under Stonehenge has been approved. England fans warned over £10,000 ticket touts. I never understand why people want to spend that much money on watching a football game. So we're up against Germany, aren't we? That'll be annihilation. Also on Monday. Monday's going to be such a big day. Monday's going to be our day. I can't wait for Monday. I don't know why. Match clashes with Love Island. Do you seriously... Oh, yeah, of course. The sort of people who are going to watch football are Love Island fanatics. Yeah, I'm going to be torn between the two. I'll have to get another television in. I'll have to have 2 televisions and start recording. So the Duke and Duchess of Sussex reject the name for Archie because it contains the word dumb in it, and they thought that people might take the mickey. Pfft, whatever. And also, Harry and Meghan forget it's a family, not a firm. It's not a firm, it's a family. I have to explain that to them because, perhaps they don't know. And Harry tells lies. But then he's always told lies. It's nothing new because he's not of the real world. He doesn't know anything about the real world. He grew up in a palace. He grew up, surrounded by security. He grew up, where he went to school and his mummy and all the press were there and all the rest of it. So he started with a handicap even before he got to adulthood. So now he thinks that he's still Prince Harry and he can do and say what he wants and nobody will check it out. It turned out that Prince Charles gave him loads of money to go. Basically, take it and nod off. And Steve, says Roger, if you wear your mask and baseball cap and don't speak, you'd really be incognito. Yes, well, I am, actually. I am. I went to the funeral of the Dulux dog, Steve, says Declan. Everybody was overcome with emulsion. You're barred. News at 5, Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's nice to have your company. It's the 24th of June.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 24th of June, which means that we race ever nearer July, which is very nice, isn't it? The weather's gone a bit funny. So from tomorrow, it's bad. And by the way, I was just testing you earlier on. Honestly, no fooling you lot, is there? Football's on the Tuesday. But I was hoping that you'd all get out there and get sort of... They did a thing was it on YouTube, where they've got a little girl sitting at the table. It's obviously one of these family home movies. And she's surrounded by all the presents. And they go, come on, you've got your presents here. Happy birthday to you and all the rest of it. And then it turns out they're on the wrong day. Her birthday was the following day. So they went, it's not today. She went, I thought, what are you complaining about? You got your presents a day early. Never film kids having birthdays. It's either that or sort of kids fall into the cake, which is funny. Or so there'll always be something set up so they can pick up their money. So the football's Tuesday. Honestly, I was hoping that nobody'd spot that. It's taken you long enough. Taken you the best part of an hour to come up with that one. We did it ages ago. I've got a poem for you this morning. That's the first time we've ever done the poem on time. I'm not known for particularly good time checks on the pro because I can't be bothered. In fact, I remember. Was it Nick Ferrari used to say, I'm not going to give you out the phone number. He said, because you should know it by now. And so he refused to give out the phone number, which I thought was hilarious. So I don't like to, because I don't think you need to know that. You know what if you want to know what the time is, look at your watch. That's what God invented them for. This is a poem called Trees and Plants by Deepika Ganesh. So this should be quite good. Okay, it's not too many verses. And it goes as follows. Trees and plants. Plants and trees, so green, the kitchen is the leaf and the root is the chief. They give us flowers to decorate and also to celebrate. They give us paper from their wood and they're found in the woods. With their help we can make whatever we want, from a rubber band to a pant. We don't need to pay tax or fees to borrow from our lovely trees. They protect us from diseases that would make us all ill, all the carbon dioxide they always take in. Some people cut trees for things like table and chair, not knowing what pollution they are doing to the air. Forests are turning from green to brown. Animals' faces are always with a frown. So let's make this place from brown to green by planting more saplings and trees. That was lovely, wasn't it? Lovely little poem there from Deepika Ganesh. Thank you very much indeed. Trees and plants. Obviously poetry, not our strong point, I don't think. But why is it that so... See, I'm one of the old-fashioned ones that goes, I think, it has to rhyme on every... It rhymed a bit. It was a little bit haphazard on the rhyming bits. A little bit haphazard. But listen, it was quite nice. We might have more. Steve, the football's Tuesday. Yeah, we know the football's Tuesday. I was just winding you up. And it worked a treat, didn't it, really? I've been listening to you for 5.5 years, says Shane. Thank you for putting up with me. Goodbye. And, no. I always love doing that, actually, And, Steve, please pay attention. England and Germany play on Tuesday. Yeah, we know. But as I say, it's just taken you such a long time to get round to that. Not very good, is it? Alan is the one. A lot of people talking about high summer, all those good things. And Steve, I can't stand Matthew Wright. I'd rather have Ruth on Loose Women than Charlene White. I like Charlene White, actually. I think she's quite nice. Although she did admit, didn't she? There was a piece in the paper that she apparently maxed out on credit cards. She was hugely in debt. Mind you, Dale was hugely in debt. 30,000 quid. At least I only went to £10,000 overdrawn years ago. Because you tend to forget that if you put things on... I'm going to sneeze. Oh dear. So sorry. Honestly. You think I make these things up, don't you? But I went to my bank because very kindly one of the boys in my bank... I wanted an American Express card, but they had to invite you in because they wanted to see. And all they had to do was look at my account to realise that I was in a terrible state financially. I was not earning a huge amount of money, and it came with a £10,000 overdraft. And what you had to do with American Express is you could use it all over the place. A lot of shops didn't want to take it because they charged too much money to use American Express. But whatever you spent, you paid back at the end of the month. It wasn't like a Visa card or Barclay card. So in other words, if I spent £10,000 in a month, as if, you paid £10,000 back. If you didn't, they withdrew the card. They were very hot on it. They were based down in Southend in exactly the same place as the Visa people. And it didn't take me long to rack up a £10,000 overdraft. And when you're not earning a huge sum of money, £10,000 was like it's just, they might as well have said £1 million. And that's when, remember I told you the other day, the bank manager decided to take my chequebook and card away from me. He decided I was too much of a risk. And I remember thinking, how am I going to survive now? So I'm always quite careful. I've always got a bit of money stashed away that if it all went pear-shaped, I've got a bit of money to fall back on. And I've got my pensions. I think the one thing you have to do is the moment you start what they call an adult job is to try and be a bit sensible with money, because as a younger person, I was not particularly good with money. I thought if I've got it, I'll spend it. Now, I tend to think completely differently from that. I tend not to sort of waste the money, which I'll ask the woman who looks after my accounts. She says, you've actually got much, much better. I mean, better to save some for a rainy day if you can. As I said yesterday, change. I've got change in my pocket now. That will go into my plastic jug in the bathroom. And then when it fills up to the top, I then take it to one of these machines. And you can do it in Metro Bank as well. I've got an account with Metro Bank. You can sort of put it into that account. But I prefer to go to the counter and stand there with my little bit of paper and they give you the cash. I love things like that. I mean, 1/4 of Britons have less than £500 saved. In fact, I thought it was less. I thought it was £100 because people don't put money aside. Although during the pandemic, a lot of people had to start taking their money out because they lost their jobs. 13% have none at all. 10 million people have less than £100 in savings. 10 million people. That is just absolutely amazing. I mean, I've got two life insurance policies which have matured. But I haven't touched the money. I don't want to touch the money unless it's absolutely necessary. And I've got my savings and I've got money, aside for a rainy day, because I haven't done it. People have done it for me, which is always a nice surprise, because then you look at something. I remember looking at something after quite a few years and I went, where's that come from? She said, I've been putting aside into your account. And I thought, of course, I sent her a bunch of flowers. I didn't pay for them. I let her pay for them. And that's the only way you can do it. Somebody else has to help you. That's why the people who win the lottery, when they end up spending it all and they end up with nothing, I laugh, because they're all offered the advice. It's like Love Island. They're going to have to start advising people on, when you start earning some, they won't take any of the advice because they're too stupid. Too stupid. Dave says, can you imagine Gemma Collins on Naked Attraction? Stop it. It's not her fault she's not the brightest penny in the box. She wants to be Dora the Explorer, but if Dora the Explorer was an ancient grandmother, then that might be appropriate. But of course, she's run out of things to talk about now. I don't think she's ever she hasn't had a decent gig in a long while. It's all just fizzled out. They occasionally feed stuff out to the papers, but I think even the papers are a bit bored with her. We've seen the disaster that is Gemma Collins, but she's still got the little shop. Whether she works in it is another matter. We don't know if it's still for plus-size girls or whether it's for sort of people who've sort of lost weight on injections. Very unwise thing to do. Roger says, I've been there, done that. Had a £15,000 limit on my card, and if not paid back immediately, the interest will treble. You see, that's the people who have a Visa card, and it says, your balance is £1,670. Minimum payment is £25, so people pay that. Well, you're paying nothing. The interest rates are so high. When the interest rates have sort of dropped below a certain level, all these credit cards, and they go, interest rate, have you seen them on the television? Interest rate, 6,780%. And I remember thinking, you would be mad to buy anything like that. Consolidate all your credit cards into one payment. What? I remember thinking on Visa at 36%. In fact, I can't remember what the interest rate is on a Visa card at the moment. Whatever it is, if you pay the minimum off, because that's what people do. It's that's why 10 million people have got less than £100 in savings. If you're just paying that little amount off, you're paying nothing off. You're paying nothing off at all. So that debt is also, going on and on. So the Visa rate depends now on what card you have. Oh, right. What does it go from? Is there a sort of a thing on just pick a card? The lowest is 8.75%. What's the highest? There we go. This is where we all go like that, because I don't think people know. You take out a Visa card. We always, because I'm in the fortunate position to do it, is we pay off the Visa card. 12.75%. Oh, it's better than it used to be. But we always pay it off. So if I spend £1,000 in a month, we pay £1,000 off. Well, I don't, but the girl who looks after my accounts does that, because that's the only way you can keep on top of it. People always say, play one off against the other, but I've only got the one credit card, and I use it for just a couple of things. I don't use. I shall probably use it for getting the car repaired. Although I was waiting for a phone call the other day. I spoke to them at the garage, and he said, I'll give you a ring tomorrow and let you know that. So I sat there by the phone all day, tears rolling down my cheeks, sitting there thinking, nobody's phoned. And he never phoned me yesterday. So today I'm going to get a phone call. I bet you. Yes, or else. Phil and Holly apparently discussed pants on or off under your pyjamas. Oh. Brandreth goes naked, but his wife insists he turns the lights off. And Nick Ferrari says, don't tell me he was on there talking about pants under your pyjamas. Do people wear pyjamas now? I didn't know people wore pyjamas. I thought that was a little bit dated. You still wear pyjamas? You don't. I don't think I've had a pair of pyjamas. The only time I had pyjamas was when I went to hospital for an operation, and it was sort of best that you did have a thing. Or failing that, you could just keep your gown on in hospital. So I bought another dressing gown just in case I wanted to go wandering. But I didn't really.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent, coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Welcome to Thursday, the 24th of June. If you get paid monthly, tomorrow's your day. Or for some of you, depending on which bank you're with, you might even get paid today, which is very exciting. Steve. Brit in Nottingham. Oh, we've now had the begging. Please, no offence. Sorry, Steve. Sorry. Send money. Okay? Send money. Send a lot of money. Send a lot of money. I don't know how much Miracle Grow is, but it's certainly more expensive than Tomorite. And with Tomorite, just a slosh in the watering can. Listen, I was told it by Pete Murray years ago, and it served me very well indeed. Don't make sure it's diluted. Don't pour it on neat. I mean, the plant will keel over with the shock of it, I should imagine. And Steve, not surprised lottery winners end up penniless. Heard anyone talk about using the money for more education, better health, and good investments. It's holidays in the sun, car, house, and that's about it. Yeah. I mean, some of them, I'm sick to death of reading about them. You know, there was the one who won it, she's 16 or something, and now she's got nothing, and she's had her breasts done, and she's done this. And then there was that stupid, the bin man, Mikey Carroll, I think. Mikey Carroll, who sort of just wasted it because he didn't have the intelligence to realise that with that amount of money, you could have lived very comfortably for the rest of your life. And so his ex-wife, but she's laughing, took a load, and then he wasted it on all sorts of illegal things. And he just turned out to be a bit of a pain. And he won £10 million. But he was that thick that he wasted it. And now he actually goes, I think he's had to go back to his old job. He said, I don't regret it. And I thought, how sad. How sad. You win something like £10 million and you waste it. He was doing banger car racing in a field next to his house and all that kind of. The neighbours hated him. Everybody hated him, actually. And it's, you know, people really should take the advice. It's on offer. Camelot offer the advice. If they're having to try and educate the Love Island team on what to do if you make a little bit of money, I mean, that'll be hilarious. Because they don't have the intelligence to do that. Do you seriously think that a Nando's waitress with fake hair extensions who's got 50 bikinis she's taking on Love Island? I mean, you know, why she doesn't take sackcloth and ashes, I've got no idea. What's the point of taking 50 bikinis? I mean, dear Lord above dear, you could have spent the money on something decent. Did you ever watch the Mini Pops? No, absolutely not. They were little children who sang pop songs. They brought out albums and everything. They popped up on the television. It was slightly creepy. And I want, they did, I think, I can't remember if they originated in America or over here. But I used to like, what was the programme? Glyn Poole and the Poole family turned up on this kiddies programme. It was like sort of an entertainment show on the television. And again, they used to have little kids playing the part of adults, really. And it was sort of singing and dancing and all that kind of stuff. It was, no, not Bugs. No, it was like a little theatre show. They were in a theatre. But Glyn Poole featured in it. And he was another, I'm not even sure if he's still alive, actually. Glyn Poole, his name was. And the Poole family. And they featured on this entertainment show, which once you tell me what it was, I can sort of fill everybody in on it, because I can't remember what it is. And I'm sure that there were versions of the Mini Pops that used to fit, but they brought out loads of albums. They appeared to be fairly popular at the time. Junior Showtime. That's it. And all sorts of people popped up on it. And it was good. It was for young people, because they didn't really have a lot to watch on the television. Now you've got CBeebies, you know, which can keep you going for ages and ages, I think. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Brian says, you're normally full of useful hints and tips. The bottom eyelid to my left eye feels like a sty is happening. Can you suggest anything? I'll put a hot flannelette over it. You should be very careful on your eyes. I'll tell you for why. Because the skin around your eye is the thinnest of your entire body. So do not put... I mean, I used to years ago get a hot flannel, wring it out and put it over my face and give my face a steam, you know, to make me look youthful and attractive, which never worked. But I used to get through a load of flannels. Love a flannel. But I'd be very careful with styes. You just go and get a little bit of cream and you rub it onto your eye. Well, if a stye is happening, or people get conjunctivitis, and Yeah, I mean, you can go into any chemist worth their salt will you go, I'm going to die, and they'll go, you need this, and it's a little tiny tube which you put on. Steve, we thought of a prize for the next Make Some Noise, a rummage around the boot of your car. God. I'm not sure about a rummage around the boot of the car. That would be hilarious. And somebody else talked about the lottery winners and why they don't take the... I don't know. I suppose because if you've gone from earning maybe $15,000 a year and all of a sudden you end up with £10 million, you just think you're a multi-millionaire, which you are, but it goes very quickly because you need somebody to guide you. And what somebody would have said to him, but he was too stupid to take the advice, is, well, listen, invest in property. Property's only going to go up. It doesn't go down. He won in 2002. It had gone by 2010. It had all gone. £10 million he actually managed to get through. I mean, he was incredibly thick. Incredibly thick. And you see loads of other people, they win loads and loads of money. Most people who are married tend to split up for some inexplicable reason. Self-proclaimed lotto lout, that's what he called himself. And he was just naff. He was just very naff. Shane says you're sounding very good this afternoon. Thank you. And Joanne and Aaron says, I can't tell you how happy I am. We've been living in Australia for the past 5 weeks. Good Lord, only 5 weeks in Australia. And says, I always used to listen to the last hour of your programme in the UK before work and caught up on your podcast. But now I'm sit here working at lunchtime, listening to the whole programme live. Well, there you go. How cool is that, Joanne and Aaron in Melbourne? We were talking about Australia the other day. It's a long way to go, isn't it, for a bit of sunshine and a beach. I don't think I could go that long on an aeroplane. I think I'd be bored. Is it worth it? Have you been? You been? Yeah, whatever. Where did you go to? Melbourne and Sydney. How boring. Can't think of anything worse. The trouble is, I remember asking somebody what was sort of, what's the food like in Australia, and somebody said it's just barbecues. That's all they have, shove another shrimp on the barbie. You had a barbecue on Christmas Day on the beach. God, your life is so rock and roll, isn't it? How exciting was that? So you went down onto the beach with your barbecue, and you had a barbecue on the beach. You see, I'm afraid, as far as I'm concerned, you can only have a barbecue if there's snow on the ground. You can't go onto a beach. It's not Christmas, is it? It really isn't. There's a picture of Rembrandt. It's in all the newspapers today. They've restored it digitally because to get it into the museum, they had to cut bits off the side. It lost about a foot and a half of each side, and they've restored it back on again. Imagine cutting a Rembrandt, somebody going, oh my God, Father, just suppose we make a mistake, which would be terrible. Michael says, I have a Visa card, 2.49, had it for some years. Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, lots of people, some people are very, very good at not needing a credit card. It was done for those extra special purchases, and it was done so that you could spread the cost. It's like years ago, we all used to rent televisions. Nobody bought televisions. There was Radio Rentals, DER, Rediffusion. There were loads of companies in Twickenham High Street. There were 3 television rental shops, and they'd be them in the window, and they'd go £16 a month or whatever it was. And then televisions turned out to be so cheap, people went, nah, we're not going to rent anymore. We'll go and buy a television. And you can buy, a 60-inch television now for, £400, £500, something like that. Smaller ones come in at about a couple of £100. So people bought them, and because years ago televisions weren't made as good as they are today, they were breaking down. So the idea of renting was if it broke down, you'd call the engineer round, they'd be round there because you were paying them rent. And then I had a package. I had the television and the video recorder at the same time. And I forget what I paid for that. But the problem was that I think I paid something like £13 a month. When they reduced the price of it in the window, they didn't tell you. So you carried on paying the £13, but in fact, really, had I gone back to the shop and renegotiated the deal, I could have got it for £11 a month for exactly the same thing, but they don't tell you, which is a great shame, isn't it? Steve Rogers says, I think in Mikey Carroll's case, most of the money went on. Yes, he had every addiction under the sun, but that's sort of rank stupidity, isn't it? Rank stupidity for somebody who sort of wasted his money. I'm glad he wasted it. I'm glad he lost everything. Very glad. There was another one who was a car dealer. He went to prison. I mean, all sorts of... Because, the lottery doesn't distinguish and differentiate between two people. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, pink, green, in prison, out of prison, separated. It doesn't matter. It just means you've got the winning numbers. And if you have the winning... I mean, I won the other day, £15. Hold yourself back. £15. Very boring and dull. It's so difficult to win any decent money on the lottery now. So when somebody does win, they make such a big deal about it. What's my biggest win is 4,000. But that was years ago. I mean, like, when it first started, years ago. I mean, now it's nigh on impossible to win. That's why the Euro Millions goes up to, 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. And then somebody wrote to me once and said, it's very embarrassing. Imagine if you won 120 million and go, yeah. They'd say, what would you do with that? I think, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. Interfering old curtain twitcher. It's terrible. I mean, and then people say, I can imagine that people would write in and go, well, it's just not right. And you go, listen, I entered a competition and the prize was 120 million and I won the prize. If it said the prize is 120 million and you walked away with a box of chocolates, I'm not going to be very happy because I didn't enter a competition for a box of chocolates. I entered a competition to win 120 million. So if you win it, and there's no such thing in my books of there being too much money, because you could become a benefactor, you could help do things, you could build a school overseas, you could make sure that, villages in Africa got water and all. There's so much you could do with it that would be so good, but most people just think about themselves. They only think about themselves. They just go, I want the nice flash car, I want to go out there, I want a nice flash house. Without realising that, the people who live in flash houses don't want to talk to you. Certainly didn't want to talk to Mikey Carroll. Steve, I do remember as a young lad putting 50p in a slot in the back of the telly. Yes, it was, you could do exactly the same. You could go and get a key from the electricity people and you paid and you put it into your machine. So you would have electricity because it meant that you were very bad with your bills and they didn't trust you. So, yeah, coins in the meter. I used to have it when I rented a place years and years ago in London. My gas fire.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. So we had this gas fire in the sitting room of this rented place donkey's years ago. And you used to have to put 50p pieces in. So you put the 50p in, there was a box by the side of the fire, and you turned the thing, and it gave you an hour of heat or whatever it was. And then gradually the fire would die out. You have to get another 50p and all the rest of it. Anyway, this continued for some time. And I could hear the money going into the box. And then every week, I think it was, I mean, nothing during the summer really, but especially during the winter, the landlord would come round and he would unlock, there was a padlock on it, and he would unlock the thing and he would slide out the box and empty it into this box that he carried. And I remember thinking, that's a lot of 50p pieces. A lot of 50p pieces. So anyway, they bought a place. And I was sitting there and I was I was going to pack up various little bits and pieces. And I had a little Chinese lock. A little tiny Chinese lock. I bought it in, years and years ago. And it came from Hong Kong. But it came with a little key. But it didn't look like a normal key. It just looked like a flattened little bit of metal. I mean, it really was about the simplest thing. And you put it in there and for some reason it worked. And I looked at this little key and I remember thinking, do you know, it doesn't even look like a key. It didn't have all the usual sort of grooves and bits and pieces, just a little flat piece of metal. You put it in there and it opened the lock and it was perfect. And on a whim, I put it into the little lock, which was on the box, which was sitting next to the gas fire, and sort of just pushed it in and turned it. Blow me down, it opened the lock. It opened the lock. Further. And I remember thinking, oh. And so I thought, oh, that's interesting. So it was, well, it wasn't even a master key. It was so simple. It opened this lock that the landlord had on this thing. And so I took the lock off and I took it, and it was full of 50p pieces. So I looked around, made sure nobody was there. And I thought, and it was cold. It was a very cold winter when I moved out. And so I took out a load of 50p pieces and recycled them. I put them all back into the thing again and turned the thing. So I had sort of hours and hours. And then on a daily basis, I was recycling the 50p pieces. So in fact, I wasn't actually keeping the 50p's. I was just transferring them into gas. And then when I left, I said to my next door neighbours, you see that? That little key is going to save you a small fortune. And so they could then do exactly the same. Honestly. But it was so cold. And also 50p was a lot of money to me in those days. So I just recycled. But I never had a television that you put money in. I can't imagine how that worked. My God, you must have been really bad with money if your television had a slot so that you could watch it. I'd have been very poor. But the electricity keys were very good. Very good. You go there and you could charge it up. In fact, in Twickenham High Street, there was a place where you put it in the machine, put your money in. A bit like, sort of doing it, for your card to get you on the buses and things like that. Because none of the buses now take cash, which is actually good news. It sort of stops people fiddling, I suppose. But of course, it doesn't stop people fiddling. Because when they were doing building work in Twickenham, a lot of the workers were jumping over the barrier at Richmond Station. Right bunch of crooks. Literally, they would jump in and the staff there were powerless to stop them. And they would also rush through 2 at a time to make sure they didn't have to pay. And a lot of stations still don't have barriers, no. They had a programme on the television, people who cheat the system, because if you've got one of those cards, Oyster card, you can track somebody. And they tracked this bloke. And what he was doing, he was tracking in, but he wasn't tracking out again. And they said, right, now we know he does it. And he was so much of a creature of habit. They eventually found him, pinned him up against a wall because he was cheating the system. And then they go on to buses and they cheat the system as well there. And it goes on a lot. I should imagine, TfL lose an awful lot of money through people lying and cheating the system. But it's the two people through the barriers. I would make the barriers close a little bit quicker to stop people doing it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I didn't steal gas. I just merely recycled it. It was only gas. I borrowed it. It's like electricity. You're not keeping it, you're borrowing it. TfL Fair Evasion, cost per year, guess TfL Fair Evasion, 50 million? 100 million pounds a year. Wow. Wow. That's a lot, isn't it? That is a lot. 100 million pounds a year. I'm not surprised. They have inspectors, but I never see them. I've only ever been on a bus once. And we go over Waterloo Bridge and the bloke gets on and he checks and he went, oh, hi, Steve. Love your programme. And I went, thank you. 65,000 people cheat the system daily. But the trouble is, if ever you're going to get something like that, you're going to get people who are going to cheat the system. People who don't want to pay. They don't think they have to pay. They think it magically gets there. It's like the people, they stopped the guy, do you remember, in that very flash car, claimed he lived in Brighton, gave a false name and address, didn't have any insurance, and he didn't even have a driving licence, and eventually got caught. But he'd been driving around for ages. Ages and ages. Roger says, me and my cousin did the same thing by taking the 50p from my nan's gas heater box. Oh, you see, the trouble is, this gas heater box was put in by the landlord. What he was doing is he was selling on the gas that was coming in. He's then selling it on, which of course is a little bit illegal, I think. A little bit illegal. So I didn't look on it as doing anything particularly. I was just recycling the money. But what he was doing, the gas supply came into the thing, and then he was hiving it off, and he was making his own rates up. So, got to be careful. But if your gas heater box, that would come from the gas company. Except they got caught, says Roger. Yeah. Well, I never got caught because he was basically reselling something that he didn't own in the first place. But it only lasted for about a week. But I tell you, that was the warmest week I've ever had in my entire life. Otherwise, you sat there and you just think, I tell you, it was so cold. And a lot of you will identify with it if you're of a certain age. It was so cold. I just think, I tell you what I'll do. I'll go to bed. It's warmer in bed than it was sitting there in the sitting room looking at sort of, the dying embers. In the papers for today. Here we go. Love Island's Chloe. Here we go. The start of all these exciting stories from these girls. And this particular one, here she is. She's a contestant, boasted of having an affair with her married city executive boss in a promotional video for the show watched by millions of its fans. Financial services worker Chloe Burrows, 25, says the romance was love at first sight until my manager reminded me of his wife and kids. I mean, really, what an embarrassment you must be, Chloe. But anyway, Chloe, one of 6 women in the show's 7th series, which starts on Monday, says she was looking for somebody loud when she enters the luxury villa. Yeah, the trouble is, dear, you don't actually appear to have any personality. So, Dad's PA admitted affair on Love Island. How was your day? Yes. Also, the spin-off, Villa Casa Amor, despite fans' fears it's been axed, they think it will once again feature it. And, in 2018, Ofcom got more than 2,500 complaints over scenes where Danny Dyer was shown footage of boyfriend Jack Fincham appearing to cheat on her with an ex put in Casa Amor. Good God, he's not still around, Jack Fincham, is he? Otherwise his career had washed up ages ago. Back to selling the pencils, dear. Back to selling the pencils. Also, Her Majesty's upbeat chat with Bojo and Harry. Prince Harry got a substantial sum from the bank of Dad after Megxit, despite his claims he was cut off financially. Again, more lies. More lies. It's just not right. Perhaps he thinks we're silly. Perhaps he thinks over in America you can say whatever you want. But definitely not. Steve, when working for Country Life magazine, I had the reputation of taking advertising clients out to expensive places and racking up big lunch bills. I think the largest amount I had outstanding on the Amex card one month was $3,800. Yeah, well, seemed quite cheap, actually. I was doing much better than you. Much better. And somebody says here, on Thamesmead in South London, we had a cable company called Videotron. If you didn't want to pay a monthly fee, you had a little box connected to it with a clock. You put a £1 coin in and it gave you several hours of cable. See, I think that's a good idea. I like that idea. It's basically to help people manage their money, because most of us are rubbish. Now 10 million people have not got more than £100 in savings. So they must be living hand to mouth. They must be. It can't be anything else. They haven't got £100 in savings. I can honestly say that I've got £100 in savings. 10 minutes. And also got worse during COVID because some people lost their jobs. Well, quite a number of people lost their jobs, didn't have their savings, or failing that, if you had got savings, they had to start breaking into the savings to exist, hoping that things were going to get better. 18 months nearly down the line, and it didn't get better for a lot of people, but we seem to have forgotten about them, don't we? We just go, well, I'm all right. I'm all right, and it's a case of people are sort of going, well, we need to be furloughed and we need to have all these sort of things. Holly Willoughby revealed the other day she doesn't wear pants in bed. So The Sun decided to do a big piece on it. So they asked loads of people who are really good on it. Megan Barton Hanson, former Love Island contestant. That is her claim to fame. The fabulous daily editor, Lindsay Clark. Nikki Watkins, fabulous daily contributing editor. Peta Todd, former Page 3 model. And they've asked Rhianne Sugden. I don't know why anybody bothers asking Rhianne Sugden anything at all. Honestly, I thought she was so last year. She says, I'm not a fan of wearing knickers to bed for various reasons. I'm going to be sick again. Also, change course or we'll fire. The war games in the Black Sea. The MOD are playing it down. Playing it down completely. Oh, no, nothing. What are we talking about? Well, I've seen it on the television. Sounded like shots to me being fired. Warning shots. But of course, if the MOD say nothing happened, nothing happened.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. So today, weather okay. Not brilliant, but it's okay. Tomorrow, rain. And for the next 4 days, rain. So if you were thinking of planting stuff, do it today. Gets it out the way. Hairspray actress Marisha Wallace says she sobbed after taking to the stage for the first time in 15 months as the COVID hit show resumed on Monday. If you've never seen Hairspray, go see it. Go see it. The West End and Broadway performer who plays Motormouth Maybelle alongside Michael Ball. I remember people complaining when Hairspray came out, people went there because it starred Michael Ball. And people came out and said, I'm sorry, can we get our money back? And they go, what for? And they go, where was Michael Ball? And they went, he's the one in drag. They went, is he? People didn't have the faintest idea. It's on at the London Coliseum. And she said, we laughed together, we cried together, and we danced together. I got a standing ovation mid-show for my song, You Can't Stop the Mirror. That was Michael Ball. And then Motormouth Maybelle. Great part. The film is good. I love the film as well. and I love watching all the dancers in it. I mean, the sound quality is fantastic. Really is fantastic. Well worth getting. If you haven't seen it, it'll tempt you to go see the stage show. In fact, if you want to see the bits of the stage show, you can go to YouTube, and you will find all of the clips on there, including Michael Ball, who I think appeared on a charity show raising money, and he was on there singing his songs. You know, the motion of the ocean. I tried to sing along with it, and I was absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Do you remember the Austrian shilling? Exactly the same size as the old 5p coin, says Declan. Yes. He says, as a student, every time I returned to school in Austria, I would load up with 5p pieces, use them in the cigarette machines. Yes, it was. I mean, but that's the same with a lot. I mean, I use these Coinstar machines, and they put coins back through again. And I've obviously been given stuff in the change. If somebody gives you change, you don't look and check it. The amount of fake pound coins there are at the moment is unreal. Seriously, loads of fake ones. And I need to check my £50 note to find out whether it's going to expire next year or not. I mean, they all look perfectly okay to me at the moment, but you never know. Next September, don't you worry me, because I've got my little savings pot with sort of some money in there for what they call an emergency, which is better. But yes, I do remember the Austrian shilling. Love it. So well done to Marisha Wallace. Go see the cast at the London Coliseum. I'm assuming, are they still socially distancing in the theatre? Oh dear. You see, I long for the day where you don't have to socially distance. I mean, I don't mind sitting in a theatre wearing a mask. That doesn't bother me. I just want to make sure we can sit next to people, just to make it, a little bit nicer. So here is the story of a lovely lady. It's a couple who had a bit of a dispute about nesting birds. Bharat Mistry has had a 16-foot high fir in his front garden for 25 years. Next-door neighbours Graham and Irene Lee, both 74, began to complain that birds in it were making too much noise and leaving a mess on their drive, because if you get a load of birds in a tree, the mess, you need to jet wash. When the Lees' efforts to scare them off failed, they called in a tree surgeon to slice off the branches on the half of the fir that hung over their property. Project manager Bharat and his family were gutted at the drastic action at a place called Waterthorpe in South Yorkshire. He said recently there have been birds in the tree which you would expect, and he said he was going to get a tree surgeon to cut it down. We were distraught. We pleaded with them not to do it, but his mind was made up. I believe he has the right to cut down anything that's overhanging onto his property, but you have to ask, why after 25 years would you do that? It must have been no more than 3 foot onto his land. The bottom of the branches started about 8 foot high, and we've cut off the branches lower down to be amiable with them. There was no compromise with them. It's really sad to look at because the tree's been there for so long, and it's a very pretty tree. The dispute was picked out by the Jeremy Vines show, where the decision to chop it in half was described as really petty. The Lees declined to comment. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it at all. And so they've literally sliced the tree in half. I mean, I've never heard of anything so stupid. It is petty. It is petty, but I mean, it'll be a tourist attraction now. People will go there and have a look at it. But obviously the Lees, not very nice. Graham and Irene Lee. I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Birds sit in trees, dear. Sorry to tell you that. Fish swim in rivers, Get over yourselves. So they called in a tree surgeon. I don't know whether you can have somebody for vandalism on that. I don't know. It's a tree. It's a tree. I know if it overhangs your garden or something like that, I mean, it's planted on their side. The fact that it happens to grow and it's been there for 25 years, does it honestly make a lot? I mean, I can understand. I see both sides of this quite clearly. The one person who had a nice tree and it was a very lovely looking tree. Now it's half a lovely looking tree and a miserable old pair next. I mean, they're 74, so I mean, how much longer have they got? It's a case of they cut down half his tree, and he pleaded with them, don't. Now, I don't know whether you've got a case there. I think you could actually go to Citizens Advice and find out whether or not that's actually legal. It's a tree. It's a tree, I mean, we've got trees in Leicester Square. We've got quite a number of trees. But, I mean, you do have a common law right to cut back tree branches that overhang you. Yeah, but this is so high. There's nothing that appears for 8 foot. And it overhangs it's a tree. It's not necessarily overhanging. So the law states any branches cut off belonging to the person on whose land the tree originally grew. So you should ask your neighbours if they want them back. You could get him on that one. Go on, Mr. Mystery. Get him, say, excuse me, do you have the branches? Because they're ours. I hope to goodness they've not got rid of them. That could cost them dear, couldn't it? You know, one of those sort of, you know... I mean, but I've always said petty arguments between neighbours, and this is... they were very angry, but of course... And they didn't have any comment. Why not? Do you know you're being made to look fools? I do love the story, though. This will send you with a smile on your face. It's a little girl who wrote a card to her dad who died, and she sent it to Cloud 9 in heaven. The post office sent her a reply back. She got a reply back, but she's 8. She sent the Father's Day note to her dad, Tony, who died soon after she was born. She said, I love you and miss you, and I'll see you again one day. I'm a good girl for Mum. A postman, Simon James, spotted it, addressed to Dad, Heaven, Cloud 9, P.O. Box 29. He traced Sienna's mum, Sarah, on Facebook, and she said her daughter would be thrilled to get a note back. So he wrote back, Sienna, you truly are a very brave little girl, and your dad would be so proud of you. Keep smiling and you'll make the world a much better place, from Simon the postman. Mum of 2, Sarah, from Leicester, said Sienna was all smiles. I think that's quite sweet. It's like, if you actually write to Father Christmas at Christmas and you just send it to Father Christmas and you stick it in the post box, they will ensure it goes to the right person and you get a reply back. You get from Father Christmas. Father Christmas will actually write to you, which is nice, isn't it, really? So for all those little kids... I mean, I was hoping her father would have written back to her. I know it seems a little bit desperate, but I mean, I think that's quite a good idea. Yeah, I mean, you know, for her to get a little letter back from her daddy saying, listen, I'm looking down on you. Everything's good. Loving it up here. Loads of ice cream, ginger beer and all that kind of stuff. And I see you every day and you look wonderful. That would be a nice thing. I realise it's not probably very feasible, and the postman probably would have got into dreadful trouble. Stop masquerading as somebody's dead father. But I mean, at least he wrote and said, you know, you've been very good, and everybody was very nice. Phil says, I thought it was illegal to disturb nesting birds. Well, I don't know, you'll have to ask the people of Love Island. I'm not too sure actually how that works. You probably know more than I do. And somebody says, would you want birds pooing on your car via an overhanging branch? It's a tree. It's not an overhang. There are no overhanging branches on this tree. It's not a tree the like of which you've ever seen before, I promise you. And Niall says, I bet you wouldn't. Well, how do you know? You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You're a curtain twitcher. You're woke. You're a snowflake. You don't know what I would want or what I wouldn't want. I've had birds poo on my car. You know, I mean, loads of... Brighton's the worst place. Seagulls. Seagulls, I mean, I parked way away from the seafront, but unfortunately there's loads of seagulls there. And I came back, I didn't recognise the car. I thought I'd had a respray without realising. But the tree story is hilarious, Steve. Don't you just love it? Whatever next? Says Cameron, who's in Chelmsford. Brought a smile to my face this morning. I don't think the person who owns the tree is very happy. He's not at all happy. But I wonder if they didn't get the branches back. We think you're supposed to get the branches back so they can do something with them. Perhaps have them preserved or something, and turn, you know, into something nice. Steve, I wish they'd cut the tree down near my bedroom. Blooming cockatoos. I know. Well, we have the same thing here. We have trees. I've got a tree that overhangs where my car is, and in the summer, it leaks like a sticky substance. So I have to get the car washed every so often. It's like a sap that leaks out of it. So it's a nice ornamental tree, and I put up with it for donkey's years. I mean, I could, in theory, go round and just cut the thing down and then go, it's making my car look messy. But I get the car washed, you know, every week, and it looks absolutely fine. But if you had... I don't think they were nesting birds. I think they were just sitting there, twiddling their thumbs, chatting away as birds do. But over here, we have the parakeets. And thousands of them. I mean, thousands of them. I think they look brilliant. But when they fly over, it is like a total eclipse of the heart. Bonnie Tyler. So I'd mention that just in case you weren't up to speed with everything. And they've got a lovely feature today on coronavirus and the new wedding rules, which you can find on gov.uk/coronavirus. They've got everything about the venues, the secure venues, entertainment. Apparently, DJs or professional performers can perform at a ceremony or reception, provided they follow COVID guidelines. So there you go. But, I mean, you should check it out. Check it out. It's a very good idea. And another one here. Oh, this is a suspected scrap metal thief. He was trying to steal cables from a live power station. I mean, how stupid is this one here? Officers said they spotted him and arrested him after a short foot race. But it's dangerous. Cheshire Police says one wrong move can have fatal consequences.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. Welcome to Thursday. One more day, and then we're into the weekend, and we're into rain. 4 days of rain is on the way, and it'll start tomorrow. But I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's torrential. I think it'll be showers in between the sunshine, but it will still be showers. So good idea now. I don't know why everybody doesn't buy a water butt. Cut off a downpipe at your house, put the water butt underneath, and start recycling. I mean, I'm not even a great recycler, but I feel a bit good about things like that. The sticky stuff on your car stops it from rusting, says Trevor. I don't get rust on my car, I'm afraid. It's not that sort of car at all. Jay, yes, of course. And somebody says the couple that halved the tree in their garden. It's not in their garden. No. This is at the front of the house. It's not in the garden. They've got they're sort of 1960s houses, I think, looking at the picture. And they've got a drive that goes up there. Just, it's like they're obviously on an estate. And it's at the front of their house by the side of their drive. So it's a tree. So obviously, there's a bit of it. It's a very nice ornamental tree. It's not like an oak tree or a sequoia or something like that. It's an ornamental tree, which is obviously grown. And the sort of birds go and sit in it because they quite like. There's one round by a doctor's surgery near us. And all the birds, as you walk past, you can hear the birds chattering away, and there's mess all over the place because obviously birds chatter and poo at the same time. That's the way it goes. If the tree is protected, you need permission to cut it down. They haven't cut it down. They've cut it in half. They've taken the top half of the tree off. You'll see it in the papers today, and then you'll know what sort of tree it is. It's an ornamental one, which is very nice indeed. They were right to cut it back as long as they give the branches back. Yes, I don't think they've been given the branches back. I think they should be investigating this. We don't know, but put it this way, they never mentioned about it. And the next door neighbour's being really po-faced. I can imagine, if you've got a nice little drive and you're 74 and some bird is pooing on it, well, then you want to sort of get out there and sort of clean it up. And if it goes on the car, then it makes it look all messy and horrible. So I can understand where they're all coming from, but it's been there for 25 years, for goodness sake. The neighbours have lived there for a long while. Like the bloke in the village who complained about the church bell chiming because it was on the clock and it was doing it 4 times an hour. He was very boring, very dull, very boring. And he said, now we're getting all these things on the internet saying, why don't you move out of the village? Because as somebody said, when he moved into the village, he must have seen the clock on the church. So they've had to put a damper on it as well. And poor old Gemma Collins, the GC, still delusional, still droning on about something. And now she wants to be the next Dora the Explorer. You've failed at everything, haven't you, dear? I wasn't aware of anything that you can actually do. What can you do? She says, I'm going to be Dora the Explorer. Get me to the National History Museum. I think it's called the Natural History Museum, darling. I don't want to sort of ruin it for you, but if you don't even know what the name of it is, you're even more stupid than we thought. She said, maybe I could teach kids about dinosaurs. Well, you would be the ideal person, wouldn't you, to tell people about dinosaurs? She said, I'd absolutely love to go digging for bones and fossils right now. Well, look in the mirror, dear. There you'll see them, the bones and the fossil that's surrounding them. But I love the idea, the National History Museum. Really. Natural History Museum. That poor soul, honestly. Euro hero Paul Gascoigne was given a lift home after jumping in a fan's car at a chip shop. Stunned Sam Pittman couldn't believe it when the Three Lions legend... He's not still classed as a legend, is he? Good God in heaven. After all this time? Blimey. Anyway, so he hopped into his Peugeot and started eating his fish and chips. How bizarre. Was he all right? Or is he sort of suffering with something? You don't just hop in somebody's car, do you, really? Fish and chips as well. Not good. Jeremy Clarkson is beefing up his farm security. Remember we had the trouble the other day? Well, he did. So many people turned up to see him because he's very popular. Very popular. Now he wants to install roller shutters to make his diddly squat farm shop more secure. And hundreds of followers flocked to the store. The neighbours hated it. Didn't like any of it at all. Oh, we don't want that kind of thing here, do we? I don't know where they come from, but I'm sure one of them will sound like that. And so he said, look, I'm sorry, but, that's what I'm doing. I'm running a business. It's like complaining about something and you think, look, I'm sorry, you're very lucky that people even know who you are as neighbours. Now we know who you are. You're miserable. Very miserable. Frustrated Brits could end up swarming Ibiza, as Boris Johnson is set to add the party isle to a new travel green list today. Malta, Finland and Croatia could also be shifted to quarantine. I mean, we're heading in the right direction, but I still think you're going to be wearing masks for a long time yet, which actually doesn't bother me. I don't mind. We can do that. 2 of this year's Love Island beauties, you wait till you see the pictures, have teased they're up for sex on the show. I mean, how trash. Liberty Poole and Kaz Kamwi are among the contestants. They're not ruling out some X-rated fun in front of the cameras. Oh, how sad. Apparently, Kaz says, with some things you don't know until you're in the moment, so if I met the right person and it happened, then great. It's a television programme, dear. What do you mean if you met the right person? She says, I'm mainly going in to find someone. I do like a man who takes charge. None of the ones who are going in there then, dear. You'll be very disappointed. Liberty, she's the waitress in Nando's who's taken in 50 bikinis, says, if I was in a relationship with someone while I was in the villa and that was the natural next step, then I couldn't rule it out completely. Oh, right. So you just got the word easy stamped over your forehead, have you? She said, it sounds like there'd be plenty of bed hopping between contestants. Oh, dear, honestly, it's so tragic, isn't it? I bet your parents must be delighted. That's our girl on there. I know. What can you do about it? Lady Gaga faced her darkest fears singing the national anthem at Joe Biden's inauguration. I can't work out if I like Joe Biden or I think he's basically ineffectual. I can't work it out. He's not charismatic enough to sort of make any impact on me. And Lady Gaga, she could walk stark naked in here now, and I wouldn't know who she was. I know who she is because I've heard of Lady Gaga, but I just wouldn't know. 6 months until the bell rings. That means an angel gets its wings, which means it's Christmas. So that's what we have to look forward to. Christmas. Well, listen, the angels can be there at Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or Boxing Day. They can be there any time they want. But that's what it is. It's taken from that well-known Christmas film. You know? You don't watch Christmas films, do you? You just don't watch any films. What do you do? This is my poor producer. You work. Yeah. No, you sleep. You don't work. Work you do here, then you go home, then you sleep. You should watch a film. Watch a Christmas film. Get into the spirit of snow and let's hear those sleigh bells ring. And, that's what you should be doing. Oh, honestly, you do your best, don't you, Ian? But what can you do? Steve, the other day you were talking about the Fleet River. I've been working for Thames Water for 45 years now, and you might be interested to know that underneath Holborn Viaduct, where the river goes under, embedded in the wall are rings where they used to unload the cargo from the prison all those years ago. Sadly, it's all covered over now, and you can't see it. Thank you for that. We used to have the River Fleet going underneath our building when we were in Gough Square. You could lift up a hatch in the master control room, and that's the River Fleet. They diverted it. Which is very nice, isn't it? Like a bit of diverting, because I got sent a book on London's rivers, lost rivers. I don't think any of the river's overground now. If it is, it's a little puddle. And because they say this is the source of the River Fleet or whatever it is. And you look and think, well, that doesn't look very impressive, does it? But no, it used to run underneath our building. That's where we used to get all the rats from. We used to get rats, and so we were a bit frightened to lift up this sort of metal hatch. But it used to flow down the middle of Fleet Street. Filthy dirty. Filthy dirty. Everybody used to throw everything in there. You'd empty your chamber pots in and there'd be dead animals. Oh, God, yes. I mean, London was filthy. Put it this way, people were wearing masks back in those days to stop the smell from the River Thames was so bad. I mean, really, really. Oh, even then. Well, it wasn't so bad when we were there, obviously. It was beautiful. But, I mean, really terrible, terrible. Things that make us hot to trot. I don't even know what that means, actually. But wins at football are top of the league for making fellas want to score in bed. Not judging by the Scottish fans that we had down here the other day. Whereas women just go, sunshine. They like sunshine. Or fizzy white wine, freshly cleaned sheets. I think we all like that. For men, nude pictures of a partner. I mean, seriously, it just gets worse and worse, doesn't it? A pay rise It's something that makes you feel very happy. Yes, I can understand that. For ladies, it's a romantic gift, a day off work, exercise or forbidden sex, like an affair or something like that. Oh dear, honestly. But for blokes, night out at the pub. That's the excitement. It goes as good as that. As good as that. The last supermoon of the year takes place tonight with the first full strawberry moon of summer. It'll peak around 9:45 p.m. which is shortly after sunset. It will appear bigger and brighter than usual, thanks to it being closer to the Earth than normal. Woo! How exciting. I'm not going to be seeing it, am I? Because I'm not going to be up at that time. So no doubt there'll be pictures in the paper tomorrow. Somebody will get some really good pictures. And 2 schoolboys, I've got to mention them because this is going to affect a lot of people who've been left with red blisters after brushing past the plant branded the most dangerous in Britain. Alfie, 12, and Henry, 10, are still scarred after touching the giant hogweed. OK. The painful blisters broke out all over their shoulders, arms, legs and stomachs. Mum Nikki, who didn't wish to give her surname, said, very odd, they'd taken their tops off and they ran past the plants as they were playing. When Alfie arrived home from school, he took off his shirt and shoulder. His shoulders and arm were all red and covered in blisters. And then over the next few hours, we checked Henry and he also had blisters on his shoulder. The sap of the giant hogweed stops the skin protecting itself against sunlight, leading to nasty burns. They'd been playing near the River Stour in the West Midlands, and they had to use steroid cream and take antihistamines. The giant hogweed was apparently introduced to this country as an ornamental plant in 1817, but it's since run out of control. The Mike Duddy, I think it is, of the Mersey Basin Rivers Trust has dubbed it the most dangerous plant in Britain. Well, it probably is if you're little, because you're probably a bit more susceptible to these sort of things. But I'd never even heard of it. Giant hogweed. Pictures in all the papers today of this half a tree. And a lot of people have called the neighbours the pettiest ever. So wait for it. The wokes are going to be writing to them. You can just tell, can't you? I think your decision to cut down that tree. But they haven't cut it down. They've only just... So it's half a tree. So it looks like that fake pregnant woman in South Africa who had... Even the local newspaper went, well, we didn't bother checking up on the story. We just assumed she was telling us the truth. He went, what, with no photographs of the babies or no hospital coming... Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Really mad. Mad, mad, mad.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
The more I look at the picture of this tree, the sadder I feel for the couple. I really do. But it's a couple the other side who really, I mean, honestly, 25 years. Come on, cut them a bit of slack. Sidcup Julie says, heard you on Catch Up last night in the car. It was the funniest one yet. I was roaring with laughter. Thank you. That's what we like here on the programme, don't we? Steve, looking forward to Christmas, says Catherine. It's a Wonderful Life, one of my all-time favourites. I've got it in 2 versions. I've got the coloured version and the black and white version. They do a colourised version of It's a Wonderful Life, and I can't work out which one I like better. Black and white is good. Have you ever seen... Well, you won't have seen... Oh, you've seen the film? You're just saying that to make me feel better about things. That's why... No, you don't want to get the sack. But that was the line of where, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. That's what the little girl says. And he goes, yeah, that's right, honey. That's right. Because they've met an angel called Clarence who's come down to help him. Angel first class. But it's the fact that they all get... It's such a good film. And yet when it came out, it bombed. It didn't do very well at all. Nobody liked it. I wasn't sure if they didn't like it because it was a bit schmaltzy, and some people don't like schmaltzy films. But I thought it was brilliant. I just thought it was so good. I watched it. I might watch it again today. I don't know, actually. I'll have to wait and see how I feel. Best Christmas film? That would be up there. I think that would be up there. I like White Christmas. Another one of my favourites. Home Alone. Yeah, probably just the first one. I think after they'd started sort of milking the system, it kind of went off a little bit for me. But I thought the first one was good because we'd all have left Kevin McAllister at home, wouldn't we? Irritating little so-and-so. And I thought that was quite nice. It was a very violent film. Well, in fact, an MP complained about it officially in the House of Commons and somebody went, no, it's cartoon violence. Because if you remember, when the iron swings down the stairs and hits him in the face, his face takes on the shape of the iron. It was cartoon violence. The sort of and he went, no, don't be silly. But no, he said it's far too violent for kids. But that Kevin McAllister, nasty little piece of work he was, wasn't he? Oh, he'd be locked up now. You'd have had him carted away. He must have wrecked his parents' house. But no, it made... I sat next to Macaulay Culkin once. No, he sat next to Steve Allen once. I remember that distinctly. And because I saw him coming in, and I thought to Joe Allen's, and I thought, wonder where he's going to sit. Blow me down, right next to me. Right next to me. Yeah, just on our table. I went, excuse me, who are you? And he went, my parents have gone on holiday. Yeah, all right, whatever. I couldn't get used to the fact that he's an adult. But interesting. So we've had a look at the Sun. We've had a look at the Daily Star. Let's have a look at the Mirror, shall we? And what they've got is a report on extraordinary 1,000 acts of kindness carried out by ordinary Britons. So it's people who've been round and picked up rubbish or helped somebody. You know, they've done little small deeds. They've done little bits and pieces. And there's some children here who've donated their tresses, their hair, to make wigs for people struck by cancer. And it's the Little Prince's Trust, and they make wigs for cancer sufferers. And so the kids have done their little bit. And you've got Riley, who's 9. He seemed to have an awful lot of hair. And all the other people, they've had their hair cut off, and they've done it for charity because it grows back. But for the people who need the human hair wigs, it doesn't grow back. So that's why, if they've had chemo and something like that, and that's a bit of a shock for a lot of people. And so what these children have done is something really nice. Really, really nice. They've donated. There's also an 11-year-old called Max Woosie, who puts on his pyjamas every night at 8 p.m, collects up his teddies, his beanos and his torch. He's 11 and he's got teddies. Is that okay? Says goodnight to his parents and makes his way to the garden because it's here in a tent that he sleeps every single night and has done come frost, heat wave and even Storm Bella. 452 nights and counting. So far, he wanted to raise £100 for the North Devon Hospice, which helped Rick Abbott, a dear family friend who had cancer, to die at home. And so far, he's raised £640,000, which is, it's good. It's good. He comes from Braunton in Devon. He's now been through 7 tents, and his mum Rachel laughs at his resilience. She says he's refusing to come in. So, Max has met staff at the hospice. Listen, he's 11 years old, and he's sleeping in the garden, and he's raising money. £640,000. Bloody good luck to him. Bloody good luck to him. He's met the staff there. They support up to 3,000 people a year. But he's not yet been inside because of the COVID restrictions. There, his camping has meant their services continued without cuts during the pandemic. Communications officer Leo Cooper said he's not done this for the limelight. He did it because the hospice played a role in the family's life. He's incredibly kind. It's sweet, isn't it? 11. And he's raised 640,000 quid. I mean, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Also, Dame Judi Dench says she hopes the next 5 years will bring her both good health and good parts. She's 86. She's 86. I mean, she said, I want to be alive in 5 years. Not only do I want to be alive, but I would like to be offered a part that is not some old woman in her home. Because there is a danger at 86 she's going to be playing an old woman in a home. I'd like to be a crocodile that turns into a dragon and has to walk a tightrope. Not very many of those type films being made nowadays. She said, but what do I want my legacy to be? I would like it to be, don't take yourself too seriously and for goodness sake just get on and have fun and have tattoos. Yes, well, I mean, that's my motto. I subscribe to the having fun every day. I'm not the tattoo. Strange enough, I dreamt about tattoos the other evening. I dreamt that I'd gone in to have a tattoo, and I'd come back and I'd said to a friend of mine, "Look what I've got." Rolled my sleeve up, and he said to me, "Are you mad?" And I went, "No," because I can't remember what it would be a tattoo of. I don't know. If I was going to have one, I mean, I've seen, some very big tattoos, and then you look at David Beckham and it starts looking a bit cheap and naff. And I hate people who've actually got... I was behind a woman the other day going down an escalator, and of course, if you're going down an escalator, you can't help but look at the back of the person in front of you. And she had sort of angel wings coming out of it, and it was all a bit naff, actually. A little bit naff. I was tempted to say, why have you got that, dear? You can't see it. What's the point? Have it... But I don't like people who have their feet tattooed. That always looks a bit strange to me. Victoria Beckham's got her feet tattooed. They're really webbed. I wish. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Meeting the Pope. And the pontiff greeted the web slinger after giving an address at the Vatican. His name is Matteli Vidartita. He got a place in the VIP section to hear the message due to his efforts dressed as Spider-Man visiting sick children in hospital. He even handed the Pope a Spider-Man mask. Well, when's he going to wear that? The Pope, His Holiness the Pope, is not going to be putting on a Spider-Man mask for love nor money. What do you think? What is it? It's Spider-Man, Your Holiness. The Pope sort of just looks a bit slightly bemused by the whole thing. At least he's making an effort. What else have we got? Lots of people saying thank you. Also, why is it that oh, that's right. That's what they were arguing about on the television. Remember I was talking about Yasmin Alabai Brown and Carol Malone, and they were arguing about whether or not 5-year-olds should be taught in school about demonstrations and saving the planet. And I think Carol thought that 5 years old was a bit young, whereas Yasmin Alabai Brown thought that was the right age for it. So they clashed on that one as well. There wasn't anything they didn't clash on at all. I was beginning to wonder, actually, as I was watching it, thinking, because they were arguing so much, which actually I love an argument. I love an argument on the television. I like it when it turns to fisticuffs. I'm all in favour of that. You get that in some of the American shows or the Russian shows where I've seen over the years people basically having a fight in the studio. Oh, yeah, they're fantastic. Some of the early chat shows, they used to... One of them was a presenter. It wasn't Jerry Springer, but he used to do a similar kind of show. And it was I've Got a Secret. And they would bring somebody on... And in this particular case, they brought a bloke out years and years ago now, and they said, "We have a secret. You have an admirer." And he went, and he was sort of the all-American jock. He was all giving it big, large, and all the rest of it. And it turned out his admirer was a gay guy. He went up the wall. I can't begin to tell you. And I seem to remember at some point, I think somebody was shot. I think because he'd been publicly humiliated on television by bringing out this, but he thought they were going to bring out a girl who was going to go, "Oh, I've always loved you," and all this kind of stuff, or as we call them in this country, stalkers or Love Island contestants.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So anyway, we found out more actually about the murder of Scott Amadure. Now, Scott was an American murder victim. During a taping of the Jenny Jones show, which was a talk show, he revealed he was attracted to an acquaintance, Jonathan Schmitz. 3 days later, Schmitz confronted Amadure and shot him twice in the chest. He died as a result. And it was interesting. He confessed to the killing, was found guilty of second-degree murder. Then the Amadure family successfully sued the Jenny Jones show for wrongful death, but the judgment was subsequently overturned. The episode was never broadcast, although segments of it were played for television news programmes. It was the first... but I've seen a number of those shock programmes in America. There was another one. They brought on a guy, and he was sitting there, and they went, "Oh, so you're engaged," and all the rest of it. And he said, "Yeah," and she's lovely. And they brought on this woman. But you could tell it was a bloke dressed as a woman. How this other bloke never realised, I've got no idea. And so he sat down and they held hands and he was going, "Yeah, I really love her," and all this kind of stuff. And then the bloke took his wig off. Well, the other bloke went... now whether or not it was acting, I don't know. There was always reasons when you watched American television to be sort of taking most of it with a very big pinch of salt. Because I thought, you must have known this was a bloke. You must have done. You can't have not known. It was like watching very bad drag. But there's a very heartwarming story in one of the papers today, and I like a heartwarming story. We found another Christmas film, by the way. It's a fairly recent one with Joan Collins, Luke Goss in The Loss Adjuster. It's got Martin Kemp in it as well, and Kim Marsh. And it's about an insurance loss adjuster, Martin Dyer, played by Luke, who thinks that his life is spiralling out of control, but discovers that even when you reach rock bottom, some clouds really do have a silver lining. So I shall have to check that, and because I'd not even heard of it before. But there was Beverly Knights in it, Vaz Blackwood. Who's that? Oh, it only got 2 stars. Who's Vaz Blackwood? I don't know who some of these people are. I should know these things. It must be available on DVD. And it's one of these. It's the feel good type of film. It's somebody reaches rock bottom and then somebody does something nice, and I might have to get it actually. If it's any good, I like things like that. And I'm a big fan of Luke Goss, far more than his dreary brother. Oh goodness me, there's somebody with issues, and that's the best you can say. Steve, these TV shows are so tacky, says Niall. Who the hell would watch this rubbish? Well, if they don't make them, nobody would watch them. And if not enough people watch them, then they can them for the next series. Although the one show still struggles on, doesn't it, really? There's the worst show on television, among many. Steve, do you remember when Grace Jones attacked a chat show host? Yeah, Russell Harty. She hit him because he turned his back on her. And she was always a bit peculiar anyway. But anyway, a heartwarming story. Some brothers who set out on a campaign of kindness. They're only little, and they're called Thomas, Jacob, Seb, and Henry. And I should imagine they're no more than 8, average of 8 years old, 8, 9, 7, something like that. And they've got a family farm. So, and they're very lovely, and they've been out doing acts of kindness. What they've done is they planted sunflowers, then they took them round to people's houses and gave them sunflowers. They baked cakes. She calls them the 4 little farm boys, basically slave labour, and but they're so cute. And when you see all these kids in their school uniforms, you know, where they've got sort of the shirts and the jumpers with the school badge on, and something. No, they haven't got caps on, strangely enough, but they look as though they're having a great time. And they've cooked 22 roast dinners to give away. They painted pots. They've taken homemade biscuits, eggs and cards to local people. In fact, they're doing everything that is so perfect. But mind you, was that not your ambition, ladies and gentlemen? To go and live on a farm, work on a farm, play on a farm? We used to play on farms in Yorkshire when we lived up there. Yeah, we loved it. And nobody ever told us off. Farmers were very, because we weren't vandals, even though we used to wreck their barns. Sometimes with all the hay bales, we'd climb up to it was so dangerous. No health and safety. You'd climb up the top and you'd make a den out of hay bales and stuff like that, because it was all in there for cattle feed for the winter. And it was lovely. We used to play on the farms, and then you'd wander home at the end of the day, and I don't think we ever saw the farmer. I don't think we ever saw him, but nobody ever would have told us off, because we were kids who lived in the village, and you played on the farms. That's what you did. Or you played in your own garden, but that wasn't as exciting. We had a wood next to our house, and you could climb trees and do all sorts of things. When you think about it, we were doing stupid things, but it was the farm bit I thought that was the best. So when you get these farming programmes on the television, I lap them up. I love stuff like that. Steve, the film The Loss Adjuster, I've watched it. It's really good, very heartwarming. Stay with it. It's a slow burn, says Anne. Oh, right. The Jenny Jones episode is on YouTube. Yeah, there were bits that were released for the press, but they never showed the whole episode. But I have seen the bits that they showed on the television. It's just one of those things in America. They were always looking for something different, because in the early days, Jerry Springer did a family-based, feel-good kind of cookies and cream show. And then they suddenly realised after a while people wanted, the audience basically heckling the people on the stage. People were shouting obscenities. There were fights breaking out, all sorts of things. And that's what people wanted. That's what people wanted. They wanted that sort of... And we nearly got it over here, didn't we? With the Kyle show. And that was sort of... I'm sure that there is room for that sort of television programme. I'm not a fan of it myself, but I'm sure that there must be people who like those sort of things. Steve, Vaz Blackwood is a great actor, been in loads of things, says Tony in Woodford. I'd never even heard of him. Why have I never heard of these? It's a very odd lineup in that film, isn't it? People that you wouldn't have expected to be in it. But I mean, I might give it a whirl. I might give it a whirl today. Vaz Blackwood. Oh, he's been in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, Casualty, The Lenny Henry Show, Bo Selector, Only Fools and Horses, Spat. So he's been in quite a lot. He also did voiceover work on a Tesco advert. Lovely. His cousin is the media personality Richard Blackwood. Oh, well, now we know. There you go. So he's done quite a few things. He also was in Annika. Well, I remember Annika. If it's the same, it is the same with Jessie Birdsall. This was absolutely unbelievable. This was a story of a young man, Jessie Birdsall, who played Pete Daniels. He was very young at the time. He was about 18, 19. And it was the story of him living, I think, in London. And some people came over. It was like a school trip. And he met this girl called Annika. And they got together. They had a fling. And when she went back, she said, "Why don't you come back to Sweden with me?" So he said, okay. So he goes back with her to Sweden or Norway, wherever it was, and meets the family. And of course, they're all very open-minded about sex in these places. So they allowed them to spend the night in the same bedroom and stuff like that. And there was the famous scene of Jessie Birdsall in this thing where they had she said to him, Annika this is, she said, we're having a sauna tonight. And so he went, okay. So he walks into the sauna and he's kept his shorts on. They're all stark naked. The whole family's in there. Mum, Dad, Annika, everybody stark naked. So he goes, oh, sorry. So he comes out again, takes his shorts off, goes back inside. They're all fully clothed. But it was that sort of, it was so open. He wasn't actually sure about families that were that open about those sort of relationships. I mean, it doesn't really happen very much in this country, does it really? The full English, I think we've all got different interpretations of the full English, is served at brunch time. It's been named now the nation's best hangover cure. So in other words, the greasy spoon speciality, including eggs, bacon, sausages. I bet you're salivating at the moment, aren't you? Because I am. Sausages, baked beans, tomatoes and toast top the hangover remedy table. A strong coffee second and a bacon butty third. 6 in 10 said fried food to nurse a crashing headache. Should not be served before 11 a.m. A slice of cold pizza, ice cream and chips with curry sauce also made the list. I don't think I've ever had curry sauce. But also chicken chow mein and a Bloody Mary. Or failing that, try cutting back on the booze. Nothing worse, is there really? But the other one, fried chicken is very popular. Full sugar cola, buttered toast, hot buttered toast, my favourite. I love stuff like that. Hot buttered toast is the kind of thing that, whether or not it's a cure. Actually, no, a friend of mine was telling me that if she didn't feel very well, she would have some toast because it helped you absorb things. I think it's supposed to be, with melted butter. I had crumpets yesterday, but I was so bored waiting for them to cook in the toaster. I had them and they weren't done properly. So I didn't eat very much of them because you've got to leave them in there for twice as long as toast. And I put roast beef on top of them. But the only thing I'm eating actually in the processed meat, well, it's not processed meat, it's actually from proper beef as opposed to the reassembled stuff that you get in all the supermarkets. Might look lovely, but I promise, what colour is he on the television? Why do these people look more orange by the day? He's the sportsman on the BBC. I think he went on to do a dancing programme, didn't he? Was he on ice or something like that? Another one who thought his career was going to take off. Sadly, it didn't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. All right, I'll break with tradition. 10 to 7. Okay, I know you're now going to miss the bus, aren't you? Because every morning I have a choice of a number of buses, 2, to get me back to the station. And you can guarantee I'll be walking down from Leicester Square to the bus stop. And just as I get to the bottom, the bus will go sailing past. And it's almost sod's law. You think to yourself, because some mornings I stand there thinking, no, wait a minute, do I walk to the next bus stop and hope another bus comes along? But the other day it happened exactly like that. I got to the bottom, I thought, I'm ahead of the time. Looked at the clock, I'm doing it. And then blow me down, the blooming thing goes past me. So terrible, isn't it, really? There's always one girl on my bus every morning not wearing a mask. And I want to say to her, I think there should be a special section for people who don't want to wear masks. Go and sit upstairs and stay well away from normal people. Thank you very much indeed. So the Pope, not wearing a mask, is confronted by Spider-Man, all for a good cause. And so Spider-Man was sitting next to a priest. I don't think Spider-Man needs to wear a mask. They must have freaked the people out. The Pope must have wondered what... Well, the whole thing is a mask, isn't it? Slightly disturbing, but he does it, and he got his own... Well, the Pope was given a Spider-Man mask, like he's going to wear that. And the man is Mattia Velladita from northern Italy. He was given a seat in the VIP section because of his work dressing up in costumes and visiting sick children in hospitals. He says the real superheroes are the children who are suffering. He has a day job in a shipping company, and he's got lots of hospital volunteers who all dress up in costume to surprise children. Look, ta-da! Make it go away. I always thought Spider-Man was quite cool, actually. You know, you hold your hands out and you go... and then you sort of swing between buildings. Not much use around Leicester Square. It's all scaffolding and everything else. The Russian jets, makes all the papers today, overhead. The crew getting their missiles ready. Warsaw. Wars have started over less, actually, than this thing. What we were doing there, I've got no idea. We were in the Black Sea, and there's somebody here saying shots rang out as I crouched. In fact, I even heard the Russian pilot speaking to them saying, you know, you must leave this area. I really got no idea what we were doing there. But there was a Daily Mail reporter was on board HMS Defender as the cannon fire rang out in a dramatic incident that opened up a fresh diplomatic crisis. I mean, I don't know what we were doing there. I really don't. It's almost like, no. You don't, it's, you know, if somebody says you don't go there, we'd have the same, wouldn't we? Over here. I mean, the UK says it was passing through an internationally recognised traffic separation corridor. Obviously, Russia doesn't see it that way. And it could have escalated quite badly. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, as you know, has issued a statement saying that the Sea Viper missiles can destroy jets and drones. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You know, if we'd actually sort of said, right, you know, because I think it's seen as a Ukrainian territory. Russia, I believe, annexed the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, and these Sea Viper missiles can destroy jets and drones from up to 70 miles away. Can you imagine if we'd brought down a Russian jet? What excuses would they come up with after that? I mean, really, it doesn't even bear thinking about. It really doesn't. At one point, they had all the crew on our boat sort of dressing up because they thought something might have escalated. The answer is, yes, it might have done. Yes, it might have done. Most of the planes that they were flying only had crews of 1, 2 maximum, I think. But, I mean, the main gun on our ship can fire up to 25 shells a minute, and the range is 13 miles. I mean, I don't think we want to go down that route. I don't know why they would even think about it. They know the situation, don't they? The recipe for a long life. What do you think it is? I mean, everybody will tell you something different. You'll ask a 90-year-old woman or a 100-year-old woman, and she'll go, oh, it's a little nip of whiskey every day, or, you know, something like that. No, apparently it's eating fruit for lunch, vegetables for dinner, and snacking on cheese before bedtime. I was always told definitely not cheese. Cheese and biscuits is the most fattening thing you could ever... And before bedtime. Unless you're getting a bit of action in the bedroom department, but I think it's unlikely. After you've eaten that much food, making the wrong dietary choices can increase the chance of dying from cancer. That's a cheering thought this morning, isn't it? Sorry. And Charles didn't axe Harry's cash. Yes, I mean, they're very economical with the truth in the Meghan camp at the moment, and they've got the money. How much was the most expensive royal trip of last year? Prince of Wales paying condolences on the death of the Emir of Kuwait. That cost us 60 grand. 60 grand. The Queen's net expenditure last year was 87.5 million, which is quite a lot. The cost of William and Kate's trip on the royal train to thank key workers cost us £50,000. The cost of replacing the asphalt roof of the North Wing at Buckingham Palace, £500,000. I'm just giving you a rough idea of where the money's going. How many engagements carried out by the Queen, both in person and virtually? 113. The Queen's highest paid employee, private secretary, that's Edward Young, 220,000. I mean, this is not a lot of money in terms of, some of the other things. How many full-time staff are working for Buckingham Palace? There you go. You can have a little guess next door. 30 for Buckingham Palace. How many, Sarah? How many do you think? How many? No, 500. 500 people are working for Buckingham Palace. Seems a lot, doesn't it, really? I thought so. How much spent on the palace utility bills? 3.2 million. How much on cleaning and laundry? 500,000. How much on helicopters? 2.1 million. Please God, none of them with Andrew in. How much spent on printing, postage and stationery? 700,000. That's actually down 400,000. And on rail travel, £700,000. I think we've got to get the Queen driving. I think we can save it. I mean, can't they take an Uber or something like that? She does drive, yeah. I think an Uber would be a good idea. Do you not think so? I think so. And that's just about it for this morning. I'm looking at poor old gloomy Brittany. All she wants is her life back. 16 years this has gone on now with her father taking control of everything. And to be honest with you, I think she's had enough of it. She's had enough of it. She wants her life back. And I just don't like him. I don't know why. I really don't know. Steve, loving The Crown. Do you know, I've still not seen it. I should have seen it, shouldn't I? I should have actually. I've got the DVDs to watch because the boys bought me them for Christmas. So I'm going to sort out. Richard says it should be the law. No mask, no entry. Oh, you want to see them in America. You want to see them in America. This is, I'm going to sue you because you're not letting me in. Oh, go away, you silly old baggage. Such stupid people. But never mind. That's the way of the world, which means that we're going to be doing it again tomorrow between 4 and 7. Just, you know what, remember, bring an umbrella tomorrow, OK? You're going to need it. You're going to get wet. Today's going to be so-so. Not overexcitable, but you know, just a little bit so-so. So on my little bit extra podcast for today, the stars of Love Island tell us how low they're prepared to go. And believe you me, some of them are prepared to go very low. Saira Khan stringing out what's left of her career. This time there's some fatuous story about her being in a gymnasium. God knows why. And Paris Hilton says she's not interested in being a billionaire, which is very handy, dear, because you're not. So there you go. She wants to have children now. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Coming up to, well, I think it's probably about 4 minutes past 4, something like that. I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's Friday, it's the weekend. And then I read in the paper the other day, apart from we've got 4 days of rain heading our way, which actually doesn't bother me that much, July apparently is going to be a heat wave. I can't think of anything worse. Cannot think of anything worse. Steamy clinches in the office as COVID raged on. This is after the story that appears on the front of The Sun this morning about the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, who's been having a secret affair. Good Lord above, didn't he lose his temper with poor Susanna Reid the other day when she was trying to ask sensible questions and he just kept interrupting? And I thought, oh, yeah, they must have phoned you and said, we've got this story about you we're going to be running, Mr. Hancock. Bruno will not make a return to Strictly, maybe pop back at Christmas. This is the Tonioni, the, you know, hand in the air, terribly dramatic and all this kind of stuff. Instead, you got Tony Beak. God, nothing worse, is there? But the old biddies like him. They seem to like Tony Beak. That's why of course, everybody else who's a professional dancer on the show is going, oh, God, who's going to be picked to dance with the, we had Nancy Delusional and even Anne Widdecombe, who rages over Tony. She likes him a lot. She constantly mentions him in the column. I mean, I thought something could have gone on there. Bill Wyman closes down Sticky Fingers, his restaurant. He's had it for 30-something years, just in Ken High Street. And I've been there on numerous occasions over the years. And he's closing. He's 84. Seriously, I mean, there must be something in it, mustn't there, really? 1 in 10 products in Poundland are no longer a pound. I noticed that the other day. They sort of have, these are a pound. Some items, like some of the coffees and things like that, are made specifically for Poundland. But how can you call it Poundland? Because that used to be the joke, I've been to Poundland. Oh, how much did that cost? Well, now it can be anything up to 20 quid. Sean Connery's 2 suits have fetched £7,000 at auction. And they pulled an octopus from the sea with 32 tentacles. Wouldn't stand much of a chance if that thing decided to take you under. Geordies are the least likely Brits to find fame, although we all know Ant and Dec, and there's been a few other people as well. Plus, what was the other one? Oh, yes, reducing stress. Because lots of people get stressed now, don't they? Reducing it can help you reduce grey hair. I mean, I don't know. We used to have somebody at LBC years and years ago who dyed their hair, but you can always knew when he'd done it, because he did it himself with cotton wool soaked in the hair dye, and it used to go all the way round. You could see it was on his skin, because if you're going to... Yes, it was like Rudy Giuliani. It's a bit, you wanted to say to him, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Whereas Wogan used to have these sort of toupees, and I think there were either 3 or 4 of them, so the story went. Each one subsequently a little bit longer than the other one, and people would say, oh, you're due a haircut. And so he'd then go home and change and put the other one on. They go, oh, you got your haircut yesterday? Yeah, Giuliani. The dye was running down his face. The trouble is, what is the matter with grey or white hair? I don't see the problem with it at all. I do not understand why anybody would ever want to dye their hair. And also, it looks dyed. It never looks natural. It always looks like it's dyed. Because if you see somebody, with a very old face and then their hair is sort of jet black, it's a dye job. It's like you only have to look at poor little Rylan. He just looks like he's been Botoxed on every bit of it. Hardly any expression on his face. This peculiar hair colour. It's not his normal hair colour. He's ginger. Yeah, ginger whinge. Which is no problem with that, but he obviously thought he looked better in black. So he has to dye his hair, his beard. Don't go any further, please. Far too embarrassing. Stunned shoppers rounded on some woman. She let her son go to number 2 toilet in the street in Hull. So they started going, you're disgusting, you're filthy. And she then rounded, leave me alone. Like all these people in America, they're barred from going into shops because they're not wearing masks. And the security guard goes, don't touch me, go these women. And you feel like saying, well, how else are they supposed to push you out of the shop? And they're well worth doing. It's the people. There was one woman on her estate. She thinks it's quite a posh estate. Just looks sort of like upmarket council. And there's a bloke driving round the estate, and he's revving his engine. You have them. The boys from Hounslow have these cheap, tacky cars where they've sort of put a hole in the exhaust pipe so it sounds very expensive, but of course it growls at you. It's a bit silly. Anyway, this bloke had one, and she comes out and she starts shouting at him. And I'm thinking, no, the person who's annoying the neighbourhood is you, dear. If I lived next door to you, I'd have you out straight away. But anyway, and then she's saying to him, don't you dare go anywhere. I'm calling the cops. That's their big... They've obviously seen loads of Miami Vice programmes. I'm calling the cops. So he revs up the car and starts inching away. There's another woman who claims she was attacked by somebody's dog. She's completely psychotic, because she said, your Rottweiler attacked me. He said, it's a Chihuahua. I mean, she was so stupid. Really stupid. And poor old Anne Yeomans, she's got a collection. You wouldn't want to live next door to her. She collects gnomes, garden gnomes. She's got hundreds of the blooming things. Hundreds and hundreds of garden gnomes. 1 or 2 garden gnomes is okay. We can cope with 1 or 2. You can buy them now. They're little ones that lie on their back and look as though they're drunk and things like that. Thank you. Which is actually quite nice. But you don't want hundreds of them. That's what you call a sickness. You can get... I suppose you get them from garden centres, can't you? We used to have somebody at LBC years ago worked in one of our departments. And it wasn't on air or anything like that. And he had a mould, and he would pour concrete in, and it was a garden gnome mould. Then he'd take them out and he'd bring them into work. People used to buy them. I didn't. And he'd paint them, in whatever sort of football strip you wanted or something like that. I thought he was immensely sad. No, I didn't get one, actually, strangely enough. I wasn't even interested in football in those days. Which is good. By the way, the people talking about the stopping people smoking, mums, £400, they're going to be medically tested to make sure they haven't had a cigarette. They'll be able to know instantly. So it's no good going, I ain't had a cigarette. And they test you and go, I'm sorry, you had one about an hour and a half ago. We can see the effects of it in your brain, dear. But of course, let's actually get them, shall we? Which is good. Steve, after all this time... Oh, wait a minute, where's my mouse gone? After all this time... Says Elaine, managing to avoid COVID despite having 2 jabs. My son-in-law's tested positive. So now I've got to isolate for 10 days as we visited for granddaughter's birthday. We've still got to be vigilant, says Elaine from the Original Spikers Facebook group. Well, I think we're going to be wearing masks for a long time. I really do. I don't see anything, and people manage to avoid COVID. I don't think I've come into contact with anybody who's actually got COVID. Well, not that I'm aware of. I've had both my jabs. I take my temperature every morning. First thing I do. But in fact, Rishi Sunak says he expects to stop wearing a mask as soon as possible. Well, I don't think so, sweet cheeks. I don't think so. I think you're going to have to carry on wearing a mask. Because we don't know. I mean, look at all the people sitting on the boat like that. You know, have you ever seen anybody sitting on the streets begging with a mask on? Please tell me if you have, because I've never seen any. Never seen any at all. They just hold their hands out for money and pleading little voices. You got some spare change? And of course I haven't. Of course I haven't. The charities say give to them. They can do much more with it, as opposed to people who, you know, have basically been indoctrinated into living on the streets. Shane said, I couldn't believe what I heard on the morning show. The American entertainment reporter said they're making a movie about Harry and Meghan. Yeah. Ginge and Whinge will be up there on the screen. I mean, they've got, I think it's on Netflix. They've already got them put on there in the Oprah Winfrey stuff. I mean, it doesn't look like Harry and her, you know, I suppose it looks like her. I don't know. You have to sort of take it as Meghan as herself. Yeah, she could play herself because she's actress, isn't she? Not that she's acted for ages and ages. So I quite like the idea. TV ads, nothing fattening, will be advertised before 9 o'clock. So there won't be anything like fish fingers or anything else. It'll be after 9 o'clock. So in other words, after 9 o'clock, it's going to be really hot. Really hot. Because, and they say, oh, the government's finally taking notice. Oh, it's a bit pathetic, isn't it, really? You know, we're not allowed to advertise anything. So all these kids who've been so used to getting all their adverts for this fast food and that fast food, it won't happen anymore. Won't happen anymore. I was watching a programme on the telly yesterday. This was about police breaking down people's doors to get in there because they're drug dealers or they've got... One of them was counterfeit clothing. And they had sports shirts, bags, watches, trainers, everything. It was just an Aladdin's cave. And there was one shop run by two, let's just call them crooks, and they'd had their electricity cut off because they hadn't paid any bills. So what did they do? They got somebody in to bypass the electricity, and it was piped into their shop. They had a convenience store, and... So they came back and went, where are your meters? They'd been denied access before, but they forced their way in and said, where are the meters? Down in the cellar. On the cellar wall was wires, some bare, some connected up to all sorts of things. What they'd done is they were thieving electricity. They owed 40,000 quid. So you can imagine. And so they managed to disconnect it, and half the lights in the shop went off, but there was another lot that stayed on. And they looked around, and it turned out that the couple who ran the shop, hereafter called the Crooks, had a little secret switch. Because after about 10 minutes, the other side of the shop went out, and they went, oh, how's that? How's that work? They had a switch, they could turn it on and off. And so to stop them looking for it, they quickly flipped it off. But it was too late. Hidden behind a pile of boxes was another set of bare wires coming out the wall because they were thieving and they should have gone to prison. That's what should have happened to them. They owed £40,000. They offered £2,000. They offered £2,000 in compensation. No. Pigeon fancy is baffled. About 5,000 birds have vanished. They'll be on Love Island, dear. That's where all the baffled birds go. They all go and sit on there and have a nice time. There's a couple of drearies. You can tell the ones who've actually got new agents because they're feeding out any old toffee at the moment. Do you remember the one we had yesterday who was telling us about the fact she'd had an affair with a married man? And she said, I didn't know. And I thought, well, why didn't you ask? You know, I'm terribly sorry. You look old enough to be my grandfather. Are you married? Do you have children? And she said, I'd never do... I mean, she's dragged this story out now for about 3 days. She's boring and she's not even gone into the island. And they're already calling them Love Island stars. It's all very embarrassing, isn't it, really? But that's the way it goes in this day and age. Any old Tom, Dick and Harry... mainly Harry, go on to television programmes and sort of bore the pants off everybody. Oh, they've changed the Diana statue thing. They're going to have less. They were going to have 100 people there, including, you know, Diana's brother and loads of people like that. And I think Ginge might turn up. We're not. I mean, to be honest with you, who cares if he turns up or he doesn't turn up? We're not particularly bothered about it. Will he talk to his brother? They think not. They think not. Although the rubbish that you've been reading that's been fed out from Ginger's camp, not Ginger's camp, but the people who look after him, because they apparently have a press office that issues statements left, right and centre, because he's so in touch with the real world, isn't he? Because we all have that. Don't you have that? Do you have security? Do you live in an £11 million house, do you? Do you have servants? I mean, do you think he actually has ever pushed a lawnmower? No. Do you think he's ever gone shopping? Shouldn't think so. Shouldn't think he's ever done anything, really. And he might come back with the Sprog, or he might not come back with the Sprog. We don't know. I don't think you can trust him by himself coming over here, because he's got to isolate. And he'll have to do it soon. They have... Yeah, but no, he's isolating at Frogmore Cottage. Staff? What? Eugenie doesn't, you think she can do washing up or something like that? I shouldn't think so. I don't think any of Prince Andrew's daughters can do anything at all. I mean, they do have jobs. Nobody's ever seen them at their jobs. They just sort of pop in and go, hello, Eugenie, and the other one's called whatever. And they have jobs, but I think they spend most of their time just faffing around doing bits and pieces. That's what it's like being in the royal family. Former head of the armed forces says they're worried about, wait for this one, World War III. Morning, a city boss has quit a campaign group. He got drunk and behaved inappropriately. It's the trouble with alcohol, isn't it? That's the basis, alcohol, of more YouTube videos, especially the American ones, the Karens. There is a lot of people with drink problems over there. You've never heard anything like it. Taylor Ward is the daughter of Dawn Ward. And Dawn Ward, who they're sort of still saying is the housewife of the Real Cheshire Star, she's not on it anymore. She's gone, thank goodness. Just as well. I mean, we're a little bit bored with her by now. In fact, we're bored with all of them. There's something the matter with every single person on that show. I've never known anything like it. What was the other one that I quite like? Talk to us. No quarantine after a trip to the Amber List Nation if you've been double jabbed. So that might make it better, but take no notice of Rishi Sunak. You will be wearing your masks for some time to come, I hope. Plus, Christmas dinner ads will be banned on the television. I don't know why. That's an odd thing, isn't it? I suppose because it's unhealthy. That's what they've said. Steamy clinches in the office for old Matt Hancock. Who'd have thought, looking at him? Who'd have thought, honestly? This is the Sun's front page. Very nice. I was just checking. Henry, Nick Ferrari's producer in the morning. I have to vet his outfits. Makes it a lot easier, because sometimes he has come in inappropriately dressed. And Connor's in this morning as well. Yesterday he was wearing shorts in an air-conditioned office, which was freezing cold. His little knees were blue and red. It was very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. But no, Henry looks very smart today. So I bet they'll all be delighted about the Health Secretary Matt Hancock's story, having a secret affair with his closest aide, and they've got pictures of them kissing and clinching and everything. I mean, really, honestly, Mr. Hancock, who'd have thought it looking at you? But in 2019, he was at a summer reception at Millbank Tower, and they were kissing and embracing. Somebody said it's amazing he was so brazen about it as he's Secretary of State. And this woman is called Gina, I think, who apparently is very rich. She was hired on a contract last year using taxpayers' money. And he was seen kissing. I mean, it could be just a friendly kiss, couldn't it? I'm erring on the side of caution, thinking, just because two people snog with their arms around each other and they're doing tongues, doesn't necessarily mean that it's an affair. He might just be quite close to her. And there's a picture of her husband called Oliver Tress. And, to say he's actually better looking than Matt Hancock would be an understatement. I never understand it. If he'd been having this affair at home, nobody would have cared. It's because he was doing it in office, and they were obviously the Sun have got some good contacts to get hold of this sort of secret CCTV tapes. It's all over the place. And you know what else she is? This Gina, she's a major shareholder and director at a lobbying firm, and also communications director at Oliver Bonus, a fashion and lifestyle store, which they've got them all over. They sell sort of what I call knickknacks. And so she's done quite well. She's very young, and she obviously fancies men who've got no hair, compared to her own husband, who's got loads of hair. So she is officially listed on the Department of Health's website. She's said to have agreed to be bound by the Official Secrets Act. Now they say his career's in the balance over the fling. And, as they say, PPE and care homes row and now cheating. Is it all leg over, as they say? And so they've got a picture of him with his wife out earlier this month. I mean, obviously managing two people. Mind you, I knew somebody like that. Who was married but was having an affair with somebody at work. In fact, was having an affair with two people at work. And I remember thinking at the time, say the wife finds out. Anyway, to cover his steps, because she did not find out, but she'd heard rumours that he was playing away from home. He went, no, I really love you and all those. The next thing is she's pregnant. He then carries on the affair with the other two people. Didn't care a jot about it. Apparently, dumb is slang for stupid in America. Well, it's the same over here. If you call somebody dumb, it means you're a bit thick. And so the Sussexes have been blasted. Well, of course, they always have been, haven't they? Poor old balding Harry and Meghan, the former actress. And so they feared it would lead to bullying. Really? So Prince Harry was made Earl of Dumbarton after he married Meghan, and the title of Scottish nobility can be passed to the firstborn son, who's now aged 2. Local Anne Proudfoot said not giving Archie the title is going to alienate them even more from Scotland. It's an offence to everybody living here. Interesting. Sophie Clifford, a customer services worker, said, I'm a big fan of Harry and Meghan, so this is so disappointing. Oh, they couldn't care less, actually. Sorry to tell you that, Sophie. They're not remotely interested in you, dear. Try going round to where they live and knocking on the door. Say, can I have a word with Harry? You know, he's living in a neighbourhood with people. Oh, it's an £11 million house. Why? They don't have any friends. They really don't have any friends. You can't trust anything that they say because it's all a little bit economical with the truth. And he's currently resting because life is so stressful, isn't it? It must be, I imagine, all the litigation that they're taking out against newspapers and stuff like that. Royal spending goes up again. God, can't we save our gracious Queen? Charles's trip, as I told you yesterday, to pay condolences. I mean, he could have sent a card, much cheaper. £60,000. 60,000 quid. 2.1 million on helicopters. I mean, what on earth for? Unless that's Prince Andrew, the useless member of the royal family. Sorry, one of the useless members of the royal family. The value of the Crown estates is 14.4 billion. Billion. That's what they own. So in other words, most of Oxford Street and parts of Regent Street and things like that owned by Crown Estates. And what Charles spent supporting William and Harry plus other items, 4.45 million. And then Harry goes around and throws it back in his face. They go, oh no, we weren't talking. We were talking about the tax and all. Oh, shut up, honestly. Stop trying to justify everything. But the Queen's spending is 87.5 million. What does she spend it on? 87.5. This is yearly. This is yearly. Incomes from other sources, palaces and souvenirs, 9.4 million. That's how much, they've made. They've said that's the income. I mean, I don't know how much profit there would be on that. Probably quite a lot, judging by some of the tat they're selling. But then people want to buy tat, don't they? If you can buy metal plates. If you go to Hampton Court Palace, they've got metal plates printed on, like the sort of thing you would find in a Chinese bazaar. If you go to Hong Kong, you'll find loads of these sort of things being sold. I know because I've bought them in the past. Tin plates. What a godsend. Excuse me. Oh. There's a song, isn't it? I like a nice cup of tea in the morning. I like a nice cup of tea with my tea. And about this time of night, what goes down a treat, you're right, is a nice cup of tea. But we don't dunk biscuits, I've decided. I brought biscuits in today, actually, but the producer said he's not feeling very well, so there's no point in spoiling him by giving him biscuits. Chocolate biscuits, dark chocolate, milk chocolate. And I mean, it's a little bit of a tempting. And I saw them the other day and I thought, you're spoiling them, Steve. They're obviously Aldi shoppers and Lidl, and I'm buying them stuff from Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's. I'm a fool to myself. I'm too good to them. I'm too good, but that's me. I can't help it. I'm one of those sort of people. I see stuff out, and I said this Saturday I'm going down to my brother's, and he said, me and Marin like to take you out for lunch. They obviously thought the last time I looked a bit emaciated, but of course it's changed a bit since then. So I said, no, you're all right, because I'm going down specifically to get the boot of the car emptied, because I cannot get anything else in the boot of the car. It is so, and my boot, you can fit a person into my boot, because Peter used to look after the car before. When there was something the matter with the lock on the boot, he climbed in and shut the boot whilst he was in there. It's that big, the boot. Unfortunately, at the moment, you couldn't squeeze a rat up a drain pipe in there. Or a gnome. I couldn't get, seriously, so I need to have a good clear out. So what I have to do, I have to take down loads of carrier bags, and I basically just fill up his place. So I've just sort of offloaded it, actually. Steve, do you remember several years ago, gnomes were being stolen from people's gardens and they would get posted? No, it was only one gnome. It was only one gnome. And what it used to do, somebody used to take pictures of it in France, by the Eiffel Tower. They'd take a picture of the gnome there, and then they would send them back to the owner going, guess where I am? They'd sent it from Rome, Leaning Tower of Pisa, all sorts of exotic places. This travelling gnome travelled everywhere. And the only reason it could have been doing this, it was a 7-month adventure. They must have carried this gnome around in their luggage, in front of Sydney Opera House. It had to be somebody who worked for an airline. Who else can do this? Cooling off in the sea in Thailand. They put him in the sea, and he took a cable ride in Singapore. He went everywhere. It's actually quite funny, but of course, I'll tell you where he went to. Go back down again. There's a list of places here. He went to South Africa, Swaziland, Mozambique, New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, China, Hong Kong, and Laos. Do you not see a bit of a thing there? Swaziland, Mozambique, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Australia. It's definitely somebody who works for an airline. I suspect it's a pilot. It must be. It couldn't be a stewardess. It wouldn't be a stewardess. You're not going to carry even more, luggage. He also joined some ice climbers. Now, whether or not he was superimposed on, he could have been photoshopped, couldn't he? It does look a bit fake, actually, that one. But it's great. It echoes a film. And so stunned was Eve Stewart Kelso, found her gnome on her doorstep with a letter and photo album of his travels. You see, I think he might not have gone anywhere. Could have been just self-imposed. Self-imposed? No, whatever it is. Superimposed, that's it. I knew there was something. I feel sorry for Britney Spears. I don't like her father at all. I really don't like her. I don't know him. But, she's had 13 years. She wants her life back. And shame on the American courts that don't listen. So she might have a mental illness. So she's had a breakdown. Why does that stop her? They've got people watching her. She's not allowed to have a baby. They watch her while she gets undressed. What sort of perverts do that? She wants her father jailed. Yep, I'd call for that too. And she can't marry her lover Sam. They've literally taken over her life. Her father, of course, is living the life of Riley. Really. Somebody said, do you like lobster with vegan mayo? No. I can't bear lobster. Can't bear it. Peasant food. When I was in the city, a homeless bloke asked if he'd borrow my phone. Then just at that moment, there was a ringing in his pocket. I can't say what I said. I was fuming, says Shane. Oh, I see loads of people sitting on the streets sending text messages out on their phones. Oh, yeah, loads of them. Especially the ones in Kingston, the one sitting in the doorway. He's actually got it hidden under his blanket. I'll take a picture of it, actually, and put it up on the internet. I'm sure he'd like the publicity. And what do you make of poor Britney's testimony, says Bill? Well, I think her father should be jailed. 13 years? 13 years? Something's not right, is it? Something is not right. Why do you say Matt Hancock's not good looking? Because he's not. He's not. Well, you think he's good looking, do you? God, you're a bit peculiar. I think he's a snack, not as hot as Dominic Raab. Oh, God, you're not one of those people, are you? A stalker of the world's unattractive. Which is very bad. Talking about people, says Stella, who dye their hair, men look pathetic when they dye their hair. They should stay grey. Look at George Clooney. Well, I don't understand why people want to dye it, because it always looks dyed. It doesn't look natural. Look at Pip Schofield. He dyed his for years. Unfortunately, under the studio lights, it looked purple. And people were saying, stop it. Tom Jones looks so much better with white hair. So much better. And people do. Bruce Forsyth, sort of stopped wearing toupees and everything else. Paul Daniels stopped wearing... It made the front page of newspapers. He's not wearing his wigs anymore. I think mine's quite attractive. Elton John, take it off, dear. Take it off. Don't be so vain.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
The more you read about Britney Spears, the more you think what revolting parents she's got. Absolutely. She said she was forced to take medication she didn't want. She's got no control over her health care. She'd like to see her children. She can't. She was forced to perform against her will. And you think to yourself, what court in America is actually going there? She said her father had not got her best interests at heart and enjoyed controlling her. She was forced to go to rehab against her will and pay $60,000, and her father didn't care. Well, of course he didn't. He hasn't had to do a stroke of work, and she's earning all the money. What a revolting family. Free Britney immediately. She said her parents are able to give interviews with the press whenever they want, but she's barred from speaking to the media. What do you mean, barred from speaking to the media? What sort of court enforces it? Why should she not be allowed to say anything? I tell you what sort of judges have they got who are sort of, I mean, she didn't even appear at the hearing. It was done on the telephone. That's how bad it is. Nobody has helped this girl at all. Where are all these super high-powered lawyers in America who would say, I'll take this case on immediately. We'll have her father, taken away from it. Why her father? Why not somebody appointed by the court, but not her father? He's a corporate. He's known as, anyway, it's her father. It's called Jamie. And he's got control over her career, medical care, her personal life and her estate. They didn't respond to details of Spears' allegations. What revolting family. He's even more revolting than I thought. But they say, we look forward to addressing Miss Spears' medical and other privacy rights. Yeah, right. I mean, I tell you, the only people making money out of this are the attorneys. And that court system they must have in America. I mean, what court would actually allow somebody's life to be taken away from them for 13, 14 years? Disgusting court judges and all the rest of it. And what are they doing? Are they on backhanders or something? Is something going on here? What's going on? It's Britney Spears. So she had a breakdown. Surely she should be receiving medical care for that. Now she's not. But why are her parents allowed to give press conferences and she's not? Really? Needs sorting out quickly. Come on, Mr. Biden. Pull your finger out. Do something. Do something. Steve, I agree. I hate the father, but I hate the courts more. Well, I hate all of them. That, to me, smacks of somebody who's basically imprisoned. They watch her getting undressed at night, the perverts who are supposed to be her security. They watch her getting undressed. That's how perverted they have become. It's just not right. It's not right. Not good at all. So sooner we get rid of the father, the better. Where are these hotshot lawyers? Somebody must have looked at this and gone, oh, I'd love to take that case on. We'll have a field day with these people. Get that judge barred immediately. It's only in America, isn't it? Rolling Stones legend Bill Wyman has closed down his restaurant after 32 years because of the COVID pandemic, which is a shame because it's been there for ages. Excuse me. Love doing that. It's disgusting, isn't it? But I love doing it. It's so enjoyable. So enjoyable. I might actually just sort of blow bubbles into it next time round. Even more fun. It's like the film Amelie. Is it? Oh, right. I don't know anything about that. I'll tell you what, did you ever see a film, what the dickens is it called now, which is a bloke who worked in the movie industry, and he created an actress, a virtual actress, on a screen, and she gave interviews. That she also played in a concert. She was projected onto the stage, but nobody knew. They thought she was real, and then in the end, they thought he'd murdered her. It was a really interesting scenario. She became hugely internationally successful, so much so she appeared in a hotel, but it was him there, Simone. You have to watch this film. This is really, really very, very good. And so she's created, he does her voice, but it's translated into a woman's voice. And he'll do something like saying, oh, I'm very happy to be here with you today, and all this kind of thing. And when she was in a hotel, I mean, she wasn't, it was him. He had to leave behind lipstick and a negligee and stuff like that to make people believe she wasn't real. She was purely created on a computer, and she became enormous. And then they caught him going out on a boat, something to do with a chest, whatever it was. They thought he'd murdered her. So the police arrested him, and he went, no, she doesn't exist. They went, yeah, right. And he went, no. And in the end, it turns out fine. And it's very, very interesting. So she is a star of films, but of course she doesn't exist. But they actually got her. She filled out a stadium to do a concert. And he was again doing the voices for her by saying, "I'm so delighted to be here in front of all of you," and all this kind of stuff. And you're taken in by it, but she doesn't exist. She's only there on the computer. Simone, made in 2002. You should watch it. It's Al Pacino's in it. And Winona Ryder and Rachel Roberts. You should really watch it. I mean, it didn't. It cost £10 million to make, and it grossed 20 million. So, technically it was a success, but not a huge success. But I liked it. I liked it a lot. Sue Ann says, it's atrocious. How did she manage to get a boyfriend, and how can she have any intimacy close? She can't, Susie. She can't. That's the whole thing. She's not allowed to. They're basically keeping her a prisoner, letting her out to perform. It's as bad as that. It's as bad as that. Somebody says, I thought she'd be able to get a hotshot lawyer. With what money? Her father controls her money. She can't buy anything. If she says, I want to, he has to approve it. So if she says, right, I want to get a lawyer now, you go, yeah, whatever. Whistle, dear, whistle. And that's how he behaves with his daughter. That's how bad. That's how bad. Beatrix says, Steve, my heart goes out to the people of Miami. Sad to hear about the building that collapsed. Well, I've never seen anything like it. There must be some fault underneath this building that made not even an outside building. It was the one in the middle that went, and you watched it. They caught it on some CCTV for a company, and I was watching it, and it's there, and the other two wobble a little bit, and then it's like 9/11. It just went down. It was absolutely unbelievable. The other two remained standing, but they wobbled a little bit. I mean, whether it's built on a fault line or something, I don't know, but it literally just went down. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. And so there's 99 people missing. Lots of elderly people lived in these flats. It was an apartment block. Initially they said 51 people. Now I think there's 102 people who I think they've had 2 patients from the site of the building collapse. That's the Jackson Memorial Hospital. And the whole thing is a disaster. I mean, presumably the people who are in the other apartment buildings will have to get out because you don't know whether they're going to collapse as well. There must be something under the ground. You don't just have things like that just collapse, do you? Steve, in Amelie, the girl takes her father's gnome and gives it to a stewardess. He gets photos through the post. Ah, right. Oh, that sounds good. But the trouble is I know the story now. I'm not as overexcited as I would be, had I not mentioned it at all. Apparently woke TV chiefs have targeted Coronation Street, branding some of the episodes offensive. Highlights are currently available on BritBox, but viewers tuning in to some instalments have been faced with content warning. Coronation Street, I ask you. Coronation Street. One episode centres on Stan and Hilda Ogden having a meal at a Chinese restaurant where the food is described as foreign. Well, it would be. They lived in Manchester. This was in 1968. And as you know, we hadn't had Chinese restaurants very long in this country. Indian restaurants, yes, we had. Chinese restaurants, no, we didn't. And apparently, Stan, played by Bernard Ewins, talks to a waiter in simple French. But when Hilda queries the languages, he says, I couldn't speak to him in English, a son of the Orient. And they've deemed that enough to put on a warning that it could be offensive. When do they get popular? I don't know. I was always told that Indian restaurants are the most frequent to close. They change hands fairly frequently. Chinese restaurants, not so often. But Indian restaurants were around for a good few years before the Chinese food took over. And it depends. I remember the first Indian food I had was in Twickenham at a restaurant. I'd never had it. And a friend of mine said, let's go and have an Indian meal. And I went, oh, I don't want anything hot. Don't want anything hot. So he said, no, we'll pick a korma. I said, OK. So I could tell you now, I had pilaf rice, chicken korma, a poppadom, and what else did I have? Something I can't remember. Something else, and I was okay with it because it wasn't too hot. But then the Chinese food I took to much quicker because it had so many different flavours and so many different things. But I tended to find the Indian restaurants that I frequented, it was just chicken in various things. It was tandoori chicken or chicken in masala or chicken this and chicken that. And then when I became diabetic, they said the one thing you can't have with Indian food is the sauces, because they've got ghee and everything else like that, which is clarified butter. So I kind of game up on that. I had some chicken tikka bites which was okay, but that was about as far as you could go. But I used to quite like the sauce. And then when the Chinese came in, I mean, Chinese is terrible for me. Absolutely, I can become quite ill on it. Yeah, but I do like it. I like Singapore noodles. I like chicken chow mein. I like sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, crispy duck, crispy lamb. I was eating crispy lamb up until about 3 or 4 years ago.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Happy birthday, George Michael. It's his birthday today, and Ricky Gervais celebrates his birthday as well. So happy birthday. I think we still, as far as I'm concerned, George Michael, who died that Christmas when I was on, and was it 2016? Gosh, it seems ages ago. And I can remember we did a big piece on the programme, and people who'd bumped into him and people who he'd done nice things for. He was very generous. He had a liking for his little sort of help me through this kind of moment, you know, where he sort of crashed into a Snappy Snaps or something, and he did enjoy his cruising, but at the same time, he had, you know, he was just unbelievably generous, especially to this company. I mean, when Capital Radio used to have all their things, you could guarantee that George Michael would be the one who put his hand in his pocket. Seriously, I mean, not a lot of people knew just how generous he was. Ken says, today marks 6 months exactly to Christmas Day. It'll be here before we know it. Yes. I mean, I love Christmas Day. I love it. And somebody says, I love a really hot Indian meal. And you know when it's hot. Thank you for that one. Yes, we know all about that. See, I can't eat really hot food. I've heard of people who will go out to an Indian restaurant and they'll go, I want the hottest food that you can ever make. And you think, this is because I don't know if you've ever had something that's very, very hot. It starts off, you put it in your mouth, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, it's dreadful. You can barely breathe, I think. Steve, sinkholes are very common in the southern half of Florida. Safe to place your chips on that one, even on speculation. Well, it's just odd that only one of these blocks of flats would go down. 12 stories it was, if memory serves. And so I reckon they'll have to evacuate everybody, and there might be the case of they might have to pull the other ones down because they should have checked all these things, shouldn't they? You know, if you're going to build a block of flats, the one thing you do is you do a geological study. That's what they actually should have done, because when this thing went down there, it can't just be under that particular block of flats. It must be something that covers both of them, but perhaps it's not as much of them as the middle one, which takes the full brunt, because when it went down, it didn't take it very long. It really didn't. When you consider it was made of concrete and bricks and all the rest of it, it just literally collapsed. 12 stories. 12 stories. Steve, I'm listening to you in New Zealand. Oh dear, you don't want to come and take that... who's that ghastly ex-reporter who turns up on the television? Who's from New Zealand? Can't remember his name. Can you come and collect him and take him home again? Because he's not very good. And, we knew people. Steve, I just ordered the DVD Simone on eBay. $8 and the seller is here in Sydney, says Shane. It's such a clever film. I love it. There's also another film I like, and I think it's... I've got these films that I sort of watch. And strangely, they've always got strong women. This is one... All I can tell you is, at the very end of the film, there's a black woman singing on the street. I think she's really well known, and she sings, Wild Thing. Uh-oh. No. You're not filmed up, no. Somebody will know, but she sings Wild Thing, and it's about a woman who chases this bloke, and he's kind of really into her, but she ties him up and all sorts of things, and they go around the country. They seem to be having a good time. But it's this woman at the very end of the film who sings Wild Thing, and it's done reggae. It really is. It's quite, I had to sort of find it on YouTube to actually watch the song Wild Thing again. And I didn't know who she was, but apparently she's really, really well known. So I know that you film buffs out there will know that. I sometimes only have to give like one or two clues, and immediately it comes back with, oh, Steve, you mean this film here. And it was black hair, it was a short wig, but the woman singing Wild Thing was really, really brilliant. Really brilliant. And that's all I can tell you about it. So if you can work out something from that, thank you very much indeed. I should be very, very grateful. And that's another film you need to go and get as well. 1 in 10 products in Poundland stores is no longer at the traditional £1. They said sales continue to grow in the last 6 months despite COVID, especially now they've got the rollout of the chilled and frozen food in 129 of its 800 plus outlets, was winning custom. They've also got a new clothing range as well. So they say sales at Poundland and its European equivalent, which is called Deals, are up 1.4% in the 6 months to March compared to the same period last year. But I've noticed that they have stuff in the window. They have a teddy bear and go, oh, it's £3. I think so. It's not really Poundland, is it? Have you noticed they're gradually getting you to spend more money? Because I think people think that when you go in there, it's £1. You know, you take your basket to the tin, they just go, that's £1. Thank you very much indeed. But it's not. It's £1 for each item. So before you know where you are, you've spent, 30 quid or something like that. So it's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. Come on, you need to know the name of this film. So the song is Wild Thing, featured in a film. And I can't remember what the name of the film is, but it was very good. It was very, very good. So Wild Thing, which was the Trogs song, what film did it feature in? There's a black woman, she sings at the end, crazy thing, go down your street, wild thing, uh-oh. Come on, you're making me work for this one, and I don't know any further than that. You wait till I go home and find the blooming film. I will find it, actually. Love Island's newbie, Chloe Burrows. Go away, you boring old baggage. Honestly, she's determined to bag a boyfriend. Oh, dear. There must be something the matter with you, love. If you need to go on Love Island to bag a boyfriend, can't you find them in real life? You know why? They know what you like. They know what you like. She's a financial services worker. Hello, Admiral, can I help you? What it'll be, a financial services worker. She's a telephone operator, okay? Telephone operator. And she's 25. She's one of the 11 beautiful women. Well, she's standing there in her bra and knickers. I mean, that's the uniform, isn't it? If you want to go on Love Island, but she's determined to bag a boyfriend. I mean, she's obviously a total failure in the boyfriend department. I wonder why. But also, she's a little bit worried in case a third wave of COVID sees her stuck indoors for weeks on end. Oh. But apparently she's going in there in search of love. She says lockdown was the driver for me wanting to go on Love Island and find a man. Have you heard of websites, love? Why don't you just go onto them and find somebody fairly quickly? I mean, you're supposed to... She says, I'll be letting the guys to help me in the villa gym just to see if my form is okay. I'm going to be sick again. I'm going to be sick. What rubbish do these people come up with? Your parents must be delighted. That's our daughter. Her claim to fame is to find a bloke on a television programme. Oh, my Godfathers. It really doesn't get any better, does it? It really gets... And we haven't even started the programme. Is the film Major League? No. And I can't remember what it's called. All I can tell you is the song Wild Thing features at the end of the film. And it's a woman on a street standing in a shop doorway and she's Wild Thing. Uh-oh. It's going to kill me, this one, I can tell. I shall go home and I shall find it, and on Monday morning I'll come in and go, you know that film I was asking you about that nobody knew? It's this one here. What was the other one that we got? The Octopus, what I want to see. You might go on your holidays very shortly. The pregnant women who could be given shopping vouchers to quit smoking, but they're going to check. It's no good going and go, oh, I've stopped smoking now. I'm not smoking anymore. And they'll go, yeah, well, we have to give you a little test. They have it because you can detect cigarette smoke in the brain quicker than heroin. The effects of cigarette smoking quicker than heroin. I'm not talking about the effects. I'm talking about the actual physical reaction to your brain. So a very quick brain scan, hammer and chisel, and they'll know if you're telling. It's like when you go into the doctor and they go, so have you stopped drinking? You go, yes. And they go, funny that, your liver says differently. Was it the Trogs? Yeah, the film is Something Wild. There you go. Scott in Berwick-upon-Tweed is the star of the morning, and somebody else got it. Pablo got it as well. Something Wild. Have you got it? Show me. There it is. Made in 1986. It's the film has some elements of a road movie. Together with it's got Jeff Daniels, Ray Liotta. If you build it, they will come. I got him to say that. And there you go. Wild Thing. Sister Carol. It's so good. It's a reggae version of Wild Thing, but she's standing in a doorway. And her name is Carol Teresa East. She was born in Kingston, Jamaica. She's known as Sister Carol. She's an American reggae recording artist. And is this it? Oh, no, it's the music for the news. I thought it sounded slightly different. Reggae. I grew up on reggae. That was my favourite music. Tamla Motown, reggae and soul. I was one of those things. But you should check out Sister Carol singing Wild Thing. It's fab. Honestly, put a smile on your face. Smile on your face. So there you go. Somebody says, Steve, the track at the end of the film is sung by Sister Carol. And Steve, I was shocked to hear there's a Chloe Burrows in Love Island this year. Couldn't wait to tell my daughter she's got the same name. Can't repeat what she said. Oh, well, change your name immediately. You don't want to be associated with this one. That's bad news, isn't it? News at 5. Here it comes. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to... Oh, goody, it's the weekend. Oh, goody, it's going to rain. Oh, goody, it's the weekend. Of course, if you work the weekend, it's not so exciting for you. Somebody says here there was an old song not heard for years playing last night on a programme at 17 by Janice Ian. Hello? This is the one that goes, I learned the truth at 17 that love was meant for beauty queens and high school girls with clear skin smiles who married young and then retired. The Valentine I never knew. It was a lovely song, actually. Produced by Brooks Arthur. And it featured on an album called Between the Lines. Oh, yeah, I know that song really well. I mean, you tend to forget, Roger, I'm a little bit older than people imagine. You know, I know I play... No, not in spirit. Not in spirit. But, I remember that. Simone film you talk about was called Simone because the name Simone means Sim 1. Sim 1. Yeah, I knew that. Because that's why it was done on the computer. I've now, during the news, I have to be honest, I was playing Sister Carol to myself to get myself psyched up. You know, Wild Thing. And she's standing in this shop doorway and it's just brilliant. It's like, listening, I watched a Christmas film yesterday. I'm afraid. I'm losing the will to live with life. I've decided, actually, my entire life revolves around Christmas films. And I don't want to tell you which one I was watching. But it was very nice. It was a very nice Christmas film. I did watch Home Alone the other day, because I've got the box set of Home Alone, which makes me even sadder. I wish I'd not told you. But, you know, nothing like being honest on the programme. But I have to be honest about these things. But it's amazing how many films I mention to people. I say, listen, you must watch this film. You won't be disappointed with it. The only sort of films I don't buy are violent films. I wouldn't ever go out and buy Friday the 13th or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or anything like that, or anything where it involves sort of people losing their lives. All I want is happy things, you know, because you want escapism. No horror. No, don't do horror. I think I bought a box set years ago of the Hammer horror films because they weren't really scary. They were just lots of big-breasted women. And not that that's my penchant. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about this programme. We don't do busty. And well, I don't. Whether anybody else does, I don't know. But I'm looking for escapism. So I bought the box sets of all the Hollywood musicals, which is That's Entertainment. And I think there are 3 DVDs. And if you've got elderly parents, you know, I mean, who are still, you know, in the real world and they've got a DVD player, you should buy them the That's Entertainment box set because it will absolutely bring back some fantastic memories. It's got the clips and interviews with all the stars, including Frank Sinatra's, the Bing Crosby's, you know, every single person in there. And it's a 15-disc collection. That's actually the films, which is the best. Put in That's Entertainment. This is a box set of some really good stuff as well. That's Entertainment. And it'll come up. Now, there you go. The complete collection on DVD, £9.84. And I promise you, if you've got, I think it's three discs, it's got everything. Fred Astaire, Gene Kelly, with them talking about it and little extracts from all the films that they were in, showing you back from the early days. If you've got parents and you're thinking, I wonder what to buy them for Christmas, that would be the present you would buy somebody. And especially if somebody's got dementia, because this film will jog their memories, and that's what you need to do with people who've got dementia. Do you remember I told you about the old people's home? They built a fake shop in their common room, a little row of shops, and they had newspapers from the day that they could go there and they could see things. So to get this box set, and for £9 odd for 3 DVDs, I promise you, your parents will thank you, and they will. There you go. There's the care home. They built a replica high street. That's what you need to do. But if you buy this box set, and I have no financial remuneration coming from them for it, I wish, I love it. It's got all the great clips, and you'll see Fred Astaire and the people who are long since passed on talking about the films, and they're standing on the lots where they made them. Mickey Rooney is standing on the lot where they made, the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew, and also they've got they do everything. Everything you can possibly think of in Hollywood is on this movie, including the swimming pool where Esther Williams swam in, which doesn't look half as big as it did on the television, where she dived in and then she came up on a thing and it was all fireworks and, oh, God, marvellous stuff. So there's my recommendation for the weekend. It's as simple as that. Steve C. Wild Thing. Uh-oh. Have you ever met David Rodigan, one of the best reggae DJs around, says Mo? No. I'm not in music radio. I like music, but there again, lots of people, in my business like me. I mean, you have to be an idiot not to like music. I love music. I grew up... Sorry, poem. Oh, yeah, poem. I mean, I like any sort of music. Well, I like classical music. I like light operetta. Can't do really heavy stuff. Not very good at that. Don't really do metal. I mean, the nearest I got to metal was sort of something like Deep Purple or T-Rex or something like that. It was more Tamla Motown and more sort of reggae and stuff like that. I was a soul boy. But I didn't know anybody. I mean, I never quite understood. I mean, I had been a DJ in nightclubs in the days before mixing came in. Nowadays, you don't really find DJs that go, and down 16, up number 2 places, and in at number 3 this week, here come Boney M. It was never like that. A little bit of a Tony Blackburn impression there. And Dale used to do a Tony Blackburn. In fact, I think actually Dale modelled himself on Tony Blackburn. I'm pretty certain. But no, it was. I mean, I didn't know anything about music at all. I did play little bits of it, and I suppose my ideal programme would be magazine-y type programme, light ent, and a little bit of music like Wild Thing. Uh-oh. We did a programme one year where we looked at all the West End shows who were around at that time. It's about 10, 15 years ago. And we played a little clip from each one. Because when you've been in at the first nights of so many West End shows, you remember it. I can remember going to see Miss Saigon first night, and Cliff was there with a whole lot, but I didn't know him then. And we were just bowled over by this show where it was just fantastic. And the helicopter that came down, and we're all going, they've got a real helicopter. They hadn't, of course. It was very clever, and the actual rotor blades were a piece of rope. But because it was going around so far, it looked like rotor blades, and people climbed into the helicopter, and then all the lights came on at the front, and it dipped, and it went up. It was fantastic. But if you were sitting too near the front and you looked up, you could see the helicopter was suspended up there, and then a thing came underneath it to sort of separate it from the stage. But like all Cameron musicals, they start with an empty stage and finish with an empty stage. The magic has finished. So you never see the cast coming onto a set. It will be a completely empty stage. And so we were there for that. I was there for Les Miserables. God, that went on forever. God, did that go on forever. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours at the Barbican. It was like Ken Dodd, only better. And I remember sitting there thinking, it's like a film. It's just absolutely like a film, because they do the first bit behind what they call a gauze, and they project on Paris, blah, 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 blah. And then they go into, at the end of the day, you're another day older. And the Chateau New Back doesn't keep everything. Yes, Les Miserables is still on. Oh, yes. Yes, it really is. In Shaftesbury Avenue, and you can find it up there. It's a super show. You'll know the songs. You'll know this. I've got all the posters. Cameron trimmed down the orchestra, I think. They're doing that with a lot of shows because an orchestra is quite an expensive thing to have. So what they do, I mean, you wouldn't notice the difference, but the people in the orchestra would notice the difference. But what they used to do in the West End is if you were playing in Phantom of the Opera, you can imagine playing the same tune night after night after night. Eventually you get bored. So you'd swap with a friend of yours who was doing Miss Saigon up the road. Didn't make any difference to as long as the orchestras, got in there and did it. So, you'd be playing, the Miss Saigon music. And then, after a week, you'd go back and do something. It was, people just rotated, which was good. I loved it. Steve, I've just ordered the That's Entertainment box set for the parents. For £9 for 3 DVDs with all those clips and all those, stars. And they'll be doing... that, oh my goodness, there's Fred Astaire. We've never seen Fred Astaire chatting. He appeared on Parky's chat show in this country. He's a very shy man, very, very shy man. But any news from Eamon and Ruth, Steve? Yes, they're sitting in, I think in a week's time, they're doing the whole of summer for Pip and Holly. Because they always go away for the summer and they have 2 people in there. What about LBC the musical? Oh, good Lord. Can you ever imagine what it'd be like? You'd have Nick Ferrari going, Master of the House, Isn't Worth Me Spit, Comforter, and Lifelong. And so that was it. My cousin sang on this reggae song, Lovers Rock. Oh, I remember Lovers Rock. Is that the one? Oh, no, that was Elizabethan. Dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun. Everything was turned into reggae. If you went down to Trojan Records in the early days in London, every single hit that was in the charts, there was a reggae version. A reggae version of it. It was out in the chart. I used to go down there and pick up the records. I'd go and say, I've nipped in to pick up so-and-so. 2 favourite films, African Queen. Oh, different version. Humphrey Bogart and Second-Hand Lions with Michael Caine. Oh, don't know that one, actually. Do you know that Crossroads and Brookside are coming to BritBox? I've got the box set of Crossroads. They brought out a box set. Everything on from the very beginning when it was black and white to the wobbly sets. Amy Turtle, who cleaned the Crossroads Motel, who could never remember her lines. She was absolutely useless. She was absolutely useless, but very funny. Very funny. Steve, Shane says, my PayPal account's very busy today. All these DVDs you're recommending. We only recommend nice things. We only recommend nice things. We don't want to recommend anything that's not very nice. And I've got a poem for you, which I shall give you after I think we've done the travel, because it's quite a nice one, actually. It's called Friday Night in Paradise. Imagine where that is, can't you? Morning. Sue Ann says, I found Sister Carol. I'll watch the movie later. It's so wild thing. Oh. It's good. So, a poem for you. A poem for a Friday, ladies and gentlemen, on LBC. It's our bit of culture on the programme. And this is by Christopher Victor Russon. It's called Friday Night in Paradise. Sunday evening, it's time to sleep. Monday starts another week. Tuesday, I'm out with a swing, hard at work, doing my thing. Wednesday, I'm working late, carrying bricks for a house to make. On this ladder, climbing high, when I come down, I'll take a break. I hope this day will soon pass by. Those building bricks just multiply. Wow, Thursday! Now it's getting near. One more night, then Friday's here. I'm thinking of that ice-cold beer. Raising a glass, giving a cheer. I hope this day will soon fly by. On Friday nights my mouth gets dry. When in the pub I put things right. Away with the fairies all of the night. Monday morning it will keep. Then off to work for another week. For now I'm in this pub so nice. It's my Friday night in paradise. There you go. Could have been written about the producer. He loves his pubs. Oh, loves his pubs, honestly. Can't get him out. He's like, if he was in Emmerdale, he'd be sitting in the corner going, nay, Mr. Brearley. He'd be like Seth. Oh, I don't. He's not with us anymore, is he? I think he's passed on, hasn't he? I think so. Seth. Steve, I just bought the box set for my ex's birthday. You see the influence of radio. But I promise you won't be disappointed. For parents, I mean, even for younger people, the box set is just called That's Entertainment. Seth died in 2005, did he? Did he really? The trouble is, that's the good thing about television. People live on, don't they? Because, we can always watch them. That's why on these films, little clips of all the films, but it's all the stars who are talking about how they made them. And my favourite thing was somebody talking about a cowboy film. And they said, did you realise that when they made cowboy films at one particular studio, they had the street built. On one side of the street, the doors were lower to make the men look bigger and butcher. And then on the other side of the street, it was reversed so that the women looked petite. And yeah. And for some people who weren't blessed with height, the actors used to have to perform in trenches. Oh yeah, it was all going on. But you'll see everything in this box set. And parents, your parents, if they're, over the age of 60, something like that, they'll love it because they'll be going. And, you'll get to see Frank Sinatra sitting there chatting away, on a lot. And it's purely for this box set of all those great Hollywood movies, all the Busby Barkleys and the musicals and all the clips. And then you'll have people talking like Debbie Reynolds. I mean, there's every Hollywood star that you could think of. Every Hollywood star. And that's why I think it's wonderful. Stephen, I reckon it was A Wonderful Life, says Duncan, the film you watched. It wasn't, but I have seen it recently. We were discussing the other day, do you want it in colour or black and white? And we decided, we thought black and white for It's a Wonderful Life looked better. It was nice. It never fails to affect me. Never fails. But that's what they're supposed to do. They don't make films for them not to affect you. So at the very end, when the whole town turn up to, spoiler alert, to sort of give him all the money back that they think they've actually lost, and his brother comes back, and then people empty it because they suddenly realise that George is such a wonderful person. And he's got his family. He's got 3 gorgeous children, and he's got a wife, and they're living in this big house. But it had all collapsed for him. But then he suddenly realised he was looking to take the easy way out by throwing himself off a bridge. But his guardian angel saved him and said, listen. And at one point, they go back in time. And he goes into a place and he realises that life is not what he wanted it to be. So he changes it. And it's a feel-good movie. Feel-good movie. Steve, have you watched my favourite musical, High Society? Have you heard? Of course I have. Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby. I'd love to have interviewed Bing Crosby. I'd love to have interviewed Frank Sinatra. I don't think it would have been an easy interview. He had his friends. The best thing you'll see on YouTube is Frank Sinatra being roasted. They call it a Sinatra roast. And you've got all sorts of people telling stories about Frank Sinatra. He obviously had his Hollywood mates, and he loves them, actually. Gregory's Girl, Steve, is a good movie, says Kevin the Milkman. Yes, and being filmed in a new town, it was even closer. Memories of being 15 and way too shy to ask out girls. I know. That was John Gordon Sinclair, wasn't it? John Gordon Sinclair was in Gregory's Girl. But it was, I can't remember the name of the girl, which doesn't help. But it was good. He said, heaven knows how many times I've watched it. Everybody goes through the shy period. Everybody goes through the shy period. And somebody says, wait a minute. So the UK government keep Greece on the amber list, given our comparative datas in all settings. It's quite baffling. The whole thing's baffling. Don't you think so? 1 minute, you've got Rishi Sunak sort of saying, I can't wait for us to lose the masks on the 19th. I'm thinking, they won't be losing the masks on the 19th. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, who's that? Oh, it's Britney again. I think we should start. Well, I know that there are a number of campaigns in this country to get Britney free from her ghastly family. What a revolting family. Really awful. Free. Oh, it's hashtag Free Britney. Oh, right. There is. Oh, right. Are they the ones who've just written to me? I think somebody. Yeah. Loads of people write to me. Yeah, hashtag Free Britney. So there you go. Tony Beak, my dream job. What an irritant he is. God, he's irritating. Here's Tony Beak again, little Mr. Show-Off. The one who thought that he was going to be the next Bruce Forsyth. Unfortunately, not really talented. That's why they stick him with all the old women. Nancy Delusional, Anne Widdecombe, things like that. So he's going to be he's just irritating. He's just very, very irritating. Some people aren't, but he is. I mean, stood in for 2 weeks. But he's going to be worse. Prudish Britons are far too shy to discuss what turns them on and off in the bedroom. People don't tell their partner of their preferences between the sheets. I'm constantly talking to Teddy about that. Constantly. I say, Teddy, don't do that again. And he doesn't. He's very good. Apparently, Only of the 2,000 coupled-up adults asked by a relationship app, a third said they winced when their lover talked dirty. Oh, dear. Very unnecessary, isn't it? We don't need things like that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Teddy says, I'm going out, and I go, goodbye. See you in the morning. Couldn't care less what happens, you know. I'll go to bed with a cup of cocoa and a good book. And more than happy, and it's been like that for donkey. Enjoying the biscuits? Sorry? Teddy stays very quiet. And then sometimes he goes and talks to Teddy 2 in the car. Because I've got Bentley Bear in the car, who is... He's a teddy, but he's dressed in his mechanic's overalls. It's got a little hat. It's got a little sort of... Yeah, I mean, he seriously has a... My brother and his girlfriend girlfriend at the time, I think, found it on a site for Bentley owners, and so we call him Bentley Bear, and he sits between the back seats. He's very cute. He's very, very cute. It was Dee Hepburn and Claire Grogan in Gregory's Girl. Merci bien. Thank you very much indeed. I knew people... I should have remembered, actually, that. What an amazing life Joan Collins has had. Yes, we know all about Joan's life, and we saw her with Piers. And Steve, as an expat in Toronto, says Charles, nothing reminds me more of home than hearing the traffic reports. When you're congested, our roads are empty. Yes, I mean, well, I tell you what, I used to do have to read the intro to the travel people in Vienna, and they were the OAMTC, the OAMT, it was the Austrian, whatever it was anyway. And put it this way, they used to have an awful lot of trouble with people driving the wrong way down the motorways. They had a lot of trouble with that. But they never had traffic jams. In all the years I worked there, they go and busy traffic on the Gürtel. And you'd think to yourself, well, what's their idea of busy traffic? So you'd look at the cameras. One car would be busy traffic. They just don't have things like that. They really don't. Also, in A Wonderful Life, Clarence the Angel takes George to a parallel universe where George isn't born. Exactly. He says you're not even born yet. Johnny says, speaking of TV, was watching Columbo again, forgot how many stars played the baddie. Oh, yes, he had his favourites he liked working with. Columbo, oh, yes, definitely. They're obviously friends of the family. And so people cropped up time and time again. Very good. Very nice indeed. More cyclists die on the roads in lockdown. 140 cyclists were killed. 140. Why do we not get that reported? In 2020 compared with 100 in 2019. The AA called the rise staggering. I would think it was pretty staggering as well. Despite a huge drop in traffic, the amount of deaths from cyclists has gone up hugely. Oh, I discovered that roll the other day. Remember I told you I bought a baguette from Greggs and it was bacon. It is chicken in there. It's chicken and bacon. I bought 2. I didn't care. I pushed the boat out. I thought it was tax deductible. I did eat them both, yeah. I ate one on the bus because that always annoys people. And I want to take a little Primus stove on and start cooking burgers first thing in the morning. When somebody gets on, you know, you're doing sausages and beans and chips and stuff like that. But no, I bought 2. Ate one on the bus and then one when I got home. Which was very nice. I thought I deserved a treat. I thought I did, actually. And, you know, people say you don't. Oh, here they are. Renegade Royals, they call them now. Harry and Meg's. And their great escape. It's in a new movie. A trailer for Harry and Meghan escaping the palace shows the couple portrayed by lookalikes Jordan Dean and Sydney Morton. Although, I mean, she does actually look like Meghan. He doesn't look like Harry. Just having somebody ginger with a beard doesn't make them look like Harry. They must be able to find a better one. But they were looking after their baby son, Archie. The trouble is, Harry is not the brightest penny in the box. You know, just because you're in the army doesn't make you bright. We know that. I live in Twickenham. We have the Army and Navy games there. I know exactly what it's like. Terrible, really. Also, shops are weeks away from having gaps on the shelf due to a lorry driver shortage. Why is there a shortage of lorry drivers? Why would there be a shortage of lorry drivers? And apparently the shortfall in truckers has grown to more than 100,000 people. 100,000. A long-term shortage of truckers has been worsened by Brexit and the pandemic, leading to a slump in training. Taxi firms have been hit with a 40% shortfall in drivers as sectors of the economy reopen. And the British Retail Consortium says the government must rapidly increase the number of HGV driving tests, also looking for a long-term solution. I mean, they say there is no immediate plan to fix the crisis. Oh, we'll have to go and collect it ourselves now, I suppose. It's not very good, is it? So there could be food suppliers unable to get produce. It's down to pay, theft and a lack of toilets on the road. Do you see that guy the other day? He was a delivery driver. Somebody tried to nick his van and he hung onto the door and he got dragged down the road. He said, "You're not having my van. You're not having my parcels and everything else." Anyway, eventually he had to let go and they found the van burnt out a short while later. I think we need to bring in some more prisons. Do you not reckon so? Much better, actually. Much better. But the Road Haulage Association, which is the RHA, are trying to persuade the government to add HGV drivers to the UK's skilled workers occupation list. The driver short, they say it's 70,000. 70,000. So there's a job. There's a job for somebody. I waited yesterday for a parcel from FedEx. I waited and waited and waited. In the end, I thought, I'll just blow this for soldiers. So I went home. And within 5 minutes, it arrived. Luckily, one of my neighbours went and collected it for me. She said, "I hope it's worth it." I said, yes. It's come all the way from America. It's gone on a big silver bird. And it was always lovely. Steve, the movie Waterloo Bridge always makes me well up since watching with Mum and Dad as a child. Yes, I don't remember watching anything with my parents. I don't think we ever went to the cinema as a family. And I don't remember sitting watching it because my mother was either in the kitchen cooking and my dad was out at work. So... And then when they got back, my father got back from work, he would have his tea and then we would get ready for bed. I didn't, so we didn't sit down and all watch television together. My brother, if there was a football game on, I don't know, Southampton, I suppose, and he would sort of sit down and watch that. He would put his scarf on over the top of his dressing gown and have his rattle in one hand. 6 minutes to 6 is the time. Welcome to Freitag. Welcome to the start of your weekend. Welcome to... Gosh, I wonder what the weather's going to be like today. I can tell you that for the next few days, it's the forecast is rain, whether it's sort of light drizzle. Today, light rain and a gentle breeze. Because when I got back yesterday, I watered all the baskets and I felt a bit better about it. But as we've got rain today, tomorrow, Saturday, apparently is okay. However, Sunday... You've definitely got rain, and Monday you've got rain, and Tuesday you've got rain, and Wednesday you've got rain, and Thursday you've got cloudy, and Friday you've got rain, and Saturday you've got rain. So basically here it comes. But the time we get into July, apparently it's going to be like a heat wave. Is it July Thursday? Is it really? Good Lord. Seems to happen so quickly, doesn't it? Does that happen every Thursday? Do you think we have sort of July? I don't know, actually. And one here that says, I've just found the That's Entertainment box set on an auction site for £4.53, including postage. Listen, for your parents, you couldn't buy them a better present. Because it's always very difficult to buy for parents, isn't it? If they spend a lot of time watching telly, and because you get a lot of elderly people who sort of watch things, and they would know all of these stars in these movies. They'd love it. It's such so cheap. So cheap for what it is. So a finalist in Miss Great Britain. This is going to set the cat among the pigeons. A finalist in Miss Great Britain is set to become the first to do what? The first to do what? A finalist in Miss Great Britain. She's going to be the first to compete. Sorry? No. First one to compete without wearing makeup. She's not going to wear makeup. Her name's Elle Celine. She will ditch her slap to promote body positivity and more realistic beauty standards. She said appearing on stage without her usual mask will be scarier than her gigs as a musician. She's a mental health worker. She's managed to get it all in, hasn't she? She's a musician doing this. She says, I think this is the bravest thing I've ever done. She says, makeup was a mask to hide who I was underneath. Yeah, well, good luck. But then there's going to be other people there. I mean, that's like being a page 3 girl and going, do you know, I'm going to be a different page 3 girl. I'm not going to get my boobs out. And somebody's going to go, well, you won't be a page 3 girl then, will you? They go, well, I'm setting a new standard. I don't think we should have to. There used to be an MP years ago. She campaigned vigorously to get rid of page 3. And there were some of the newspapers, it might have been the Daily Star, who had page 7 fella. There would be a page 7 fella, which I thought was quite a funny thing to have. But they used to have it because, I mean, women read papers. Why shouldn't they have something to go up at? Both gone. Yeah. 3 and 7. Shame, isn't it, really? And Steve, on an old Deal or No Deal shown yesterday, a woman got £120,000, yet only had 250 quid in her box. I think they should bring that back. I want to see more Noel Edmonds on the television, thank you. And who's that one? That's a page 3 fella. Who is he? Do we know who he is? There was one who died, and I can't remember. I think his name was Kevin Petts. Kevin Petts. I've got that name in my mind. There was something about him. I remember thinking, oh, that was a bit sad. I think he was a page 7 fella, because it became like the thing now they just put them on Love Island. It's an awful lot easier. As long as they don't have to speak, we should be okay. So Kevin Petts, was I right? Oh, right. I'm sure he was a page 7 fella. I'm pretty certain. So we're hunting for that. I think there were certain things that they just didn't put in the newspapers, and I think he'd been a model for some time, and then he turned up on page 7. We had one once. We interviewed somebody else interviewed on LBC. It was a model, and I can't remember what the reason. Oh, that's right, because they brought out a magazine called For Women, and it contained male nudity. And I'm pretty certain that Kevin Petts featured it, and it was completely naked. And I remember thinking to myself, why would you want to do that? It's like I was watching Naked Attraction there. I don't watch it all the time. I want you understanding that I don't watch it all the time. But I just kind of didn't, the host made the girls turn round, and because the bloke had said that he was a bottom person. Matt, good morning. He says, I've recruited 2 new spikers, Josh and Callie. We're en route to a secret project in Cardiff for Wales in the football this weekend. It's the most laddie thing I've ever done. I should imagine it is. Unbelievable. Yeah. So en route to a secret project in Cardiff. Shh. Don't say anything. It's a secret thing. It's a very secret thing. Karen says you'd make a great page 7 fella. Yeah, page 7, page 8 and page 9. Should be quite nice, wouldn't it? No, I don't know how people could do it. But I suppose if you're one of these people who works out all the time and you think you've got a good body, and people have said, oh, you've got a great... I mean, nobody's ever said that to me. They've never gone, oh, Steve, great body. They might say, lovely programme and things that never mention my body. And my body is a temple. It's just that I'm a bit condemned. It's the kind of thing nobody visits in a long while. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't. Well, it does, actually. I'm quite depressed about it. I wish I'd not mentioned it. I'm surrounded by beautiful people. Not on this programme, but I mean, normally I'm surrounded by beautiful people. Honestly, it was only a short while ago Matt was talking about getting to meet some lovely Glaswegian firemen. And then I think he was thinking about going out to America to go and see our mutual friend Ian. But he's slightly worried that the heat might affect his hair. Because I don't have this problem, as you know, Matt, to worry about at all. But nice to know you're with us this morning, which is fantastic. Mark in Lancaster says, what is your go-to movie at Christmas? Oh, anything. Anything that's got the word Christmas written on it. Seriously, anything that's got the word Christmas. I'm just there, because I absolutely love it. Chris used to love the Road 2 movies with Bob Hope and Bing Crosby. Very funny and great music. I don't think they're mentioned on the That's Entertainment, but it's everything else. It's all the black and white early Busby Berkeley things, where they would have a cast of hundreds on stage. And, that was people's way into Hollywood. At the end of Pretty Woman, the voiceover goes, welcome to Hollywood. All your dreams can come true. And it is, for some people, it's a ghastly place. It really is. At night time, don't go to Hollywood at night time. You know that I did a coach trip there, a bus thing, and all the studios are there, looking as they did back in the 40s and 50s. But the actors got treated very badly, very badly. They did a programme on, was it Montgomery Clift, or one of those sort of people who was in the same agency as Rock Hudson? I think it was some bloke who liked sort of butch macho gay men. And so they put them into the movies, but they didn't tell people that they were gay men. So, of course, I can remember when they put Rock Hudson into Dynasty, and he, of course, was suffering from the effects of HIV, and he kissed Linda Evans, and the papers made a right shenanigans about it. Oh, this is awful and all. And he did look dreadful. I think he was treated in Paris. But nobody ever came out and said anything in those days. It just wasn't done. People didn't do it. Now, as I say, I'd love somebody on Love Island to sort of one of the blokes, just sort of halfway through, you know, one of the girls goes, "Oh, I really fancy you." Go, "Actually, love, I'm gay." And everybody go, "Wait, anybody on that one?" You know, because it seems to come as a big shock to them. You know, it's all right for the girls to do some girl-on-girl action, which apparently gets people going on these kind of programmes. But it's a bit worrying when the programme hasn't even started, and already all they're talking about is, you know, "Oh, I've got to find a boyfriend," which means that you've waited your entire life to go on Love Island because you can't find anybody in the real world. Very embarrassing. So good luck to the Miss GB with no slap. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps, I mean, do they count fake tan as slap? I don't know whether... But probably, oh, right, so she wouldn't be wearing... Oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? EastEnders Rudolph Walker, he's 81. He got an honour. He was with his daughter Shion. I bet you don't pronounce it like that, but I mean, that's about as good as I get, I'm afraid. And he got a CBE after Prince Charles mixed up the soap with the rival Corrie. But he went there. Strangely enough, actually, his daughter was standing next to him when he got the award. I don't know how that works. Perhaps holding him up, I suppose. He plays Patrick Truman, and he said that Charles had been extremely relaxing about it, and he got the award for services to drama and charity. So that's nice. Services to drama. So in other words, every actor and actress should effectively be in line for one of these awards. I wish I'd done one, honestly. I could have had me OBE ages and ages ago. Ian Hyland talking about Tony Beak filling Bruno Tonioli's chair on Strictly Come Dancing. Also, things most likely to make you say, "Why bother?" Spotting a show on Channel 5 called "Lose a Stone in 4 Weeks for Summer." Really exciting. And tonight, Love Island, what happens next? He said, "Dunno. Don't really care either." And so. Latest on the shade of orange Andrew Neil has reached. Its paint chart name would be something like Bubbling Magma. I'm guessing, says Ian Hyland, he's just seen the latest ratings figures. Not good, are they? Not good at all. But, you know, everything also deserves a chance, doesn't it? Sort of. 5:45 is the time. I'm feeling one of my sort of bouncy little moods today, actually. The packet of biscuits I bought in for it, a box of biscuits, actually, seem to be going down quite... They're nice, are they? Have you found a favourite biscuit that we like? White chocolate ring, you see? Every time, it's a winner.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Steve, I got into Christmas films after lockdown started. And I read that Gwen Stefani did too. Mark in Romford says, "Will you ever go on holiday abroad again?" Yeah, possibly, but not at this precise moment. I'd rather wait, you know. And even if Rishi Sunak says, "Oh, don't worry, you won't have to wear your masks for much longer," no, I'm going to carry on wearing it. I've decided, actually, there might be lots of people ill out there. Thank you. I don't know if you've heard of this bloke. You might have done. He actually took on Muhammad Ali. Boxing then. He was Brian London, known as the Blackpool Rock. And he's died at the age of 87. He was one of 4 Brits, together with Henry Cooper, Joe Erskine and Dick Richardson, who dominated the UK boxing scene in the 50s and the 60s. Born in Hartlepool, he moved to Blackpool aged 16 and stayed on until his death. He turned professional. He won his first 12 bouts, finally losing against Henry Cooper in 1956. But in 1966, he fought Ali for the World Heavyweight Championships at Earl's Court. Ali stopped him with a third-round knockout. He said he's big, fast, and he could punch. I used to love seeing Muhammad Ali. He used to feature on all the chat shows on the television, and he knew how to milk it. He did it absolutely brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. Real Britain here. The T-shirt, fighting the stigma of HIV, and it's just LA. That's all it says, LA. Designed by Philip Normal, and it's a charity T-shirt as well. We don't know how much it is, but they've raised close on £500,000 for this particular charity, which is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? There's also another one. There's quite a few of these. There's quite a few because I think Victoria Beckham's got one out as well. But that's sort of £80. Which is phenomenally expensive. And they carried out the other day a drone study of how much rubbish on one beach. How much rubbish. This is on Bournemouth Beach in Dorset. They found 47,000 cigarette butts, 32,000 pieces of paper, nearly 7,000 plastic fragments. There were nearly 2,000 food sachets, 1,500 plastic bottles, 370 toys, 350 wet wipes and 147 juice cartons. That was on one beach. That's, well, it was left by 20% of visitors. That was during the May half-term holiday. That's how dirty they are. They have actually said that the problem is not the 80% of the people who come to the beach and take the litter home, it's the 20% who ignore it. Imagine if, because most people stick their cigarettes in the sand, wouldn't they? You're not going to be sort of going, I must go and get an ashtray and we'll take it down to the beach. No, people put them into the look at it. I've said that before. It's like, where was that rock concert? It was one of those sort of big things where everybody congregates in a dirty field. And they leave behind all their tents. They don't bother taking them with them. A lot of festivals, people they buy a tent, they take it down there, they sleep in this ghastly thing for ages, and then they leave it. They obviously go, I can't be bothered taking it. It only costs 30 quid or 40 quid or whatever it happens to be. Yeah, the environmental cost of abandoning your tent at a music festival. I can't believe that people would abandon them. In London, we used to have around Trafalgar Square lots of tents. The homeless people were sleeping in tents. It was almost like a village that got put up. But not so good at all. What of the boxer Joe Bugner? Didn't he go to America? He went to America, I think, Joe Bugner. I seem to remember some years ago. That's all I can tell you about him. I don't know anything else. Foodie facts, says Alison. Here we go, Joe Bugner. Let's have a quick look. He's 71. He holds triple nationality, being a citizen of Hungary and a naturalised citizen of both Australia and the United Kingdom. So he's a Hungarian-born, British-Australian, former heavyweight boxer and actor. Good Lord above. And he's still going at 71. Born in Hungary. Total fights, 83. 83. So still around, which is good news. I mean, whether or not he's going to be interviewed anytime soon, I've got no idea. Somebody says, who counted the rubbish? They did it with a drone. I mean, how do you count cigarette butts? 47,000. And you seem a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? And Alison says, foodie facts, first recipe for curry appeared in print in England 1747. First time curry on any London menu was the Haymarket in 1773. First Indian restaurant in London was in Portman Square. First Chinese restaurant in England was Glasshouse Street, Piccadilly in 1908. Useless facts of the day, but all a few years ago. Yeah, it all happened, didn't it? There's a chop house up near Mount Pleasant, and that's still going after all these years. A few years ago, 250,000 tents were left behind at UK festivals over the summer. 250,000. What do they do with them? You can't melt them down, can you? Can't put them in landfill. 250,000 tents. I mean, why don't they just sort of say to, somebody homeless, if they're homeless, you can come down and pick up a tent that you want? Because you've got to learn how to assemble it. Because there used to be people, I've seen them in Trafalgar Square, where they literally come and set up the tent and then they sleep in it. And people leave food outside and stuff like that. But I mean, even in the middle of winter, it must be freezing cold. Absolutely freezing cold. So it's Brittany who still makes the papers today. I'm still being treated like a sex slave, she says. And a lovely picture of Diana. Whatever Diana wore, people talked about. And COVID has forced the brothers to scale back the statue unveiling. So the statue was finished in 2018, but Harry and Meghan's wedding and Megxit delayed the unveiling. Donors, including Elton John and David Furnish, will now be invited to the party along with other friends and family, but there's no guarantee Harry will be there. I don't think he's going to turn up. I mean, I could be wrong, so I might as well sort of stick my own sixpenneth in there. I mean, it's unlikely, but if he's going to be by himself, he's got nobody to fall back on, has he? And if his brother's not going to talk to him because they're worried that it might be leaked to the press, somebody will get lip readers in and they'll do all those sort of things. They'll have Judy James, she'll pop up on every programme talking about the body language. You can see he doesn't like him and they never liked him and they hated him and this kind of thing. And they're so glad that Meghan's not here and the kids and all the rest of it. So, I mean, Harry could bring Oprah. She could pop along, couldn't she? Because she'd be welcomed by the royal family. Hello, dear. I can't stand that woman. That's what they'll be saying. So green lights go to... Oh, you'll have to read the paper. There's so many of these places now where you can go. The travel firm's getting ready for a booking stampede. I feel so sorry for anybody operating a travel agent, including my friend John Warrington, because, 1 minute closed, then open, then, oh, look, closed again. Ridiculous. Steve, we leave our tents there all the time. They cost £8. What's the point of taking it home? Charities take them. Do they really? See, I never knew that. I just wonder. 250,000. That's quite a lot. So you're right. If it's not worth packing it all up and taking it home and it's muddy and stuff like that, leave the blooming thing. I suppose. If it really did only cost £8, I would leave it there as well. I wouldn't be bothered about taking the thing home. Who cares? It says the average tent is mostly made of plastic, which is equivalent to 8,750 straws or 250 pint cups. Well, it's just litter. It really is. It's just mess. Steve, I work out of Twickenham Police Station. When I've worked festivals, they normally set the tents on fire at the end of the festival, depending on what site you're on. Really? Blimey. All I'm looking at is sort of pictures of tents strewn all over fields and people. I mean, I'd have to go for a Winnebago. I'm not sleeping in a tent, a yurt. Yeah, they had that at my friend Chris's car festival. He had yurts as well because he gave my brother one, and which I thought was quite something really, really fantastic. He was so thrilled, so thrilled. And yurts are very posh now, but you don't want to be gate crashed, do you? That's why I think a Winnebago with a guard dog, and electrified handles, and you just sort of drive it onto site, and it's basically like taking the house with you. I've never slept in a Winnebago, and I've seen yurts. It's never quite appealed to me. They look very nice when they first put them up. They have wooden doors and everything. But there's a luxury yurt here at Glastonbury Festival. How much is it? £13,000. £13,000. Imagine how many Yorkie bars you can get for £13,000. That's an awful lot, isn't it? 13,000. Mind you, there's a little piece in one of the papers down at Andy Peters. He said whenever he goes into shops, he said... He sees the staff looking at him, thinking he's going to shoplift because he's black. And he says it isn't until they work out who he is that they're saying, oh, that's all right, he's on the telly. He said, but up until then, he said, people sort of watch me. He said, they practically follow you around shops. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Like the YouTubes that I've seen of people sort of stopping people on estates in America going, I'm sorry, who are you? Well, I'm coming to visit my... Well, who are your parents? I'm not telling you. Well, I'm going to call the cops. That's their answer to everything now. Oh, the music's back again. Good. Can you believe it? It's coming up to 6 o'clock already this Friday morning. Nearly 6 o'clock, which is good. So in the next part of the programme, the EE is the first phone giant to revive charges for using mobiles in the EU in the wake of Brexit. Oh, despite saying, actually, that they had no plans to do so. Have you ever done that when you've been abroad and you haven't informed them? And there was one poor kid went over there with his parents. He was playing games all day in Spain on the phone. They came back to a bill of over £3,000. And the parents went, well, we're not going to pay that. And they said, well, I think you have to. You're supposed to tell us, aren't you? But they never do.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. It's very gloomy in London. Very gloomy, not sort of the best day. Somebody's gone, charities do not collect tents at Glastonbury. Well, you don't know that. And we didn't say Glastonbury. So again, you need to listen properly. We just said at festivals. And they might do. They might do to hand out to the people who are homeless. I see no reason why they wouldn't. So, don't write something stupid like that and don't do capital letters. That generally indicates that you've got some issues, I think. Steve, I can't see Oprah roughing it in any royal family dwelling. She's used to 5-star accommodation only. Have you seen Windsor Castle? Blimey, there's nothing roughing it about that. I saw the programme on, I think they call it The Castle. And if anybody stays, foreign dignitaries or something like that, you're like staying in a 10-star hotel. You get a suite of rooms. All your clothes are taken out from your cases. They're hung up. Anything that needs pressing is done. Everything's in the bathroom for you. All the fluffy towels, all the Egyptian cotton shit, everything. And then when you leave, Everything is dry cleaned and pressed, and it's wrapped in tissue paper and put back. I watched them doing it, thinking, "My God, this is quite something, quite something." According to Glastonbury organisers, an estimated 11 tonnes of clothing and camping gear were abandoned in 2015, including 6,500 sleeping bags, 5,500 tents, 3,500 airbeds, 2,200 chairs, 950 rolled mats and 400 gazebos. Glastonbury give as many away to small charities as possible and the rest go to landfill, but some innovative festival fans have come up with some clever solutions. In 2016, a Bristol-based charity called Aid Box Convoy collected tents from people leaving the site and picked up abandoned ones to send to refugees. It cost the organisers $780,000 to dispose of all the rubbish after the festival. I know, I did a big piece on it, actually. So charities do collect tents from people. There we go. Always like to correct somebody who doesn't know. And so somebody else saying about, about Oprah coming over here. I don't think Oprah would be welcomed. I don't think she'd be welcomed at all. She's kind of gone down in everybody's estimation, poor little soul. I'm more worried about Britney Spears. I mean, how she's kept it together with this imprisonment that they've got. She has an IUD so she doesn't get pregnant. They won't let me go to the doctor to take it out because they don't want me to have children. Have you heard of this? I mean, this is almost bordering on. This is just the worst thing I've ever read. I can't believe it. She's been doing shows in Vegas against her will, and contraception she doesn't want, abuse, phobia, therapies. She's got no money because her father controls everything, so she cannot hire a lawyer. She says she's being treated like a slave, and the Free Britney fans were holding up banners and cheering for her. I think this is the worst case of abuse I've ever heard of. And the claims against her father, who sounds like the most revolting person under God's earth. Terrible. She's monitored all the time. And it's just absolutely awful. I feel very sorry for her. So there was a row over the wrong dance move. The domination row centred around her objecting to one dance move. She claimed it was as if I planted a huge bomb somewhere. My management, my dancers and my assistants of the new people that were supposed to do the new show all went into a room, shut the door and didn't come out for 45 minutes. She's basically being held captive, and because they're controlling her money, she can't hire a top-shop lawyer. I mean, to be honest with you, I would hope that in America, land of the free, ha ha ha, that would be quite nice if one of the lawyers went, I tell you what, don't worry about the money. I'll represent you for free, because the publicity that they would get as a result, would be well worth it. Well worth it. The Mail on Sunday have been told they can appeal on the Meghan judgment, because originally I thought that they couldn't, but apparently they can. And what was the other thing I saw? Oh, people looking at what science has said, what you should eat. It's not just what you can eat, it's when you're supposed to eat it. I mean, can you have a beer at 6 p.m? Yes, of course you can. But would it be right to have a beer in the morning? I suppose it depends, doesn't it? Also, asparagus. Getting in the mood for love. I mean, who gets in the mood for love after asparagus, for goodness sake? I ask you. Because otherwise, it's wasted on me, because I've been having asparagus quite a lot. But apparently it can improve penile function and sperm quality in rats. So useful to learn on a Friday, isn't it? I bet you were worried about that all day. Apparently it contains compounds called steroidal glycosides, believed to promote sex hormones. Well, I shan't be eating that again. Not having any of that mess. Let's breakfast sorted out for the next year. How lovely. Steve, hope you're well. We have a retro sweetie shop open in Pontyclun called Sugar Rush. Yes, we have a lot of these, Nige. We have a lot of these thing. The trouble is they do all the old-fashioned type sweets. And they also say, we do diabetic sweets and everything else. Well, I've always said to somebody, don't bother with diabetic sweets. You don't need to have them. If you can have them, just have it in moderation. Moderation is so much nicer. So much nicer. But, vegetables are good for you. So does that mean then, if they're going to ban all these adverts on the television for food and stuff like that, which is fattening, does that mean they'll have to stop? I mean, I'm looking at an advert for Lidl here, and it's got apples, sweet corn, stringless beans, but then it's got British beef mini fillets, beef burgers, you know, and all these other bits and pieces, piri pork shoulder steaks. Does that mean they won't be allowed to advertise that? Or does it only apply to television, where we won't... fast food. Fast food. See, the trouble is, I mean, what is fast food? It's fast food where you just go into a shop and you wait there for 10 minutes. That's like McDonald's would be classed as fast food. Oh, okay. So, fast food, fish and chip shops, Burger King, Spud You Like, all of these sort of kebab shops, they would all be classed as fast food. So they can't advertise things like that on TV. As if that's going to make any difference. That's not going to make a difference. It's like, you know, when they hid cigarettes. So all the supermarkets who sell cigarettes have to hold them behind sliding doors. You have to go and then go, got any fags? And the lady behind the counter goes, which ones do you want? I don't know. Which ones have you got? I don't know. I can't possibly comment. Okay, how much are they? 11 quid. Okay, give us 2 packs. 2 pack. And you practically get them in a plain sealed envelope. Don't you? It's almost like, you know, naughty old you for buying sick. Now, of course, I don't smoke, but I'm not being sanctimonious about it. Steve, there is a company that goes around festivals when they're over-collecting all the leftover wellies, turn them into bracelet and watch straps. Good idea. Good idea. They collected all of our tents and the towels about 3 years ago, says Sam the Hod Carrier. The Hod Carrier, honestly. Who's a Hod Carrier? It always used to make me laugh, wasn't it? You know, I'm so tough, I'm a Hod Carrier for Lego. Test pilot for Airfix, you know, things like that. George Osborne taking on another job, chairmanship of the British Museum. I mean, he can't stop finding work. He really can't. He's Chancellor of the Exchequer for 6 years, standard editor for a few years, speechmaker at Washington Speakers Bureau, chairman of the Northern Powerhouse, part-time advisor to fund manager BlackRock, chairman of Partners Council, honorary professor of economics, distinguishing visiting fellow at the Hoover Institute, dean, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Founding partner of Silicon Valley Venture Capital, run by his brother, and now he's got the chairmanship of the British Museum. I mean, I think he previously earned... He stepped down as the editor of London's Evening Standard newspaper in March, previously earned $650,000 a year, working 1 day a week at an investment firm. Can I have that job? 1 day a week for £650,000. I am definitely poorly paid. Definitely poorly paid. I mean, I'm £650,000. The trouble is he happy? Is he happy? Steve, says Denise, I work in a deli. I can do a salad in 5 minutes, so is that fast food? Well, I mean, I would have said no. I would have said no, but you never know nowadays. Jay in Cambridge says, talking of beaches, the idiots who bury hot disposable barbecues. People take barbecues onto the beach? They don't really, do they? Not sure about that. Not sure about that at all. But I suppose people do. I bought a couple of little one-off barbecues, which I haven't used yet. They're still there because they're wrapped in plastic and everything else, which is great. Only cost a quid. A quid. So, if I wanted to cook a couple of sausages. Fast food and confectionery firms will be banned from advertising foods which are high in fat, sugar and salt online. Small businesses with fewer than 250 employees will be exempt. That's the small businesses. It was fewer than 250. You can have 230 and you're classed as a small business. In addition, there are exemptions for the healthiest foods within each category, including honey, olive oil, avocados and Marmite. So there you go. We were talking about Marmite earlier on, weren't we? Do you remember when we were talking about Marmite? We didn't call it Marmite. We called it a spread. Yeast-based spread. Always makes me laugh, that. It always reminds me, actually, of Blue Peter when they weren't allowed to say cornflakes packet or fairy liquid bottle. Or sticky back plastic. But my favourite was Copydex. They covered up the label on the Copydex, which is a rubber-based adhesive. We used to spend ages on Copydex. If we wanted to look like a horror film, we would get the brush out of the Copydex, paint your hand with sort of Copydex, then let it dry, and then slowly close your hand. And when you open it up, it makes you look like you've walked out of a Hammer House of Horror. No, just me again. There you go. See? All these things that I'm telling you about that you can have fun with. It was the smell of it, though. It was fish-based, and so it wasn't... But the Blue Peter were never allowed to advertise it. And yet give them a couple of hours, and they were flogging things left, right and centre. Can't cook, won't cook, cook'll cook. You know, and here's this. Oh, what are we going to... We don't have that programme anymore, do we? I wish we did. I wish we did. I quite like that. There's so many cooking programmes. So many cooking programmes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, you were talking about Marmite, says Shane. I like Vegemite. I'm assuming you can probably get Vegemite in this country. I'm assuming you can probably buy it, all sorts of things. And in Lisa's Deli in Pontyclun, Nigel says Marmite popcorn. Marmite popcorn. Sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? And don't forget the original Londoners fast food, pie, mash and liquor. Could be served up in 10 seconds flat. Well, it was already, wasn't it? Susie from Wokingham says Steve, Greggs is fast food. Well, I suppose it could be considered fast food, couldn't it? I really don't know. And Sue is off to see Hairspray at the London Coliseum tomorrow. Seen it 4 times already, but love it every time. It is a good bit. It's a feel-good musical, isn't it? It's a feel-good musical, which is fantastic. Other stories which are in the papers today. Tennis fans are to be offered the chance to own the match-winning point that saw Andy Murray seal the 2013 Wimbledon title. And the high-rise horror, the picture, you just cannot believe it. This block of flats which just collapses. And it appears to have come from the middle of the block of flats. More than 90 residents unaccounted for. The 12-storey wing of this block just crumbled as if it was tissue paper. It just went unbelievably pear-shaped, which is not good. A boy of 10 was among 35 saved after around half of the building's 135 units came crashing down. I'm assuming. It's either it's got to be something, hasn't it, in the basement, because it literally went down, but the other ones, the other side of it, either side of it, seem to be okay, but they seem to move a little bit. So this is either on a fault or something's happened, some huge sinker hole has opened up underneath it, because they've got no idea. They've got no idea at all. The firefighters were hampered by heavy rain. You see, sometimes heavy rain can cause, if there's a sinkhole, sometimes heavy rain can make it worse. But they must have checked all of this beforehand, would they not? But they were now faced with this difficult choice about bringing in heavy machinery. The building was put up in 1981. They're trying to work out what it can be, and I'm looking at the picture of it, and it just, in seconds it was turned to rubble. I told you another section appears to sway slightly. When I first saw it, I didn't know it was in Miami. It didn't say it was in Miami. It just said it was this block of flats. I remember thinking it'll be in China, because they have a lot of problems with Chinese flats that are put up very, very quickly in some of these outlying areas, and they have collapsed in the past. But this one, it's the other. If I lived in one of the other ones next to it, you'd be in bed, and all of a sudden this thing collapses, and you'd be thinking, I think we need to get out of there as quick as possible, because if one goes, there is the danger that the other two could go as well. So we'll find out. At the moment, we don't know anything more about it. They're just trying to find all the other all the people who are missing. 134 flats in the building. Is that the whole complex, or just in that one? Just in that bit, 134 flats. Wow. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So a lot of people talk about what could be fast food. This is the government's new idea to stop huge problems with obesity. And so no advertising of food which could be considered fast, which apparently is bad for us. So fast food is bad for us. And yet councils license all the time. I don't quite understand why. So there won't be any adverts for all the things that you're used to, and yet you can still go out and buy this stuff. It's not as if they've made it very difficult. Steve, didn't you like watching all the eels wriggling around in the... No. I have not a dread fear of eels, but I couldn't eat eels if my life depended on it. Jellied eels are otherwise. I don't know why. David Beckham likes jellied eels. He's been known to go to a pie and mash shop and get his sort of pie and mash and things like that. Sounds ghastly, actually, but it does sound ghastly for me, only because I don't do anything like that, and they move about so much, and I don't like them, I'm afraid. Jan Moyer she's talking about the noisy neighbours. You remember we had the trouble the other day with the tree And the bird sat in the tree, and the birds made a mess on next door's garden. I mean, quite a nice little close, if not a little bit dated. And so the neighbours, who are 74, whether that has a bearing on it, I don't know. They were sick to death of having to clean their car because it got messed on by the birds who were sitting in this tree. But it's a very nice tree. It's got, 8 foot of trunk, and then this sort of quite a nice shape on the top. And the neighbours had it cut in half, literally. So the person has given it a haircut. So it's only half a tree. It's still got the trunk and the roots and all the rest of it, but they've just taken off half of it. Now, in theory, in law, they're supposed to give all the stuff they've cut off to the neighbours because they own it. You can't just do anything with it. But we don't know because the neighbours are not answering any questions from anybody at all. They have been asked by just about every single newspaper under the sun to make a comment on why they took this drastic action. They'd obviously had it. I mean, it's been there for years. I think something like 25 years. And they don't have any comment at all, I'm afraid. They really don't want to go into it. But you can imagine, can't you? The internet is going to be full of hatred for this couple, because once you start a row with neighbours, it can escalate. And it's never got a good outcome. Somebody will say, right, you've parked on part of my drive, and it just escalates into something that you have no control over. And then you end up falling out with people, basically, for the rest of your life. It never gets any better. Never gets any better at all. Who is the man who ran for US president, married a prostitute, hired a drug baron to write his biography? This is the British software mogul John McAfee, found hanged in a Spanish prison cell. But he says, if anybody asks, I didn't do it. So if anything happens to me in prison. What he died of, I have no idea. No idea at all. Other stories say, birthdays. We're celebrating Carly Simon. Carly Simon today, the Oscar-winning American singer-songwriter who had hits with Nobody Does It Better and You're So Vain, Everybody loved that song. Everybody loved it. She's 76 today. She's had relationships with Mick Jagger, Jack Nicholson, Warren Beatty and Cat Stevens. Crikey. And she says her musician ex-husband James Taylor has banned their 2 children from giving her his number. He said, that's the sort of point about divorce. You go your separate ways. So, no contact at all. No contact at all. And believe it or not, in 1891, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes short story A Scandal in Bohemia was published for the first time. And in 2019, a fan gave birth at a Pink gig in Liverpool. Denise Jones named the child Dolly Pink. I know. Mind you, it beats the other day. Didn't we have some very peculiar names that came out? Wasn't it Usain Bolt has got thunder and lightning and all sorts of Thunderbolt and all sorts of strange names. Steve, if I'm doing a strict diet and see or hear about pizza and advertisement, I stop my diet and go order a takeaway. It's as simple as that. Yes, but the trouble is we all know what we're not supposed to eat. You know that if you eat pizza all the time, it's very fattening. So it's okay to have it, but it's classed as junk food. And it's not just fast food, it's the actual... So I'm assuming, even though I've never classed it as, fish and chips is junk food because it's fried. Anything high in fat, sugar or salt. So KFC would be classed as junk food because it's high in salt. So anything anything with high fat content. I used to look at all the sandwiches and look at the fat content. It's quite depressing. You can get very, very depressed by looking at it thinking, why is that not working? Why is that not working? And sweets. I mean, the trouble is, because you need to sell an awful lot of sweets to make a profit, they don't really advertise sweets on television, apart from things like Ferrero Rocher. And what else do they advertise? They do Haribo. Chocolate, I suppose, is a fairly big one. So, but we know we're not supposed to have all these things. You can have something in moderation. But then, who wants to have things in moderation? I've just brought them in a box of biscuits, which are white chocolate, dark chocolate, and milk chocolate. How many are left? You're having them in moderation. Because the trouble is, it's not physically possible to just buy a packet of biscuits and have one. That would be a pointless thing. Yeah. Oh, Dominic Ellis, of course, our newsreader. I mean, he can make some chocolates last a year. I've never known anything like it. It is one of those things, though, isn't it? We know what's bad for us, but at the same time, we like eating it. Otherwise these places wouldn't exist. You know, if nobody ate McDonald's or KFC, the shops wouldn't be there, but they are there. I like a panini. I don't know whether it's fattening or not. I shall probably discover at some point in my life that paninis with cheese and Marmite are really bad. Apparently, my friend Chris, over in Spain, says, so glad we can get Marmite here again. It's been out of stock for ages. Bought a large jar for €4.25. But the trouble is, Marmite lasts forever. Ever. I mean, I'm not even sure if it's actually got sell-by dates on Marmite, because you can have something, you know, in your cupboard for ages and ages and ages. And not worry about. I mean, a jar of Marmite. How long would that last a family? About a year.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Actually, I forgot, but in 1983. Going back into our diary, America's first spacewoman came back to Earth yesterday, and her husband had to fly across the country to greet her. The shuttle Challenger, with Dr. Sally Ride on board, switched landing sites from Florida to California, owing to bad weather. She said of the 6-day mission, I'm sure it'll be the most fun I'll ever have in my entire life. I'm not sure if I'd want to do something like that. I'm in two minds over sort of going up into space. I don't mind watching other people do it. The Church of England is to consider dropping the title Reverend. And the reason is it's part of its efforts to stop child abuse. The form of address, which has been used for, believe it or not, more than 500 years, must go because it encourages deference to clergy and helps abusers cover up their crimes. A decision to abandon Reverend, together with variants such as Right Reverend for a bishop and Venerable for an archdeacon, would be the latest radical move in culture wars that have seized the C of E in recent months. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the Most Reverend Justin Welby, has said some statues and memorials linked to slavery will have to come down. God, we have become quite woke. The Church's financial wing, the Church Commissioners, have started an inquiry into how much of the Church of England's £9 billion in historic assets was earned through slavery. The General Synod is going to hear a motion tabled in the name of a Somerset rector which says old forms of address should be dropped to meet the demands of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. Last year, of course, the inquiry savaged the church over its long-term harbouring of abusers and its reluctance to harm its reputation by exposing or punishing them. They had exactly the same within the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church, it took ages and ages for them to actually come forward and admit that there was a huge problem. And I think it was 2 popes ago, or 1 pope back, I think they actually got rid of something like 225 people who'd been working in communities, but they were abusing. And what they have to do is they have to do something about it. But most of the time, these organisations just shoved it under the carpet and hoped it went away. But of course, it didn't go away. It really didn't. Steve, hope you're leaving biscuits for Nick Abbott. We don't leave biscuits for Nick Abbott. I don't know where you get this rubbish from. I've told you 3 times now, we don't leave, but, you know, we're going to leave him asparagus because I think he needs it, but we're not going to be leaving him, but we never left biscuits. Certainly wouldn't be sharing biscuits. James and Chris are delivering kitchens in Brighton. What at this time of the morning? What do you do? Just sort of knock on the door and say, here's a kitchen, and leave it? And I'm off, Steve, for my appointment for a dental extraction at 8:25. Yes, dentists are very good. Dentists are very good at getting up early to do things like that. You can sort of generally get a dentist to be there at, 8 o'clock or 8:25. We've got loads of dentists that have opened up in Twickenham. Quite a number. I was quite surprised. Whether or not it's the dentist who owns the practice or whether or not it's a businessman who owns the practice. Because I could open up a dentist. I don't have to do... Yeah, I could just rent a building, put all the chairs in and all the equipment, and then bring in a newly qualified dentist because they couldn't afford to open their own practice. No, I mean, heavens above, I wouldn't be... Can you imagine? Open wide. Well, no, I could dread fear of anything like that. I don't like that. Even the injections put the fear of God into me. Even thinking about the injections. Oh, goodness me, I couldn't do anything like that at all. That would be really quite terrible. Squeaky bomb time. This is, guess which newspaper? You can only have a guess, can't you? At the Daily Star. And Mad Vlad Putin's threat to bomb British ships near Crimea must be taken seriously, says an ex-military chief who's Lord Richard Dannett. Although we've got Boris saying, oh, it was right that one of our ships was there. And I think, why would it be right one of our ships was there? I couldn't get it. Gordon Ramsay says cooking with marijuana is not for him as he's eccentric enough on television. He says, marijuana-infused food for medicinal purposes has gone off the charts. I'm mad enough without them. I've never even heard of such a thing. Cooking with marijuana. You've heard of that? Oh, have you? Oh, right. Just me again, I'm afraid. And also anti-hero, is it Loki, or Loki, L-O-K-I, played by Tom Hiddleston, has been revealed as the first openly bisexual in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Good Lord. The news came in the latest episode of the Disney Plus series after God of Mischief Loki confided in fellow trickster Sylvie. She says, how about you? You're a prince. Must have been a would-be princess or perhaps another prince. Loki replies, a bit of both, I suspect, the same as you. It's all moved on a bit, hasn't it? I tell you, in my day, I've never seen it. That's what Loki looks like. Yes. Bad use of leather. I think. Bad use of leather. I've never seen anything like that. I really haven't. And more than 1 million home workers plan to put in a shift from the pub when England played Germany. This is Tuesday, by the way. Tuesday. We were winding people up the other day saying, it was Monday. But, because everything else was happening on the Monday. Love Island was arriving on the Monday. What was the other thing that was... Countdown with Anne Robinson. I've seen the trailer for her. She's looking a little bit old. She's still got sort of the look. It's when she talks that kind of gives away that she's getting on a little bit. So a lot of people are going to putting in a shift to the pub. They're going to be. It's three lions on the shirk. People will be skiving off. Millions skiving for the Germany showdown. Lee of Basildon has spent 4 days decorating his home with 56 England flags. Oh dear. Oh dear. Slightly disturbing. He comes from Basildon in Essex. He said, I'm a bit scared of heights, so I roped in a mate to do the roof once. He's got flags everywhere. Luckily, he's sort of at the end of a sort of close, and they've got the flags all over the walls, and they've got everything done. So he's bought all this gear ahead of the Euros date. And I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic. But I can't understand the excitement behind it. I really don't get it. I wish I did. I'm sure there's loads of people listening who are sort of going, oh, you can't understand. Although there's a pub owner who's hit back at neighbours moaning about noise with a sarcastic sign asking customers to whisper. This is at Braintree in Essex. Dear customers, can we please ask you to whisper whilst in our garden? Because people make a lot of noise. I don't know. I've been on buses with school children. They make a lot of noise. They make a heck of a lot of noise. I've never known anybody. There was somebody on the bus the other day. Another one. She was getting on the bus at Richmond. She was, she looked fairly well-to-do, but obviously had one of these Freedom bus passes. And she tried to use it, and the bus driver said, already she'd sort of said to him, oh, what happened to your face? You look so. I think she could have been Australian or something like that. Anyway, one of them worked for a charity, I know, because she shared her conversation with the entire bus. And the other one tried to use her Freedom pass, and the bus driver said, excuse me, you can't use it till 9 o'clock. Oh, I didn't know that, she said. And I thought, well, whose bus pass is it? You must know. It says it in the terms of the contract. But and then he allowed her to continue on her journey. I thought, well, I might try that so I don't have to pay for my journeys in the morning. That'd be a good idea. And then she went up to him and she went, oh, I'm going to send you a big kiss. And I thought, ooh, ghastly. We don't need that at all. The publicity-shy couple who've been mocked over reports they didn't want their son to be the Earl of Dumbarton because it contains the word dumb. The ex-squaddy and his former actress wife feared the youngster might be mocked. Well, yes, but probably not for that reason. And a pub worker, Nicole Bates from the Scottish town, said Dumbarton's a good place, full of crazy people, but they're certainly not dumb. Student Jay Daly said refusing that is a bit dumb in itself. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't quite get it, but I suppose they have to worry about everything, don't they now? And Blink-182's Mark Hoppus says he's battling cancer and is feeling scared. He's 49. He's been receiving chemo. He said, for the past 3 months, I've been undergoing chemotherapy for cancer. It sucks and I'm scared. And at the same time, I'm blessed with incredible doctors and family. They're brilliant, these people. They're brilliant. I'm sure things will be good. Steve, have you been to the London Transport Museum? Yes, many times. I live in London. So, it would be quite acceptable that I do go to places. If you're talking about something, that's it. Steve, another one here says, I've had a bottle of some Insanity chili sauce in my cupboard. Oh, for a long time. See, some things seem to last forever. I'm not sure if Marmite's got a sell-by date. Very, very hot, is it? Oh, you've heard of that one? Oh, right. Not my sort of thing at all. Dave's Insanity Chili Sauce. He says, I've had it for 24 years. Could you keep something like that for 24 years? It sounds terrible, doesn't it? And so last week I got a gift for my birthday, says Chris and James, out delivering kitchens. It was Marmite with chili. It was called Dynamite. Marmite with chili. I've heard of Marmite with champagne. We've got Marmite with peanut butter. But Marmite with chili. Kind of, and would you put that on, toast or something like that? I don't really understand how it works. I'm sure there must be a reason for it. Some people like very, very hot food, don't they? And I'm trying to find it. Sainsbury's Dynamite Chili. £4, limited edition. It's Marmite, yeast extract, fortified with B vitamins, brand new, limited edition, and it's something everybody can enjoy. It's made, yeast extract spread, made by 99% byproduct sourced from the brewing industry. Spread it on a toast or a teaspoon in your soup for an added depth of fiery flavour. They say, love it or hate it, be careful with it. Oh, I've never heard of that at all. Isn't that an unusual one? The things we've never heard of on this programme. I'm obviously not looking on the supermarket shelves long enough. I need to look at things like this, because at the moment I haven't got the faintest idea. So the end of having to wear a face mask could finally be in sight. And apparently the Environment Secretary, George Eustace, has admitted there'll be no legal compulsion to wear them as soon as restrictions are lifted. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not going to risk it. I would rather sit on the bus and be the only fool sitting there with a mask on than worry about anything else. Because otherwise, I have a feeling I just think it's too soon. I want to give it a little bit more time. I don't mind having you don't need to socially distance. I don't mind having that. I can be quite cool with that. But the idea of sitting on a bus with a lot of people wheezing and coughing as we head into winter with no masks on, no thank you. No thank you. Holidays are go. 16 countries on the green list as the amber restrictions are to lift. And as I say, we'll have to wait and see. But you might get your holiday, you might not get your holiday. Still to come, Geordies are the least likely Brits to find fame. I wonder why that would be, because I can think of quite a few who are very famous and some who shouldn't be famous.
You're listening to our podcast of Steve Allen on LBC.
Apparently, having read this item in the paper that Geordies are the least likely Brits to find fame, people in London have the best shot of stardom. Apparently, they say an 81% standing a good chance if they chase it. Or failing that, just appear on Love Island makes it so much easier. But, I mean, you're right. I mean, you've got Ant and Dec, Gazza and Cheryl. Is Cheryl classed as a success after her court appearance? Gazza, of course, the stand-up fall down. But there's loads of other famous people who come from Geordie land, aren't they? Mike Ashley, Alan Shearer, Eric Burden, says Jim. Brian Ferry apparently is a Geordie. I wonder why they've come up with this. It's very odd, actually, isn't it? But it's intriguing, they say, what the average star looks like and how regional demographic data compares. But I suppose if you're in London, the reason it would be in London with 81% of people succeeding, because the opportunities are here. I mean, if you're going to be, in the Isle of, I'm trying to think, actually, Isle of Skye or something like that, you're going to be a long way away from where the action is. There can't be many agents up there, whereas in London, I mean, it's all here. All the, the big companies, all the radio stations are here. So there's more of an opportunity for you to break into it, provided, you are prepared to work. It becomes very competitive nowadays, very, very competitive, with sort of people competing for jobs and then trying to hang on to them. And as with all, new companies, whenever they start up, I always look with interest to see how much money they're putting into things. And then you can guarantee within, 3 to 6 months, things have changed. They sort of lose people who don't work out, or people can't do the job properly, because it is a case of it's competition. You have to work twice as hard now to get, something that years and years ago you didn't even need to worry about. So I'm not going to believe that Ant and Dec are the only famous Geordies who are a tough act to follow. Because there's no point in being somebody who's like Ant and Dec. The only people who are like Ant and Dec are Ant and Dec. There used to be the thing years ago where sort of people wanted to sound like various radio presenters. and because they thought, oh, that's what you have to sound like to be successful. And I remember thinking, somebody said to me, the only way you can succeed in radio is just be yourself. And if you can't be yourself, there's no point in being somebody else, because they go, oh, you sound just like so-and-so, whoever it happens to be. But like me sort of sounding like Eddie Mayer or Nick Ferrari or something, that wouldn't work at all, would it? Can you imagine? You have to sort of set the agenda and move the bar up a little bit higher. Other stories which are in the papers today, well, they're basically plugging Love Island, but the Sun in particular are particularly keen about Mr. Hancock's affair with an aide. In fact, they've gone crackers on this one. Absolutely crackers. This is the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, who apparently, they allege, has been cheating on his wife with somebody called Gina, who he hired last year with taxpayers' money. I mean, perhaps they're just friends. I mean, although the kissing bit, I mean, he's got his hand on her bottom. I think that sort of indicates to me perhaps a little bit more than friends. I wouldn't do something like that. But they've devoted pages and pages to it. And also, she's apparently very rich. I've always said, if you're going to go out with somebody who's got money. Or as Joan Rivers said, marry a transvestite, double your wardrobe. It seems fairly safe nowadays, but it's a world exclusive. Not that I think the world knows who Mr. Hancock is, but I think this one will be explained away later. They're going to have a field day with this, aren't they, on all the programmes and all the papers. But I'm more concerned about the pigeon fanciers who are baffled. 5,000 birds have vanished in a race. We haven't got a coup. They've just disappeared. This is almost like a complete lorry, because they take the pigeons out. They're in their little houses on this huge lorry, and there'd be a big sign on the back going "Pigeons in Transit" or something. And they take them out, and then they pull a lever at the side of the lorry, and all the doors open at the same time, and the pigeons go, "Okay, what do we do now?" And the answer is you then sort of fly back, and then they have a thing. I nearly bought a house once, and the bloke said, "Oh, by the way," he said, "I'm taking the pigeon loft." And then the whole of the back garden was a pigeon loft. Enormous. And I thought, thank God for that. As if I wanted to have a pigeon loft in the back garden. But they sit there, and they're very, you can pay a fortune for some of these birds. Yeah, it's big business. Really big business. People who breed pigeons, and if your pigeon flies back quick, if your pigeon is one of those who sort of stops off for a little bit of a sleep and everything else, you're not going to be doing very well. They're looking for a pigeon that is really, that's why they're called racing pigeons. They're a bit different from the things that nest in London, who we try and get rid of as quickly as possible. And they will go for it's like sheepdogs. I didn't realise how much money sheepdogs go for. There was one that went a short while ago for something like £20,000 for a sheepdog, because I suppose you're looking for, the dog that can herd sheep. Although there was a guy who did it the other day on his farm. He didn't have a sheepdog. He used a drone. And the drone herded the sheep. And I remember thinking, that's brilliant, that's clever. And then there was another one, if you remember, the sheepdog went deaf. And so they taught all the moves with sign language. So the dog has to sit there staring at the owner who's doing the, chase the sheep. And that worked quite well. But the drone, I thought, was a brilliant idea. Because sheep, they're terrified of anything, aren't they? They do that whenever they take drones and they film in the Masai Mara National Park, and you get giraffes and elephants and all the rest of it. And they go, what the hell is that? As this drone comes over the top. And some of these drones, I've seen the Sky drone, it's huge. It's almost like sort of 5-6 feet across. This thing takes off. And I saw it when I went up there for a Christmas party some years ago. And I remember thinking, absolutely unbelievable. Drones are the way forward. You can have one yourself, but they have to be under a certain size, I think. Yeah, there are restrictions. They sell them on some of these shopping chains. I bought one where you can pick it up. It's got 2 cameras on it. And I remember thinking, that's actually quite a nice idea to have, isn't it? Cameras on a drone. But you've got to be very careful. If you can take them up too high, they can interfere with everything. So I'm looking out my door. I'm getting very excited, actually. There's a woman who phoned up the police the other day. She said, I've got a king cobra in my my garden. Wow. So it's a no. It's interesting, isn't it? Thank you, Nick Ferrari. He's with you in a couple of minutes. I must just tell you very quickly, actually. So this woman feared this king cobra was loose in her garden, only to be told it was a plastic toy. A plastic toy. The RSPCA Inspector Martin Fletcher says as the woman thought the snake had moved, the police took it seriously and called us. This was in Cumbria, in Workington. Now, wait a minute. We had Workington in the paper the other day. There was another story. I can't remember what it was. I remember thinking, I've never heard of Workington before. That's 2 days running, they've had a story. But do you remember, so we've had all these sort of people before who claim that they've seen something and it turned out to be a little toy or something like that. I've got to go. I've just realised. Things to do, people to see. And Sean says, Steve, Mike Ashley is not from Geordieland. Well, he might have passed through it. I've got a special little bit extra podcast today. Simon Cowell showing off his new teeth. You'll need sunglasses. Seriously, they're very, very white. Another bunch of Love Island stars tried to sound interesting and failing. And you can find out why Coronation Street isn't safe from the snowflakes. It really is getting slightly desperate. I wish you a fantastic weekend.